Engrossed, Jaizong Qion listens intently through his headphones, his gaze fixed on the screen of his phone. Meanwhile, in an office, Jaehyun Kim observes a screen displaying information about shamans, noting that many appear on television to showcase their mysterious world. She then dismisses them, having heard they're all frauds, as the screen announces an upcoming meeting with one of Korea's top-ranked shamans, Master Jejeon from Yeonwi neighborhood's Supreme Shrine, prompting her to question his identity. On the screen, Master Jejeon himself appears, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Still watching his phone, Jaizong Qion reacts with surprise, recognizing the name as one of the top figures. A voice exclaims disbelief. The narrative shifts to a broader commentary on shamans, dismissing those who deal in simple fortune-telling, face reading, or palmistry as merely third-rate. It continues, stating that any shaman who deals with spiritual matters is also considered third-rate. These shamans, it concludes, care little for accuracy, claiming instead to read once. Still engrossed, he listens to the audio, his phone displaying a shaman, as the narrator explains that some advice is merely recycled self-help. A shaman, Master Jejeon, nods thoughtfully. She pushes a stack of papers across a low table, offering a polite, thank you. She laments that clients often seek the cheapest options, and then bombard her with endless questions, which is why she only accepts apprentices. Elsewhere, a chaotic scene unfolds with loud clanging. A man and a young woman react with surprise to the commotion. This, the narrator explains, is the realm of second-rate shamans. A group of suited men, led by an older, distinguished figure in traditional attire, stride purposefully down a corridor, their footsteps echoing. Each step is deliberate, as the older man's foot lands precisely on a patterned mat. This is the path to a shaman, one whose counsel is sought by those in power. Yet, some consultations prove to be second-rate, as evidenced by the public humiliation of a chairman's son, Jaehyun, who foolishly waited a month on a shaman's advice. The shaman herself, a woman with a stern gaze, sits amidst offerings of apples, a faint grin playing on her lips. Her clients, bowing deeply, seek continued guidance for the coming quarter. But the consequences of such advice can be dire, as reported by the Narik Daily. The headline screams of a crisis, detailing how CEO Yuseok Jong of Haejong Industries was removed by the board amidst spreading rumors. The shaman, now alone, trembles, her composure shattered by the unfolding disaster. The stakes are high, for if the company goes under, they too will be dragged down with it. A tin of Won confectionery cookies sits, perhaps an offering or a sign of the times. A group of men in sharp suits shuffles nervously, their footsteps echoing softly. Elsewhere, an elderly shaman groans softly, while a younger man kneels before him, desperately pleading for salvation. Among the suited figures, one voices his concern, lamenting that at this rate, their ruling party is destined to lose the upcoming election. These shamans, he explains, occupy a unique position, somewhere between the first and second rates, before a voice grants them permission to enter. The younger man's face contorts in anguish, his plea for the master to save them growing more desperate. These 1.5-rate shamans, it is revealed, often work closely with politicians. As the suited men step inside, the narrative hints at the beginning of a new consultation. Politicians, once appointed into office, are quick to offer grand promises, thanking the public for electing candidates from their party. They bow deeply, declaring their unwavering conviction and dedication to the people. Yet in reality, they gain immense wealth and social prestige. The public, however, is not so easily fooled, as news headlines begin to expose the impact of the New Korea Party's government scandal, with articles boldly stating that shamanist politics has no place in the 21st century. Meanwhile, a man kneels in a dark room, his head bowed in profound distress. As a vehicle speeds away, its engine chugging loudly. This raises the question, who truly are the first-rate shamans? And by what right does anyone judge and categorize them? A question hangs in the air. Categories? A soft clack of keys signals a new beginning, as a voice declares, I'll start by asking a first question. Meanwhile, from high above, Jaizong Qion gazes down at the sprawling cityscape, a thought forming in his mind. This is where the first-rates play their game. His intense gaze sweeps over the towering structures, taking in every detail of the bustling metropolis below. The helicopter carries him steadily over the heart of the city, revealing the financial capital of South Korea, Uido. This district is home to hundreds of finance companies, including the prominent Manhwa Fund building. Other major players like NG Securities and General Financial Services Korea also stand tall, symbols of immense power and influence. In the volatile world of finance, one could easily amass $500 billion won, or tens of millions of US dollars, simply by accurately predicting the rise or fall of a single stock ticker among thousands. Observing the Kospi index, which currently showed a slight dip, Jaizong Qion and Jaehyun watched the flickering numbers on the massive display. Both men crouched, their gazes fixed, absorbed in the intricate dance of the market. To put it more bluntly, if a shaman could influence the market, even a minuscule 0.1% nudge through supernatural powers could yield unimaginable wealth. With a swift, almost imperceptible swish of his blade, the shaman moved with practiced grace. His presence seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the financial data, a silent, powerful force at play. As he continued his stride, the implications of his actions, potentially affecting tens of millions of US dollars, were vast and unseen by the ordinary eye. As Jae Cheon and Jaehyun Kim observe a screen displaying the word black, the shaman makes a subtle, almost imperceptible movement, a soft clack echoing in the quiet. This single action sets in motion a chain of events, revealing that this is a world far more dynamic than it appears. High above the sprawling cityscape, the towering skyscrapers stand as silent witnesses. Suddenly, the urban landscape blurs into streaks of color as something moves with incredible speed through the streets below. A vibrant pink sports car tears through the asphalt, its engine roaring a powerful vroom as it navigates the urban maze. Behind the wheel, a figure with sharp, red-tinged eyes and pink hair, their gaze intense through yellow-tinted glasses. With a determined expression, the driver grips the wheel, pushing the powerful vehicle to its limits. The pink car becomes a mere streak, vanishing into the distance with a final zoom. Meanwhile, the shaman, eyes now closed in deep concentration, continues his subtle manipulation, the clack-clack sound echoing with renewed intensity. The shaman elder is wheeled forward by his attendants, the rhythmic rattling of his chair accompanying their movement. They proceed away from a modern building, their destination unknown. Meanwhile, the narration speaks of an all-star match, a grand event, their World Series. Elsewhere, a figure with dreadlocks, concealed beneath a military helmet, receives a buzzing communication. Another individual, clad in a black jacket and camouflage, meticulously counts prayer beads, their fingers moving with practiced ease. An elevator whirs, ascending to the 18th floor, as an elderly nun gazes upward in anticipation. A group of nuns shares hushed giggles and chuckles. They continue their walk, their quiet laughter echoing softly. The world of the first-rates is a grand stage, where they perform their own version of Academy Awards. As a man in a dark suit looks on, a woman with a bob cut standing nearby, the sharp click and clack of their environment echoing around them. Meanwhile, the shaman elder tumbles down a flight of stairs, a small bell jingling from his hand. His body collapsing at the bottom, a final jingle sounding as he hits the ground, all part of their Olympics. The man in the suit walks away, the sound of his footsteps fading, as he muses that all these events are rolled into one grand spectacle. So, he then turns to address an unseen audience, asking, "Who am I, you ask?" His hand holds a card, tapping it thoughtfully, as he continues to walk, looking up towards a brilliant, unseen light, where another man in a suit, wearing glasses, stands beside the businesswoman, both gazing upwards into the ethereal glow. He confirms that the chairman has approved the meeting, instructing them to proceed directly to the lounge and begin. Assuring him that all preparations have been meticulously made, the man with glasses receives a silent nod of acknowledgement. Together, they ascend a grand staircase, their footsteps echoing softly as they enter a modern, bustling facility, where the protagonist begins to shed his formal attire, his jacket slipping from his shoulders, revealing a lean, muscular physique as he pulls his shirt over his head, his discarded clothes held loosely in one hand, before they fall away completely, leaving him bare-chested and ready. With a determined stride, he walks forward, his destination now clear. He stands before massive double doors, his companions flanking him, a silent tableau of anticipation. In a different setting, Master Zhejian oversees a group, declaring, "Prep work." One of his followers confirms, "Yes, sir." A figure, likely Zhejian, moves with purpose, his traditional robes flowing as he walks down a long, empty corridor. A single eye, sharp and focused, peers through a door as it slowly creaks open. Then, with a sudden, powerful motion, Master Zhejian unleashes a burst of energy, his hand extended, as if commanding an unseen force. The fabric of his robe billows around him, catching the residual energy of the release. In a vast, modern chamber, he bows deeply, a gesture of reverence or completion, as others around him follow suit. Elsewhere, a bizarre assembly of figures with animal heads, a pig, a cow, and others, also engage in their own prep work, their forms stark against the distant cityscape. Finally, Master Zhejian and another figure, both in traditional attire, stand side by side, electric guitars in hand, bowing in unison as if concluding a performance. As the rhythmic pulse of a keyboard and drums fills the air, Master Zhejian continues his unique ritual, a wave of energy emanating from his focused performance. Meanwhile, Jae Cheon strides forward with purpose, his mind already fixed on their next objective, Ilan Bio. He and his companions move through the corporate halls, the businesswoman explaining how the target stock had surged over 30% following rumors of FDA approval just yesterday. Standing on a basketball court, the man with glasses elaborates on their strategy, revealing a significant put option in place, with the chairman offering $1 million in cash for every percentage drop. Back in his sanctuary, Master Zhejian plays a traditional stringed instrument, a satisfied expression on his face as he remarks, "Good. I like the size of this, Jake." But the writers of this intricate play might not appreciate their interference, leaving one to wonder who exactly is on the other end of this high-stakes game. Looking out over the city, Jae Cheon's group confirms that Gyeongjam Capital Global Leaders Investors Club and other companies have already sold their put options to them. However, it seems their opponents have set their sights on a Surge, a powerful individual said to have been trained by a master shaman practicing spiritual arts for 50 years. Whispers suggest the FDA approval for the over-the-counter Surge might be his doing, prompting the chilling question, can they truly beat him? As the spiritual discussion continues, Master Zhejian asserts that his companions simply don't grasp the true nature of their current predicament. He explains the mechanics of a large-scale spirit domain, where the further one ventures from its core, the more potent its influence becomes. A low growl escapes him as he questions the decision to bring a master shaman all the way from Yuri-san, suggesting they should have instead sought a spirit from any of the nearest mountains. With a sharp whish, a glowing, ornate blade materializes, humming with ethereal energy. In other words, a cascade of chiming, bell-like spiritual objects appears, radiating light. A powerful, shimmering purple aura erupts with his shwum, signaling his intent to utterly destroy whatever stands in his way. Engaged in the spiritual assault, Master Zhejian is enveloped by dark, swirling energies as his glowing blade cuts through the unseen. With eyes closed in concentration, he declares with unwavering confidence that he can crush them. Observing his display, Jaizong Qion offers a subtle nod of acknowledgement. A deep, resonant drumbeat echoes. The beat continues, a steady, rhythmic pulse. Then, a sharp, metallic scrape cuts through the air. A traditional stringed instrument sings, its notes swirling with a swift, sweeping motion. Suddenly, the raw, distorted wail of an electric guitar rips through the soundscape, accompanied by a sudden, forceful surge. The chaotic clanging of metal follows, as if something heavy has landed with immense force. A heavy mass drops, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. A creature lets out a pained squeal, its struggles punctuated by dull, percussive impacts, while a faint, almost unnoticed chirp sounds nearby. Overwhelmed, he doubles over, gasping for air, as the man in glasses watches him intently. A talisman-like object glows intensely, emitting a burst of smoke and energy as a deep, resonant thrum echoes through the air. The thrumming intensifies as a dark, indistinct mass pulses with raw power, punctuated by a sharp, electronic beep. Amidst the swirling energy, a monstrous hand clangs against an unseen barrier, its struggle accompanied by a final, wet plop. The creature's body then falls heavily, splattering blood across the ground as the chaotic energy dissipates. Standing over the defeated entity, Jaizong Qion looks down at the aftermath, the silence now heavy around him. His face is streaked with blood, and he pants heavily, the exertion of the battle evident in every ragged breath. A sharp ding sound cuts through the air, signaling a sudden shift. The scene changes abruptly to a bustling office, where a digital clock counts down, and the sounds of activity fill the space. An announcement rings out, declaring that the market has opened for the second Tuesday of September. In a high-stakes world where the most powerful players make their moves, a group of suited executives looks down from above, observing the unfolding drama. Their attention is fixed on a digital display, which prominently features the name Ilinbio. A stark red arrow points downward, indicating a devastating loss of 19.17%. One executive, his face etched with disbelief, questions how this could be possible, recalling the stock was up 8% just before the market opened, only to plummet 10.17% since. Another, a bald man, buries his head in his hands, resigned to their ruin. Amidst the panic, a voice cuts through the tension, revealing the cause. The shaman they had hired had lost. Far from the sterile office, a bloodied hand hangs limp, dripping crimson onto an unseen surface. The defeat was at the hands of the shaman of sudden death. A weak, ragged sound escapes the figure, a faint cough echoing the pain. Seated in a sleek, modern interior, a man observes a screen, knowing this is where the true players make their moves. His sharp gaze reflects the sprawling cityscape, a world he intimately understands. Standing before a towering corporate edifice, he poses a question to himself: who am I? The answer comes with chilling clarity. He is a shaman, one who specializes in striking down corporations with death curses. Despite a bloodied face, his resolve is unwavering as he reveals his name. My name is Jaizong Qion. And this, he implies, is the story of how he ascended to the very pinnacle of this unique industry. In a world of towering corporate giants, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the city lights, pondering his purpose. He is a shaman, one who specializes in striking down corporations with death curses. With an intense gaze, he declares, my name is Jaizong Qion. And this is the story of how he rose to the very top of this industry. This is the saga of moneyism, brought to life by story by Narek and art by Young Gi. But before his ascent, he was living with his grandmother in a shanty town. The Chanji Shrine, once a place of spiritual significance, now stands under the shadow of a demolition notice. Inside, a younger Jaizong Qion sorts through his belongings, tugging at his tie with a determined expression. His footsteps rattle through the quiet home. As he passes by old framed photographs, he remembers hearing that his grandmother was once a renowned shaman in the area, a woman who had made quite a fortune from her practice. But her own children, greedy and heartless, took all her money and left her utterly penniless. They simply sat there, indifferent to her fate. And now, she was just a poor old lady, burdened with an incompetent kid like him. Jaizong. Despite her condition, the table was often laden with food. Hunger was a constant companion, and she would demand food, eating until she was full. By the time he reached middle school, dementia had fully set in, leaving her with barely any lucid days. A heavy sigh escapes him, the weight of his reality pressing down. Why do you keep eating? I just gave you food, and you're going to get chubby, he asks, but she simply responds, you eat too much. My stomach. Give me food. I'll come home during lunchtime and get you food, okay? I'll turn on the TV for you, his grandmother promises, her voice a gentle comfort. A quiet beep signals the end of the call, leaving Jaizong Cheon to navigate his school day. A tray of food in hand, as the world around him seems to crumble, with signs of scheduled demolition looming over familiar buildings. The weight of it all presses down, and a glance at his cracked phone reveals the time, 7:38. Oh no, I'm gonna be late, he mutters, a familiar panic rising. He dashes through the narrow alleyways, then through the bustling school hallways, finally arriving at his classroom, utterly exhausted. For if you were to live his life, you'd be just as worn out. He knows it's completely wrong. That wasn't the end of it. His eyes widen, a sudden realization hitting him with a dull thud. That wasn't just about money. Having no money. Or parents. And living in an old shaman's shack of a shrine. All of it guaranteed more trouble to be added to the list. The bitter taste of his reality, like a dark, unappetizing meal, was always present. It was all just a form of bullying. A group of students, one with striking white hair, corners someone unseen, their voices echoing in the hallway. On the floor, a dark, viscous liquid stains the tiles, a grim testament to a recent act of humiliation. As the white-haired student and his companions block the doorway, they call out to Jaizong Cheon, using his cruel nickname, Ghost Eyes. A smirk plays on the white-haired student's lips as he announces, "It's the winter solstice today." In a memory, another student explains the ritual. "So we got you some red bean porridge to keep the ghosts away," he says, the sound of chewing echoing mockingly. Back in the present, Jaizong Cheon is forced to follow the white-haired student and his larger accomplice, their footsteps echoing ominously through the empty hall. The white-haired student then pours the thick, red bean porridge directly onto Jaizong Cheon's outstretched hand. A hand slams down on a desk, the sharp sound of impact cutting through the tense silence. With his hand now covered in the humiliating mess, Jaizong Cheon is coldly ordered. "Who told you to clean it up?" Held down by a light-haired figure, Jaizong Cheon finds himself once again at the mercy of his tormentors. A hand descends, carrying a bowl of red bean porridge. As the bully's voice cuts through the air, taunting him, "Didn't you hear me? I bought it for you, Ghost Eyes. You're not throwing away what I bought for you, are you?" The red bean porridge splatters onto his hand, a sticky, humiliating mess, and the bully continues, "That's it. The most you can do is cry and give us a show." The bully's voice echoes, reminding him, "I spent my money to buy you this porridge, you know." Jaizong Cheon's face, now smeared with the red bean paste, contorts in a silent grimace of pure endurance. The light-haired bully, seeing his victim's stoicism, flinches in irritation. Surrounded by his cronies, he snarls, "You little badar." But Jaizong Cheon, covered in the sticky mess, slowly begins to rise, taking a deliberate step away from his tormentors. A door slams shut, echoing through the empty hallway. Meanwhile, a light-haired student turns to his companion, wondering aloud. Ghost Eyes left without saying anything. "Do you think he's going to go to the homeroom, teacher?" Another dark-haired bully chimes in, dismissing the idea. The incident was good that he didn't get his clothes dirty by accident. He looked so sad. What if he goes crying to the teacher? The light-haired student lets out a derisive laugh, a harsh, mocking sound. He scoffs, confident in his impunity. "PFT, let him try. My dad is a pastor, remember?" The taunts continue, aimed at the departing figure. "Jaizong Cheon, you're such a clown. For a pastor's son, you're quite a bit of a jerk." Huh. Unseen by his tormentors, Jaizong Cheon walks away, his shoulders tense, as if carrying the weight of a narrative that often begins with such cruelty. His foot clenches, a silent testament to the simmering rage beneath his composed exterior. The protagonist of such stories usually starts crying, or tries to deny the reality of things, or simply waits for someone to turn up and save them. A student is roughly shoved against a locker by a group of peers, the impact echoing through the hallway. But that wasn't the case for me. A hand, smeared with blood, wipes across a surface. Because I had a last resort. Jaizong Cheon's eye glows with a fierce red light, his expression filled with cold fury as he declares, "You and your gang crossed the line this time." A hand drops a bag, the contents unseen, with a final, chilling message, "Enjoy your meal." Stepping away from a small Sunday shop, Jaizong Cheon walks with a determined stride, the sounds of his footsteps echoing softly. The day begins at the city library, a quiet hub of activity. There, amidst the rows of computers, he sits, focused on his screen, a soft click echoing in the quiet space. His cursor hovers over community student activities, before clicking to reveal more. A profile appears, displaying the name Jaehyun Kim, his image framed on the digital page. Another click, this time on print, and the information is secured. Later, he makes his way up a flight of stairs, his bag slung over his shoulder. The street outside his home is quiet, save for the creak of a gate and a sign indicating the house is scheduled for demolition. He steps inside, the door clicking shut behind him, where his grandmother sits waiting. She looks up, asking, "Are you here to feed me?" But he calmly replies, "It's not time yet, Grandma." In the dim light of his room, Jaisung Cheon's thoughts drift to the unwelcome intrusions, wondering why people keep entering his house, never offering sustenance, just more faces. He muses, perhaps it wasn't just people, but representatives from the redevelopment committee, though the exact memory remains hazy. A faint creak echoes, and a grim realization crosses his face. They likely assumed his grandmother still resided there. His gaze then falls upon a small, unassuming shrine within his home. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, his grandmother calls out, promising to serve him rice once she finishes her cooking. A subtle grin plays on Jaisung Cheon's lips, as he anticipates some sundae. He stands amidst shelves filled with books and various items, a backpack resting on the floor beside him. The shrine, adorned with a red ribbon and offerings, holds a distinctive, ornate key. With a soft click, his hand reaches out to retrieve the key from its resting place. He lies on his bed, surrounded by the familiar clutter of his room, his gaze drifting upward as he remembers everything, even the distinct scent of his grandmother in this house. To cast a death curse, he knows he will need specific components. First, a target, clearly identified in a photograph. Then, a sacrifice, represented by a basket of dark, shriveled offerings. A rhythm, found in the pulsating beats of a dead metal playlist on his phone. And finally, the shaman's tools, like the traditional rattle he holds. A soft exhale escapes him, the weight of the task settling in. He stands before a wall covered in notes and images, the target's face prominent among them, ready to begin. He begins the grim ritual, his hand carefully holding a shriveled offering, a memory echoing in his mind. Jaehyun's face appears, a past conversation replaying. "You brought this up yourself, Jaehyun." A rhythmic chime emanates from the shamanic rattle in his grip, as a stick swishes through the air with a soft whisper. The ritual's rhythm is underscored by a death metal playlist blaring from a phone, its heavy beat punctuated by another chime. With a precise, cutting motion, the stick slices through the air. Outside, a luxury sedan sits parked, the faint chimes of the ritual audible even from a distance. Inside, a woman takes a drag from her cigarette, urging someone to listen. "I heard some strange sounds mixed into it," she remarks, her gaze fixed on the street. From the back seat of a luxury car, a woman with striking black and white hair muses that the sounds they're hearing certainly resemble a shaman ritual, to which her driver simply nods. Finding it quite peculiar, she recalls the old lady who performed the ritual was completely out of it, and now they're hearing about a death curse. Turning her attention back to the driver, she inquires if he noticed any signs of someone living in the house when he entered earlier. He confirms there was indeed an extra room, and it appeared to be where the old lady's grandson resided. A faint, knowing smirk plays on the woman's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding situation. She then issues a direct command, instructing Cheolgan to investigate this grandson by tonight. Her true interest lies in confirming whether this young man truly is the old lady's grandson. Meanwhile, the young man in question, with messy brown hair and a disheveled appearance, appears to be struggling, perhaps under the influence of the very curse being discussed. In a bustling corporate environment, young professionals gather, their conversations light and easy. Meanwhile, a driver offers to take his passenger back to the office. The vehicle speeding away from the building. Far from the corporate world, Jaisung Cheon presents his grandmother with her lunch. Later, the two sit together on a brick wall, overlooking the city, sharing a quiet moment. Feeling content after the meal, he stretches towards the sky, a sigh of relaxation escaping him as he enjoys a cigarette. But the tranquility is abruptly shattered as a sudden, searing pain grips his head, causing him to cry out. A figure plummets from a great height, a dark silhouette against the sky, as Jaehyun Kim looks up, a quiet question escaping him. Then, a sickening thud echoes through the air. Cheolgan continues his uncontrolled descent, his body flailing, while Jaehyun Kim recoils in shock, a horrified cry erupting from the crowd. "What the heck? Someone just fell." Panic spreads quickly through the onlookers, as desperate shouts for help and cries of despair fill the scene. Amidst the confusion, a voice wonders aloud, questioning the circumstances that led to such a tragic fall. Far from the unfolding chaos, deep within the B1 level of a dimly lit parking garage, expensive cars sit silently under the artificial glow. In one of the vehicles, a woman with long, dark hair and sharp glasses sits intently, her expression unreadable as she holds a small piece of paper. Nearby, a car door opens with a soft clack, revealing Jaisung Cheon seated within. He is indeed the grandson of the old shaman, a young man of 18, his presence a stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. He was abandoned by his parents, left in the care of his grandmother, and has been living with her for over 8 years. Meanwhile, a woman with sharp features and dark glasses asks, "Who did he cast the curse on?" She clarifies, referring to Cheolgan, his classmate. To be specific, it was the curse of the Taebon building. Leaning forward, the woman emphasizes, "This is the most important bit. How's the targets?" A single, distressed eye, belonging to Cheolgan, reflects the gravity of the situation. As her subordinate reports, I heard he fell off the roof this morning and broke both his legs. A subtle grin spreads across the woman's lips, finding the development how intriguing. Her eyes, now glowing with an eerie blue light, betray a deeper, more sinister interest in Cheolgon's fate. With a clear objective in mind, the decision is made to retrieve him, ensuring his talents are not squandered. As if on cue, a heavy door creaks open, revealing what lies beyond. In a memory or a vision of the past, Cheolgon stands tall in a sharp suit, with Jaizong Cheon just behind him, while another man with messy hair looks on, perhaps at the beginning of his own journey. He reflects on the woman who brought him into this world. A woman with long, dark hair asks, her voice carrying a hint of challenge, if one knows Jaizong Cheon. Without waiting for an answer, she continues, declaring him the best shaman she has ever scouted in Yudo. A wisp of smoke curling from her cigarette, she muses that he was the last flower to bloom, a creation of an ancient lineage. A flower now ready to fully blossom. Meanwhile, in a different location, Cheolgon stands over Jaizong Cheon, who sits on a couch, looking up with a bewildered expression. A surprised sound escapes him, his eyes wide with disbelief. He wonders aloud why people would knock on their doors so late, only to stare at him as if he were some kind of specimen. He tries to deflect, suggesting that if they're there to see his grandmother, she tends to have health issues. Back in her own setting, the shaman scout brings a finger to her lips, a thoughtful expression on her face. He sits in the luxurious interior of a vehicle, looking towards the man opposite him, who states they are here to see him. Jaizong Cheon, bewildered, asks what he could have possibly done. His gaze drops, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. A soft thump sounds as the other man, Cheolgon, places a bill into his hand, declaring it to be 10,051. Jaizong Cheon stares at the currency, questioning if it's truly just 10 or 11,001, wondering about the purpose of the $50 equivalent. He then remarks, with a hint of exasperation, that he doesn't have any change. Cheolgon, unperturbed, then asks if he has a 50,001 bill instead, a crisp FWIP, accompanying the question. Another bill is produced with a crisp FWIP, this one equivalent to about $50. Jaizong Cheon, holding the larger denomination, retorts that he doesn't have enough to exchange 1,000,001 for him, before sarcastically suggesting he'll simply deduct the 50 from his next salary. He then wonders aloud if they are simply there to flaunt their wealth to the less fortunate. Still annoyed by the peculiar exchange, he turns to leave, declaring that he'll go inside if they have nothing further to say. Before he can take another step, a hand firmly grasps his arm. The shaman scout, holding out a thick stack of bills, offers him a sum 20 times his daily earnings. All this, she clarifies, for just an hour of his time. Such an exorbitant offer, he quickly realizes, is simply too good to refuse. Sometime later, they find themselves outside a local convenience store, the Hyangdong Mart. Sitting on the ground, Jaizong Cheon appears utterly dejected, while the shaman scout watches him with an unreadable expression. She comments on the surprising absence of a convenience store in the area, prompting him to sarcastically apologize for his crummy neighborhood. Meanwhile, Cheolgon stands alone outside a building, engaged in a phone call. The shaman scout begins, her voice calm and direct, asking why Jaizong Cheon is so concerned about her knowing his personal information, before cutting to the chase. She knows he cast a death curse earlier today. Her words hang in the air, a stark accusation that causes him to flinch, a soft peef escaping his lips. He turns his head away, unable to meet her gaze, remaining silent as the weight of her knowledge settles upon him. The scout continues, her tone unwavering, adding that he also busted that kid's legs. Jaizong Cheon's eyes widen in surprise, his composure cracking as he stammers. Wait, He struggles to form a coherent thought, his voice catching as he asks, do you have any proof of that? Trying to regain some control, he dismisses her claims, suggesting the police wouldn't believe her, before quickly backtracking to explain that he was just performing a ritual, a slight flinch betraying his unease. Slumping down, he grinds his teeth, his frustration evident as he challenges her. How would you know whether it was a death curse or not? His agitation growing, he finally demands, did his parents send you? Jaizong Cheon stands before the shaman scout, who continues to press him, questioning his understanding of the situation. His eyes widen, as he reacts with a jolt of surprise to her words. She reveals her intimate knowledge of his past actions, specifically injuring someone's legs, but clarifies her intentions are not about retribution or hospital bills. Struggling to comprehend her true motives, he nervously flicks his tongue out, his expression a mix of confusion and distress. With a direct poke to his chest, she states her desire for his unique abilities. She reminds him of his singular feat of breaking a death curse, a feat only she knew was even possible. As a vision of a powerful shaman appears, surrounded by a crimson aura, she urges him to imagine the vast possibilities. Raising her hands, which begin to glow with a vibrant red energy, she emphasizes the immense power he could wield once properly equipped. Later, Jaizong Cheon stands with his grandmother, gazing out over the city, deep in thought, contemplating the shaman scout's audacious offer. He dismisses her words with a slight shake of his head, stating firmly that he doesn't engage in such activities. But the shaman scout's gaze intensifies, her hand reaching out as if to grasp his very will, warning him that some boundaries are not meant to be crossed. She offers a wry smile, reminding him she'd paid him a compliment and he shouldn't push his luck, while he, growing weary, simply wants her to get to the point. Settling into a more relaxed posture, the shaman scout clarifies her intentions, assuring him she isn't asking him to kill anyone. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she reveals the true nature of her proposition. Their targets would be corporations. He looks at her, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, questioning if she means actual companies. The shaman scout's patience wears thin, her voice sharp as she reminds him to listen, wondering if he's slow or simply trying to provoke her. She then elaborates, explaining that when a shaman performs a ritual for a company, like the Yunpyong Fresh Market, the company thrives and the shaman receives generous bonuses. And conversely, if a shaman fails, the consequences can be equally brutal, as she gestures towards a gruesome, severed head. As the shaman scout continues her explanation, a dark ritual unfolds, a death curse being cast against the company, promising trouble for them. The consequences are swift and public, broadcast live across news channels. Breaking news reports flash across screens, detailing the collapse of Hagong Construction's site, though thankfully with no confirmed casualties. The financial impact is immediate and severe, with Hagong Construction's stock plummeting over 8%. The scout emphasizes the sheer scale of corporate shamanism, where even a single failure can bring down a massive company, and only real shamans are involved in such high-stakes investment fights. Her words hang heavy in the air, as she and her corporate counterparts listen intently. Meanwhile, a man with short, light hair and sharp features sits at a polished table, casually sliding a document or payment across its surface. He remarks that top shamans are paid anything from tens of millions to even billions of won per job. The screen flashes with figures in the millions and billions of USD, as a machine below rhythmically dispenses stacks of cash. A slight grin plays on her lips, as she explains her true purpose, finding the real shamans. With a soft rustle, she continues her proposition. Looking directly at him, she offers to sell Jaizong Chion's abilities. Flipping open a small book, she assures him of handsome payment. Meanwhile, Jaizong Chion stares intently at his phone, processing the implications of such an offer. His phone buzzes insistently, the sound echoing against the backdrop of a towering building. The question hangs in the air. How does one even curse a corporation? He found himself questioning the morality of it all. And what exactly she meant by selling his abilities. Most would have spent a long time contemplating the weight of her words. But back then, he was so consumed by poverty that the rest of her offer barely registered. His hand clenches, a silent testament to that desperate past. Instead, what truly consumed his thoughts was a single, powerful statement she had made. Shamans, especially the most skilled, could earn tens of millions, even billions of won per job. He knew only a select few reached such heights, but the idea that he too could earn tens of billions. With that kind of money, he could finally put his grandmother in a nursing home and truly care for her. He remembered her tirelessly scrubbing clothes, the sound echoing in his memory. He could leave this town, constantly under threat of demolition. The stark notices of scheduled demolition were a constant, grim reminder. He would never have to worry about money again, never again face the anxiety of a school trip payment deadline. Amidst the casual chatter of his classmates, the looming deadline for the school trip payment weighed heavily on Jaizong's mind. Even as the classroom emptied, the pressure remained, a silent burden he carried alone. He knew it wasn't just about the money. If he had enough, he could flaunt it, proving they were fine without anyone else, a defiant thought he shared with his grandmother as they sat together. A memory surfaced of a comforting embrace, perhaps a moment of solace before he turned his back on something, walking away from a building with a resolute step. But the path was not without its cost, a younger version of him crying out in anguish, fangs bared in a raw display of pain and desperation. The sign for Hyungdong Mart passed by, a mundane landmark in a life that was anything but. A deep sigh of relief escaped him, the weight of past burdens momentarily lifted. His gaze was now sharp, focused, and filled with an unwavering resolve. A woman with long, dark hair observes, "He looks like he's doing the math." Her gaze sharpens as she presses, "Well, what will it be?" A voice replies with quiet resolve, "I'll do it. I need the money." A king crumples under his grip, a silent testament to his desperation, as the woman claps her hands, a faint glow rising around her, declaring, "Splendid." She then adds, turning slightly, "Then let's get going." Jaizong Chion, fidgeting nervously, asks, "Huh? Where are we going?" The woman replies calmly, "We're going to test you, of course." She then challenges him, "You didn't think this high-paying job came without a test, did you?" Inside the car, the shaman scout gives a curt instruction to her driver, Chiogon, to start the vehicle, while Jaizong Chion sits silently in the back. Turning to him, she clarifies, "I'm not asking you to do it for free either. I'll give you 50 times the minimum wage." As she steps out of the car, the shaman scout continues, "That's 3 million won for 6 hours, so come with me." The 3 million won, roughly equivalent to $3,000, makes him internally calculate the minimum wage at 9,000 won. Causing the shaman scout to pause, her expression questioning his silence. He finally speaks, his voice laced with disbelief. "You have to add several zeros to the million. That is 50 times the minimum wage." A flicker of amusement crosses her eye, and a grin spreads across her face as she replies, "You're a funny kid." The city lights twinkle around them, setting the stage for whatever comes next. Under the cover of night, a car speeds along a highway, its destination unknown. Inside, the shaman scout leans forward, her expression serious, demanding to know how he manages to get things done. She warns him to answer her questions carefully, her tone leaving no room for evasion. Her gaze falls upon the crude, almost childish, representations of ritualistic items, a pig, a drum, and a rattle. Jaizong Qion, however, seems unfazed, casually revealing that for the offering, he used Sunday, before letting out a small cough. The shaman scout's eyes widen in disbelief, a single question escaping her lips. "Sunday? Are you serious?" He continues his explanation, stating that for the music, he simply used a death metal playlist from YouTube, and for the tools, he just gathered random old items he thought might work. The shaman scout's thoughts race, wondering if this young man truly used such crude, hairy components, and how they could possibly be effective. She muses that if he had used proper components for any of the three, the outcome would have been vastly different. A pale figure lies motionless on the ground, a chilling reminder that without his intervention, the target would have surely died. A soft sigh escapes Jaizong Qion as he considers the shaman scout's reaction, wondering if he should have lied and claimed a more sophisticated method. What if she now thinks he's a fraud? His thoughts are interrupted by Chiogon, who asks, "Chiogon, can you make a group call with the preparation team?" Jaizong Qion taps his phone, bringing up the call interface. And within moments, everyone is connected. The call timer begins to tick. The shaman scout's voice cuts through the line, announcing their intention to perform a death curse ritual tonight. Both Jaizong Qion and Chiogon exchange surprised glances, their expressions questioning the sudden, grave pronouncement from the offering team. A narration box clarifies that the shaman has never used live offerings for rituals, making her next request even more startling. "So, I want you to bring us a pig's head for tonight." Jaizong Qion arrives at the Malong meat market, his fist striking the metal shutter of a stall with a sharp clunk. The impact causes the shutter to rattle loudly, drawing out a disgruntled vendor who demands to know why he's barging in when the shutters are down. The vendor continues to question his presence, but Jaizong Qion, glancing at his phone, dismisses him, stating that they are very busy today. Then, with an unexpected request, he declares they will take one cow, leaving the vendor gasping in surprise. Soon after, Jaizong Qion emerges, carrying a large, heavy black bag, the sound of its weight echoing with a deep "dadun." A message then appears on his phone, confirming from the shaman scout that the offering is now ready. The vendor, still bewildered, questions the team Jaizong Qion mentioned, while the shaman's unconventional methods, though respecting traditional rituals, lead him to Malong Market to find what he's looking for. Meanwhile, the raw energy of a live band reverberates through a venue, their music a wailing rumble that fills the space. Backstage, a blonde woman takes a long gulp from a bottle, the clinking of ice cubes echoing softly. She then pours more of the liquid into a glass, the ice clinking once more. After a brief moment, she holds out a stack of cash, a clear offer for a private engagement. A band member, looking surprised, asks if she does private gigs, while she simply offers more money, a tempting "eat me" gesture accompanying her words. When he hesitates, mentioning their second set, she counters by throwing in another $1,000,001, the sound of the offer hitting him like a punch. Later, with two male associates by her side, she confirms that the band is all set, then addresses her OL team, emphasizing the high stakes and the need to avoid any village on the way home. Her final instruction is to head to the usual spot and ask for something with history, the command hanging in the air as the night deepens around a building marked museum and cafe. A sleek black car pulls up to a building, its doors swinging open with a soft thud as an operative steps out, a long, metallic case held firmly in his hand. He stands beside the vehicle, joined by another man in a dark suit, both surveying the quiet street. A faint smile plays on the operative's lips as he adjusts his grip on the case, a soft click echoing in the stillness. Inside, two slender, glowing tools rest securely, their ethereal light hinting at their specialized purpose. He considers the implications of their target, knowing that these individuals, recently registered as national troopers, will certainly be missed. Yet, with unwavering confidence, he assures his associate that their organization always keeps its promises, and the targets will be exactly where they need to be, on time. Later, a small device is exchanged, and the operative reports into a comms unit, confirming to his superior, "I've secured the tools, ma'am." With the mission underway, he drives off, the metallic case now resting on the passenger seat beside him. His journey takes him through the sprawling nightscape of Yeokido, a city of towering lights and hidden agendas. High above the city, the imposing structure of Golden Cross Investments pierces the skyline. Deep within its core, a figure is lowered into a hidden chamber, the rhythmic thud of the descent echoing in the confined space. As he touches down, he looks around at the opulent, golden-adorned room, a question forming on his lips about the unexpected grandeur. The woman who brought him here simply states that this ornate setting is his stage for the night. He can only wonder if she truly expects him to cast a deadly curse right now. As she turns and walks away, her heels clicking on the polished floor, The name Jaizong Qion echoes, a clear command in the air. Looking back over her shoulder, she declares that his test starts now. With a subtle gesture of her hand, glowing particles swirl around her, emphasizing the magical nature of the impending task. The final instruction is clear: lay the curse. Have you heard of Unfriend Talk? A pixelated, winking bot named SJ appears on a retro screen. As the narration continues, explaining that in life, you're bound to meet friends, bosses, family, and partners. But what about those you no longer wish to speak with? Now, you can simply add them to Unfriend Talk. The system shows a group of stick figures being led away by the SJ bot, which, as the text reveals, is an AI-powered unfriend bot that will take over the. Imagine a conversation where you can always control the tone and voice, ensuring every interaction is exactly as you desire. Because in time, SJ, your personal AI, will gently guide and end any relationship for you, without the awkwardness. You'll never again have to deal with the burden of unwanted connections. No more feeling drained, emotionally burned out from those meaningless chats that steal your precious time. You won't be burdened by them. You can finally break free from unwanted relationships and reclaim your peace of mind. Introducing SJ, the smart unfriend bot, powered by a realistic algorithm built from analyzing over 100 million conversations. With ironclad protection for your unfriended list, SJ doesn't just unfriend people, it can also find and match random friends tailored just for you, offering a complete social solution. A retro monitor flickers to life, displaying a pixelated robot and posing a question: are you looking to end relationships in the best way possible? The screen promises, Unfriend Talk will unfriend them for you, followed by a soft beep. The advertisement concludes, fading into a standard color bar test pattern. In a sleek corporate office, Jaehyun Kim presents on a tablet, showcasing Golden Cross Investments and the Unfriend Talk application, as a soft beep emanates from the device. Jaizong Qion, seated beside a female colleague, lets out a thoughtful sound, his attention fixed on the large screen before them. He recognizes the advertisement, asking if it's the Unfriend Talk ad popular among teenagers, as he turns his head slightly. His colleague responds, explaining that it's not just for teens, as Jaizong Qion questions why she's showing him this particular advertisement. She elaborates, pointing to a phone screen filled with app icons, that after it gained traction with teenagers, everyone started using it. The app's success is undeniable, now boasting 6.2 million users and recognized as the fastest-growing messenger app today. He stands in a modern office, flanked by Jaehyun and a stern-faced woman in a dark suit, as the conversation about the Unfriend Talk application continues. A pixelated image of a hand appears on a screen, accompanying the declaration that this is the infamous Unfriend Talk. The image zooms in on the pixelated hand, its finger pointing directly forward. Jaehyun, now seated across from Jaizong Qion, remarks with a slight smirk, but you probably don't have friends, so you don't have enemies. He then adds, oh, so I'm sorry for being a loner. Jaizong Qion, looking somewhat annoyed, responds, but I still don't see why you showed me the ad. The woman in the dark suit interjects, her voice firm. I already explained that the moment we stepped in. A thought bubble appears, filled with a chilling sentiment. Curse them. The woman's expression hardens, her dark eyes reflecting a grim resolve. And she reveals her true intention. We're going to do a death curse ritual to tank their stocks. The woman with the long black hair continues, her voice carrying a chilling implication that this entire situation also happens to be a test for him. Meanwhile, an older man in a dark suit, observing Jaizong Qion and Jaehyun Kim, remarks on the choice of target, questioning why they picked SJ Technologies out of all companies to test their rookie. From a distance, the older man's thoughts drift to Jaizong Qion's apparent lack of understanding, his clueless expression speaking volumes about his current predicament. As the conversation continues, a phone screen displays a playlist titled Chill Death Metal, a stark contrast to the serious discussion at hand. Jaizong Qion, Jaehyun Kim, the black-haired woman, and another blonde woman gather around a phone, their attention fixed on its display. The older man reiterates his point, emphasizing that they chose SJ Technologies specifically to test their rookie. The phone screen reveals a stock chart for SJ Technologies, accompanied by a narration box explaining that the stock price had jumped 33% after their user earnings call yesterday, far exceeding expectations. Jaehyun questions if mere stocks can truly halt a trend declared by death, as the shaman scout counters. While the man in glasses asserts that Jaizong will need to prove his worth against Uedo's top shamans, prompting the shaman scout to interject, warning him not to underestimate Jaizong. Meanwhile, Jaizong stands silently, lost in thought, as his grandmother is said to be performing a ritual to drive away the Symbion curse. His grandmother kneels, her hands raised in prayer, surrounded by the soft glow of the ritual. The shaman scout claps her hands sharply, a sound that echoes the growing belief that Jaizong might indeed be the real deal. With another decisive clap, the man in glasses declares that if all is ready, it is time to begin. As the nights in Uedo are short, Jaizong walks away, now clad in traditional attire, ready to face his destiny. A nervous gulp catches in his throat. As Jaizong Qion walks a path steeped in tradition, the weight of his new role settling heavily upon him. He wonders if he's truly meant to lead a corporation. How does one even begin? Meanwhile, a blonde woman questions the sheer scale of the task, asking how anyone could lead a ritual team this big. The man with glasses, alongside the shaman scout, admits he has no clue at all. A woman with striking split black and white hair watches on. As the man with glasses confesses his mind has gone blank, the weight of the situation clearly affecting him. He recalls Jaizung's own words, "Shaman, I'm just your average high schooler," a stark contrast to the grand expectations now placed upon him. A wince crosses his face as he remembers that the only shamanic rituals he'd ever done were for petty revenge. He knows the path ahead is fraught with peril, a single misstep away from ruin. But a flicker of resolve ignites within him, because he simply cannot back down. He stands on the precipice, facing a world where the elite play their dangerous games, a world where he is just one step away from falling back into the abyss of poverty, his daggers glinting with grim determination. With a deep breath, he makes his choice. He will try it out. Perhaps, he muses, as he moves with a new weapon in hand, something unexpected will turn up. The world around him shifts into a blur of motion, feet tapping and leaping with incredible agility. A continuous, powerful jump. Elsewhere, the sharp, rhythmic strumming of an electric guitar fills the air, a blonde woman lost in the music. Her gaze, intense and focused, sweeps across the scene. Jaizung Cheon, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, sits observing a shamanic ritual, acknowledging his complete lack of knowledge regarding such practices. Despite his inexperience, an intuitive sense tells him something is amiss, as he can perceive that the young practitioner performing the ritual, despite their traditional attire and focused movements, isn't truly in sync with the ancient rhythm. He notes the effort, the attempt to appear proficient. But the young shaman simply cannot keep pace with the tempo Jaizung Cheon intuitively perceives. Nearby, the shaman scout, her dark hair framing a sharp face, shrugs dismissively, stating that the quality of the ritual doesn't truly matter as long as they get paid. Jaizung Cheon remains contemplative, the rhythmic thrum of the ritual echoing in his mind, a feeling of unease settling over him as he watches Jaehyun Kim and a blonde woman also observe the proceedings. Turning to Cheolgon and the man with glasses, he questions whether they should adjust the ritual to accommodate the struggling performer. Cheolgon, his face etched with a serious resolve, simply shakes his head, the subtle tremor of the ritual resonating around him. He notices the shaman scout, who asks about the room temperature, wondering if it has just dropped. Meanwhile, the shaman scout and the man with glasses check a tablet, as Cheolgon stands nearby. The tablet displays the indoor temperature at 21 degrees Celsius with good air quality, but the man with glasses confirms it hasn't changed. The shaman scout and the man with glasses exchange glances, a subtle click accompanying the man's adjustment of his glasses. A look of confusion crosses his face, as the shaman scout offers a knowing smile. Suddenly, in a different setting, an older shaman woman delivers a sharp slap across the face of a younger performer. Jaizung Cheon looks on, his face now marked with scratches, a grim determination in his eyes. A sharp, percussive sound echoes as a foot slams down, causing a momentary flinch. Jaizung Cheon recoils, his hand instinctively flying to his face, demanding to know what in the world is happening. The shaman scout looks down, her expression unyielding, reminding him that she asked for a demonstration of his skills, not a silent performance of the ritual. His anger flaring, Jaizung Cheon insists he is performing a death curse ritual, exactly as instructed. The shaman scout's stern gaze remains fixed, her question cutting through his defense. What more does he want from her? Jaizung Cheon's eyes glow with an intense, ethereal light, as he dismisses his own attempt, declaring it no true death curse without any genuine intent to kill. The shaman scout acknowledges his previous, crude death curse against a bully, but notes that even then, there was a clear intent to kill. She continues, stating that despite providing him with much better tools, she can't even sense a quarter of that killing intent now. Jaizung Cheon, his back to the viewer, facing the shadowy target, reminds her that she taught him earlier, and quite obviously, the target she gave him has never done him any harm. He shouts in frustration, "I've never tried to curse anyone, and I've never had a reason to. So how am I supposed to curse something like that?" he demands, but the shaman scout simply states, "You can do it." She instructs him to gather all the negative energy inside him into one single point and release it. He looks around, confused, wondering what kind of negative energy she means. Her voice cuts through, suggesting the resentment he felt against his parents who abandoned him. As she continues, describing the feeling of neglect he had to endure at an age when he should have been cared for. A heavy thud echoes as he collapses, overwhelmed by the memories. She presses on, reminding him of the helplessness he felt whenever he couldn't take care of his grandmother, who happens to be his only remaining family. Collapsed on the grimy kitchen floor, Jaizung Cheon writhes in agony as the shaman scout's words pierce through his mind, forcing him to relive the anxiety born from his past financial struggles. She continues to press him, reminding him of the loneliness he felt when others turned away due to his trauma and background. His mind flashes back to a younger self, isolated in a classroom, enduring the hatred born out of constant bullying and mockery. The memory solidifies, showing him surrounded by tormentors, including a man in glasses who simply watches, further fueling the deep-seated resentment within him. The shaman's voice cuts through the haze, demanding more, saying, "If that's not enough, add the humiliation I just made you feel. As his eyes begin to glow with a fierce red light, she commands him, "Curse your target again, Jaizongcheon." The raw emotion finally breaks through, and he declares, "I feel angry." The shaman scout's voice echoes, reminding him that this chance she's offering is the best he'll ever have in life, a statement he finds himself despising. He hates the way she speaks, as if she knows everything about him, but what truly ignites his fury is the crushing realization that she's probably right. Tears trickle down his face, a raw display of the pain and humiliation he's been forced to confront. His feet shift restlessly, the weight of his past loneliness and humiliation pressing down on him. He hates the loneliness, he hates the humiliation, and with a desperate plea, he finally gives in to the overwhelming anger. As the shaman scout watches him, Jaizongcheon's head hangs low, his body trembling with the force of his emotions. His fist clenches, a surge of dark energy emanating from it. As he declares his grim resolve, he will truly curse them this time. A swirling red aura erupts around him, the raw manifestation of his channeled rage and the death curse taking form. As the death curse takes hold, a bloody, ornate shamanic weapon drips onto the floor, and his eyes, wide with a terrifying intensity, reflect the surge of power within him. Then, with a visceral splat, they narrow, surrounded by a spray of blood as his curse fully manifests. The shaman scout, observing his transformation, instructs him to turn, and he simply nods in acknowledgement, lost in the rhythm of his awakening power. A percussive blang echoes, like a key striking a chord. The sounds intensify, a chaotic symphony of blang 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 and dum-dum, building to a crescendo. Amidst a fresh splatter of blood, he brings down the shamanic weapon with a resounding clang, the force of his curse unleashed. The bloodied weapon rests on the floor, a testament to the violent ritual. The shaman scout watches, a knowing look on her face, as she realizes he has fully embraced the rhythm of his power. His hand, now stained with blood, clenches as the red glow in his eyes intensifies, the shaman scout realizing he's pushing far beyond any expected limits. A tear escapes her eye, as the scout understands he's demanding they keep pace with his terrifying ascent. The shaman's power surges, manifesting as a crimson aura around his weapon, his transformation complete, as the scout watches, transfixed. Now fully enveloped in the death curse's energy, Jaizongcheon stands ready, his weapon radiating a deadly glow. Elsewhere, Chiogon and the man with glasses react with startled expressions, a sudden, unseen event catching them completely off guard. As the ambient temperature skyrockets from his unleashed power, Jaizongcheon sweeps his weapon in a devastating arc, the air crackling with energy. The shaman scout watches, as he continues his relentless assault, the weapon whistling through the air. His eyes burning with an inner fire, Jaizongcheon stands, blood streaking his face, as the hooded shaman scout watches his terrifying transformation. Within him, the dormant power stirs, a flower bud ready to burst forth. The shaman scout's eyes widen in awe and terror, as the bud begins its terrifying bloom. A powerful thrum echoes from his chest, as he prepares to release the torrent of emotions and power within him. With a sudden shwom, a swirling black void erupts from his hand, a manifestation of all the terrible feelings he has suppressed. The power blooms outward with a resonant fwom, taking the form of a dark, ethereal flower. Now clad in flowing red and black robes, he grips a newly manifested, glowing red-bladed weapon, its edge humming with deadly energy. While spring's arrival allows everyone to witness the beauty of blooming flowers, only a select few are ever granted the sight of a true power's awakening. And with that awakening, Jaizongcheon unleashes a devastating attack, leaving a trail of glowing particles and utter destruction in his wake. When one gets to witness that moment, that raw, unbridled surge of power, a memory flashes, a child's voice echoing, "Mama, I'm crying," as his eyes glow with an ominous red light, especially when the flower of power bursts into bloom at the touch of one's fingers. The shaman scout lets out a soft scoff, a faint smirk playing on her lips as she observes the unfolding phenomenon. It is sure to make anyone cry, for that boy, now fully transformed with glowing red eyes and dark robes, radiating immense power, will become the worst shaman the world has ever seen. A concerned expression crosses Chiogon's face as he looks towards someone off-panel, asking softly, "Ma'am, are you crying?" The unnamed shaman scout stands before a vibrant, ornate backdrop, her gaze intense and focused. As a dark, swirling entity manifests before her, prompting a silent thought, "That boy." Suddenly, the scene shifts to Jaizongcheon, his face streaked with blood and grime, looking up through a haze of smoke and embers. A heavy weapon clutched in his hand, as an ominous prophecy echoes. He will become the worst shaman Udo has ever seen. His feet slam down amidst shattered debris and glowing particles. His bloodied face set in grim determination. As he stands alone in the desolate, glowing landscape, blood splatters across Jaizongcheon's face and hair, a sharp intake of breath escaping him as his eyes snap open in a sudden, disorienting blink. His vision blurs, a small, distant figure of himself appearing before a close-up of his own hand, now covered in crimson. He glances down at his hands, clad in the traditional robes of a shaman, the blood stark against the dark fabric. The scene shifts to a dimly lit chamber where a woman with long, dark hair sits centrally, surrounded by other shadowy figures. Her gaze is direct and piercing, a cigarette held casually between her fingers. Behind her, a chaotic ritual unfolds, glowing particles and arcane energies filling the air as other figures move amidst the swirling magic. The vision blurs again, focusing on Jaizong Chion's own face, a strained expression etched upon it. A final image of a blood-soaked surface flashes, the sound of a dull impact echoing. Then, with a final, jarring motion, Jaizong Chion's face appears, eyes closed, as if waking from a deep, disturbing dream. Suddenly, a body collapses with a heavy flop, hitting the ground with a sickening thud amidst a spray of blood. A silent scream escapes a parted mouth, the vision growing more vivid and horrifying. A foot descends, taking a deliberate step. The heel taps the blood-soaked floor, just inches from the fallen figure. From above, a woman with long, dark hair watches the scene unfold, her expression unreadable as she sits calmly. Jaizong Chion's face is battered and bloody, his eyes closed in pain as grime streaks his cheek. His hand, slick with blood, rises with a soft flip, then taps his injured face, a grim realization dawning. Suddenly, a rush of figures, including the man with glasses, charge forward with a flip, converging on him in a chaotic assault. Chiogon issues urgent commands to the shaman scout, instructing her to prepare gauze and hot packs. He continues, demanding she immediately call Hansol University Hospital and book a VIP room. Meanwhile, the traumatic vision of Jaizong Chion's brutalized body persists, revealing Chiogon himself stepping over the fallen figure, while the man with glasses observes the bloody scene, his face impassive, as Chiogon orders his subordinates to send an ambulance right away, but discreetly. He then turns to other subordinates, instructing them that the rest of them should keep monitoring rumors and news updates related to Sanju Tech, and begin cleaning up the shrine now. A gloved hand clicks a button, and a cart laden with medical supplies is quickly rolled into position. The shaman scout swipes her phone, her screen displaying a search for Sanju Tech on Mayor, with multiple taps indicating active investigation. She looks down at the device, her expression focused. Jaizong Chion sits in a car, headphones on, his gaze fixed on a phone, as a thought crosses his mind. Don't be afraid. This is where the first-rates play their game. Meanwhile, the shaman scout, her mission seemingly accomplished, acknowledges, you did very well. Far above the bustling city lights, the night sky casts its glow over Pangeo New Town, Songnam, Gyeonggi-do, where the imposing headquarters of Sunj Technology and Communications stands tall. Inside, a single window reflects the city's distant glow, as a man sits hunched over a computer, lost in thought. His brow is furrowed, a look of concern etched on his face. This man, Changwon Park, stands by the window, gazing out at the vast urban landscape. He is one of the founding members of Sunj Technology and Communications, and the very creator of the Unfriend Talk algorithm, a fact he grittingly acknowledges. Yet, he finds himself deeply troubled, as it's been incredibly difficult to convince important people within the company, regardless of whether the issue pertains to work or Unfriend Talk itself. Sitting before his computer, he can't shake the feeling that he's being subtly pushed away. A chat window on his screen displays a cryptic message, making him wonder if a certain number in a report holds the key to understanding why someone would say, "I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand." A tremor runs through him as he considers the possibility. Could he be registered as someone to unfriend? He shakes his head in disbelief, vehemently denying the notion. He's one of the founders, the very father of Unfriend Talk, having practically raised the company from the ground up. There's simply no way they would unfriend him using the program he himself created. He desperately tries to convince himself. Despite his attempts to deny it, he can feel the chilling truth settling deep in his guts. He finds himself ostracized by the very program he brought into existence, a chilling irony that gnaws at his composure. The screen before him displays the familiar interface of Unfriend Talk, a system he meticulously coded himself. With a click, the system processes a user login, highlighting the name Jennifer as it executes its function. His hand hovers over the mouse, a silent command to halt the process echoing in his mind. A gulp catches in his throat as the stark reality hits him. The program's security, its very core, is designed to unfriend with ruthless efficiency. To tamper with it now would be to sever his own lifeline, a desperate act with dire consequences for his career. Despite being its creator, he possesses no authority to edit the lists, a powerlessness that washes over him, leaving him to wonder what comes next. The thought of being unfriended by his own colleagues, and the impossibility of facing them tomorrow, feels like a heavy, creaking door slowly closing on his future. A profound sense of dread settles over him, a looming, distorted shadow of his own making. From the swirling darkness, a spectral hand begins to materialize, extending into a long, skeletal arm that reaches down from an unseen height. With a sudden, forceful shove, it impacts something just out of sight. What could have given the timid man a nudge, tipping him over the edge? The spectral hand retracts, as the system identifies the entity as the Demon Lord, Giant Lady. Changwon Park stares, his face etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief, as the dark tendrils seem to swirl ominously behind him. A soft chime sounds, pulling him from his thoughts, and he reacts with a questioning, "Huh?" A stark warning message flashes on a screen before him, asking for confirmation to open the user log. The unsettling warning is reflected in his glasses, the words FWIP, indicating a sudden, unsettling realization. A sharp, metallic click echoes through the silence, before the gentle chirping of birds outside the Gangnam Medical Center begins to fill the air. Inside, Jae-sung Cheon lies in a hospital bed, and 4 drip connected to his arm, his eyes closed in a restless sleep. Meanwhile, a woman with a striking white streak in her hair sits composedly on a plush couch, her fingers tapping rhythmically on a tablet, a subtle sign of impatience. Her phone, lying nearby, begins to vibrate with an insistent buzz, the screen lighting up with an incoming call. In a lavish bedroom, a muscular man in a leopard print robe answers his own call, stifling a yawn as an unseen assistant urges him not to get up. This is Justin Lee, CEO of Gangnam Investments, and his manager is already on the line, apologizing for the early hour. But Justin Lee dismisses her concern, stating that money waits for no one, prompting his manager to question if he means there's too much money to wait. Still on the phone, he muses about the nature of their business, acknowledging that money is the ultimate goal. His manager's words prompt a question from him, wondering what urgent matter she's calling about. She calmly delivers her instructions, directing him to sell Sonu Tech stock as soon as the market opens, specifically mentioning a short-selling strategy. He repeats the company name, a stock chart visible on his phone, processing the implications of her command. A hint of caution enters his voice, as he asks if she's absolutely certain about this risky move. He trusts her judgment, knowing she wouldn't disturb him so early without absolute certainty. His manager, now holding her phone, is asked about the available funds, specifically how much cash she can immediately access. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a hospital room where Jae-sung Cheon lies recuperating in bed, as the manager stands nearby, a sharp halt echoing the abrupt change in focus. Still on the call, she confirms the substantial amount, stating that roughly 8 billion won, or about $8 million, is available. Still on the phone, the CEO of Gangnam Investments, Justin Lee, dismisses the initial offer, finding it far too insignificant for his ambitions. He clarifies the stakes, demanding a staggering 2 billion won, then questions the request to double the amount to 8 billion won, a sum that even he acknowledges as substantial. He reminds his caller that he doesn't even possess that much yet, and reiterates his commitment to the 2 billion won already agreed upon for the Sonu Tech stock. As a condition for the deal, he demands a 10% commission, a significant increase from his usual 7.5%. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of surprise and concern as he hears about a freezing demon, shaman seeking revenge, and the unfortunate fate of another shaman who lost her eyesight. A slow grin spreads across his face as he considers the alternative. Perhaps this shaman has found the promising talent she's been searching for. With a satisfied nod, he concludes the call, declaring the deal sealed and immediately preparing to build his position. Just then, his manager appears, interrupting his thoughts with an additional matter, prompting him to inquire about the new development. She stands beside Jae-sung Cheon, who lies unconscious in a hospital bed, and remarks on the situation, noting that a certain shaman on the other end of the line doesn't even allow her shamanic focus to be on them when she's present. Justin Lee stirs awake in his luxurious bed, the rustling of sheets and a soft, blank sound filling the quiet morning. "All of you out," he mutters, his thoughts already on the day's conquests. "I've got money to make." Meanwhile, the manager stands by a window, her gaze distant as she observes the city below. A quiet declaration escapes her lips. A new day rises. Elsewhere, Jae-sung Cheon stirs in a hospital bed, the rustling of sheets accompanying his dawning confusion. "Where am I?" he wonders, a fragmented memory surfacing. "I was doing a ritual, that much, I remember." He jolts awake in a hospital bed, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as confusion clouds his mind. His head throbs, bandaged, and a single question forms in his mind, a silent query echoing in the sterile room. Meanwhile, the woman who brought him here stretches languidly, her movements unhurried and graceful. Her bare feet pad softly across the floor, a stark contrast to the chaos in his head. She settles beside him on the bed, casually checking her phone, her demeanor completely at ease. "You're in a hospital," she explains calmly, "and I didn't take you anywhere weird, so relax." But his mind fixates on a more immediate concern. "Then why am I all undressed?" She simply shrugs. "Because the VIP room comes with an exclusive bathtub and a spa. Duh. I paid good money for it, so why not enjoy all the perks?" As she rises and walks away, he protests. "That still doesn't answer my question. Please put something on." Ignoring his pleas, she glances at her phone again, her focus elsewhere as she asks, "More importantly, do you know what time it is?" Still disoriented, he admits, "I don't know. What time is it?" "It's 9 a.m., she replies. "That's when the stock market opens." The clock on the wall ticks past 11, its hands frozen at 12 minutes past the hour. As a hand reaches out to click a remote, the shaman scout declaring, "Time for your fate to change." Jae-sung Cheon watches from his hospital bed as the television flickers to life, displaying a business news channel. the screen highlighting a significant rise for SWNJ Tech. Still, the clock remains fixed at 11:12, the moment stretching on, as if time itself is holding its breath. He thinks to himself that she had promised his fate would change, but that moment didn't arrive as quickly as her words had suggested. Nearby, the shaman scout exhales a plume of smoke, her expression unreadable. But what came instead of the promised change was a bitter silence. Meanwhile, the stock market displayed an unexpected surge, with SWNJ Technology and Communications showing a significant 7.4% increase. Back in the hospital room, the shaman scout, noticing his distress, inquires if something is wrong. He reflects on the company they had cursed, remembering how its stock price was supposed to fall, but instead, it's inexplicably rising. A door rattles open somewhere else, signaling a new development. In a corporate office, Changwon Park sternly demands an explanation, as the board of directors is asking for answers. Back with the shaman scout, Jaizong Cheon reveals that he's being held personally responsible, and if the operation results in a loss, they'll face dire consequences. Suddenly, his eye glows with an intense light, as he realizes the death curse definitely worked. Meanwhile, Ms. Yom, Justin Lee's manager, is told that everyone felt the impact, and she must instruct the board members to sit tight and wait. Ms. Yom, Justin Lee's manager, speaks with unwavering confidence, asserting that if the current market momentum continues through the end of the week, the company's losses will be substantial. Yet she boasts of her impressive 80% win rate, predicting the stock will inevitably plummet before the market closes, a stark contrast to the grim forecast. She instructs her subordinates not to panic, promising to use her personal assets to cover any potential losses, a testament to her absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Jaizong Cheon, watching the unfolding events, feels a suffocating pressure, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He reflects on having followed instructions precisely, hoping he won't be held responsible for anything that goes wrong, his hands clenching in anxiety. A deep confusion settles over him as he wonders why Ms. Yom could be so confident, her certainty baffling him. Observing from a distance, the unnamed shaman scout registers a flicker of doubt, her expression thoughtful. Quickly followed by a surge of conviction, her gaze sharpening. The silent clash of these two opposing feelings only deepens the bitter silence surrounding the unfolding events, leaving the true outcome uncertain. The stock chart, once showing a steady upward trend, suddenly shifts. But the confident pronouncements of its stability would prove false, for not long after, the market begins to turn. A single red candle plunges downward, a quiet tick marking the start of a rapid descent. Another tick, another drop, the blue bar shrinking with each passing moment. The descent accelerates, the market's value eroding with alarming speed. Finally, with a shattering impact, the blue bar collapses, its structure breaking apart as it plummets. A deep, resonant barroom echoes as the stock continues its catastrophic dive. Jaizong Cheon's eye widens in disbelief, a silent question mark hanging in the air as he witnesses the market's collapse. The blue bar plunges further, a final, decisive BAP, marking the bottom of the crash. He stares at the screen, a question escaping his lips as the full weight of the situation begins to settle in. A sudden chill runs through him, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. The shiver intensifies, a physical manifestation of the profound impact of his curse. The financial world reels from Unfriend Talk's historic stock crash, as Sanji Technology and Communication begins a precipitous drop, triggered by insiders offloading their shares. The digital display flashes a stark warning. Sanji Tech is down 11.7%. In a bustling office, traders stare in disbelief at the plummeting Kospi index, their faces etched with concern, while Jaizong Cheon observes the unfolding disaster. Among the frantic crowd, Changwon Park turns to a colleague, demanding to know what happened. Utterly bewildered by the sudden reversal after the stock had been up 7%, questioning why insiders would sell after a record earnings announcement. Then, a new piece of information arrives as Changwon Park stares at his phone, a grim expression spreading across his face. The news is devastating. A manager from Unfriend Talk is rumored to have leaked the infamous Unfriend list, and the story is rapidly going viral across social media. The financial world erupts in a frantic rush, screens flashing with plummeting stock prices as a group of office workers watch in disbelief. Meanwhile, a smartphone screen flickers, displaying corrupted data, before settling on a search bar that ominously asks, "Who unfriended us?" The news quickly spreads, with headlines announcing a new website promising to reveal who has unfriended its users, turning social connections into public spectacle. A man watches the unfolding chaos on his own phone, his expression grim. From above, he appears to be making a decisive action, a soft click echoing as he interacts with the device. It is revealed that Changwon Park, the original developer of Unfriend Talk, had buried his own creation with his own hands, fleeing overseas that very day. His finger taps the power button, shutting down the device. With his phone now off, Park walks away, pulling his luggage behind him, leaving the chaos he created behind. The market's collapse was, in truth, the calculated revenge of a programmer, betrayed by those he trusted most, through the very program into which he had poured his heart and soul. This act of vengeance culminated in his departure, as he slipped away through international flights. What followed was swift and devastating. A massive exodus of users began, each one frantically attempting to erase their digital footprint. Users started to delete their accounts, one after another, desperate in the hope that this action would also erase their usage records from the system. The impact was immediate and quantifiable, with the unfriend talk user count plummeting from 6.2 million to a mere 5.3 million. As the crisis unfolded, the public watched intently, their clicks echoing the widespread panic. In the wake of the unfriend talk disaster, SNJ Tech CEO was forced to hold an emergency press conference, broadcast live on AAC News. Users had lost all trust in the unfriend talk application, a tool once designed for handling sensitive human relationships. And by Thursday, SNJ Tech stock had plummeted by over 21%, marking 3 consecutive trading days of devastating decline. As the numbers flashed across the massive market display, Jaisung Cheon watched, his expression grim, the stock now utterly worthless. Later, in the quiet of his room, he scrolled through his phone, a soft sigh escaping him as he processed the news. A breaking news report confirmed the disaster. SNJ Tech's fallout had triggered a broader messenger sector crash. He muttered to himself, wondering if this was the result of his own actions, a thought that lingered as he stared at the screen. Meanwhile, Justin Lee's manager, Ms. Yom, observed the unfolding chaos, her expression suggesting that the programmer certainly couldn't have asked for a better setup for his ritual. Back in his room, Jaisung Cheon still couldn't believe that a single death curse had crushed an entire company. He realized the impact went far beyond what he had initially imagined, his eyes widening in dawning comprehension. The collapse of unfriend talk had triggered a broader AI messenger sector crash, a devastating ripple effect that left one observer to declare that he had wiped out an entire sector. Another, watching the news unfold, added that the perpetrator wasn't just a talented kid, but a beast, a monster, a devil. Jaisung Cheon, surrounded by the chaotic aftermath of his work, could only stare back at the accusations, wondering why they were looking at him like that, even as the voices continued, labeling him a money-making monster, the one of their dreams. From above, Ms. Yom's voice cut through the noise, acknowledging his success with a simple, "You passed, kid." She quickly added, however, that she hadn't even said he passed with flying colors. A sigh of relief escaped him, the weight of the moment momentarily lifting. Ms. Yom continued, her voice carrying across the messy room, adding, "And one more thing." She sternly advised him to stop using phrases like, excuse me, I'm sorry, or kid, if he wanted to make progress as an adult. Overwhelmed but compliant, he could only manage a meek, "Oh, okay." Just as a great painter. The towering Golden Cross Investments building stands as a monument to financial power. Inside, he stares wide-eyed at a screen, a gasp escaping his lips as the sheer scale of his success becomes apparent. His rewards had begun to pour in the moment the unfriend talk job concluded. And a soft click echoes as a tall, suited man opens a door, ushering him and the shaman scout into a new domain. These were not just any rewards, but riches beyond his wildest dreams, as he takes in the opulent surroundings. They were the kind of rewards that could only be managed by someone like Justin Lee's manager, who sits calmly, reviewing data on a tablet. As he enters the lavish office, the shaman scout, trailing behind him, can't help but feel a pang of envy, while he himself lets out a surprised sound. With a soft step, he approaches the desk, and the manager looks up, her voice clear and direct. "Say hello. This is your employer." She gestures towards him, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, confirming his new reality. A man with blonde hair, sunglasses perched on his head, holds a phone to his ear, confirming the identity of his new associate. He then turns to the dark-haired young man beside him, stating, "He is the one. Why else would I bring someone to your office?" The blonde man continues, a hint of amusement in his tone. "I thought he was some kind of runaway or something," as the other man simply nods in agreement. A business card slides across a polished table, revealing the name, Justin Lee, CEO Golden Cross Investments. The man behind the card offers a polite greeting, "Nice to meet you." Justin Lee then gestures expansively, expressing his genuine admiration for the recent work. He extends a hand to Jaisung Cheon, shaking it firmly and declaring, "It's an honor to be working with you." Turning to the shaman scout, Justin Lee dismisses the need for formalities, remarking, "You don't have to engage in business talk with him. This little brat doesn't know any sort of formal stuff." With a final, decisive clap, Justin Lee concludes the introduction, his confidence radiating. The manager hands Jaisung a heavy briefcase, its latches clicking open with a sharp sound. The weight of it makes him stumble, the case thudding to the floor. Justin Lee watches from behind his expansive desk as Jaisung stares down at the contents. Inside, stacks of crisp banknotes reveal a staggering sum, 500 million won. A slight smile plays on Justin Lee's lips as he clarifies, or should I say one to be precise, noting the equivalent of about 140,000 US dollars. Jaisung's eyes widen in disbelief, his mind racing as he processes the incredible amount, wondering, but why me? Justin Lee simply states, "Because it's yours." Still reeling, Jaisung questions, "What? What about the 3 million US dollars?" The manager calmly reminds him, "You already received the fee for the ritual. It's in your account." She then clarifies, "That was for the hourly wage. This is your commission." He sits in the luxurious vehicle, listening as the woman beside him explains the terms of his new employment, implying this is the realm where true power players operate. 500 million? The sheer number echoes in his mind, a ghostly image of himself reeling from the shock. All this is his money? He can barely comprehend it. A playful smirk crosses her lips, offering to take it if he doesn't want it. But the thought is instantly dismissed as he clutches a briefcase overflowing with cash, a wild, disbelieving grin spreading across his face. It's just that, she begins. While in a separate, opulent setting, Justin Lee muses on the staggering sum, admitting he'd never possessed even a fraction of such wealth himself. Back with Jaisung Cheon, his phone screen confirms the transfer, a dizzying amount now his. He reflects on how many times he had felt embarrassed, never having even 1% of this kind of money before. Changwon Park presents a document to Justin Lee's manager, Ms. Yom, who stands before his desk, explaining that this is where the first-rates play their game. Meanwhile, Jaisung Cheon, holding a phone and a small knife, reflects on the situation, realizing he needed a woman to take on this task. He then turns to Ms. Yom, asking if her company would plant a mole for him, a question that elicits a knowing smirk from her. Jaisung Cheon's expression shifts to one of surprise, as if taken aback by her reaction. Back in the office, Ms. Yom reminds him that he signed the contract, making him their partner, and advises him not to jump ship or entertain other offers, lest they come for him. In response, Jaisung Cheon bows deeply, acknowledging her words with a respectful gesture. Moments later, the two step out of the building, the heavy door clicking shut behind them. As he walks alongside the shaman scout, Jaisung Cheon reflects on his recent decisions, knowing the first step he's about to take, but still uncertain about the path ahead. Turning to her, he prompts, "Well, what is it?" Later, in a quiet cafe, Jaisung Cheon sits across from an elderly woman, a gentle smile on his face, as he gestures towards a glossy brochure for the Emerald Nursing Home. Explaining with enthusiasm, "Look at this, Grandma. It's a super expensive and super nice nursing home. They say they'll wash you, feed you, and even treat your dementia once you're there." He leans forward, his voice softening. "Doesn't that sound nice?" The elderly woman looks at him, her expression tinged with a quiet sadness, asking, "If I go there, will they still let you come and visit me once a day?" Jaisung Cheon's confident demeanor falters, a surprised sound escaping him as he processes her words, realizing her true concern. He quickly reassures her, "It's not too far from home, so I can visit you every day too." A soft, almost imperceptible sigh of relief escapes her lips, her hand gently resting on the table. Jaisung Cheon's hand gently clasps his grandmother's, a silent promise of support. He looks at her with a gentle expression, assuring her that she deserves to rest in a nice place like the one he's arranged. Meanwhile, Ms. Yom observes the scene, finding it a bit soury, but noting that at least he'll be a good grandson, unlike the other younger one. Later, Ms. Yom sits alone, arms crossed, deep in thought, her expression unreadable. As Jaisung Cheon is also seen in contemplation, while she hopes he'll go far and won't wither too soon. An unexpected feeling washes over her, a strange sense of attachment to him. A heavy, resonant sound echoes, leading to a lavish VIP sign, and a bottle of expensive wine, waiting to be poured. In a lavish, dimly lit room, a hand swirls a glass of deep red wine, the liquid catching the ambient light. Justin Lee, draped in a luxurious robe, holds the glass, his gaze distant as he considers the latest news. Osfong Finance's first seat shaman, Ishin Master Tiha Lee. A dark-suited figure, Tiha Lee, extends a hand, a subtle clack of power echoing as a lighter-haired individual recoils from his influence, a clear demonstration of the shaman's formidable abilities. Justin Lee's eyes narrow slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muses, "Oh, so, only that was a shaman's work." His thoughts continue, acknowledging the unexpected nature of the talent, and it was someone new in the industry too. A subtle smile plays on his lips, his interest piqued by the development. This should be interesting. The next morning, he moved his grandmother into the nursing home. At the Emerald Nursing Home in town, a staff member informed him that the 2-year plan would cost 70 million won, a sum equivalent to approximately $50,000. She then asked if he would prefer to transfer the amount or use a card. With a heavy thud, Jaisung Cheon produced a bag filled with cash. Stacks of bills flapped onto the counter. Later, seated with Justin Lee's manager, he was informed that his budget was 50 million won, to which he instructed her to convert the remaining amount into USD for his grandmother's use. He also requested that she sign his grandmother up for all available paid demonstration programs and handle everything else. He stands before the nursing home, a place he has secured for his grandmother for 2 years, knowing this is where the truly powerful operate. Even after such a massive payment, he still had 440 million won left, a sum that felt utterly unreal. Later, in the quiet confines of a car, Justin Lee's manager takes a slow drag from her cigarette, her gaze sharp and assessing. She turns to him, a question hanging in the air. "So, did you think about what you're going to do with the rest of the money?" she inquires, her tone even. He replies, his voice firm, that it isn't pleasant living in a neighborhood where eviction could come any day. He considers his options, wondering if he should simply deposit his money into the bank, but the manager quickly interjects, questioning his choice. A gulp escapes him as she explains, that she'll have to teach him how to properly spend money so he doesn't waste it. He looks at her, asking if there's a specific way to spend money. Her gaze is sharp and unwavering, her expression conveying a clear message of authority. Soon, their car speeds through the city streets, taking them to an undisclosed location. They arrive at a sleek, modern building, its glass facade reflecting the urban landscape. The towering structure gleams under the sunlight, a beacon of corporate power. Inside, they ascend a flight of stairs, the manager leading the way with purpose. Finally, he makes a decision, instructing her to proceed with the deposit, leaving her to ponder his unexpected compliance. He sits in the plush interior of a private vehicle, his gaze fixed on his phone, as the manager leans in, reminding him that this is where the truly powerful operate, and that his current thinking is far too limited. She continues, explaining that this new place is meant for relaxation after work, warning him that any money he makes here will only serve his capitalist master, a clear attempt to dissuade him from making a deposit. Despite her words, he makes his decision, his voice firm as he declares, "Okay, then I'll take it." Moments later, they walk through the sleek, modern lobby of a corporate building, past various displays and other employees, the manager observing his reactions. They continue deeper into the building, passing more high-end office furniture and appliances, the manager still keeping a close eye on him. Suddenly, the scene shifts dramatically to a narrow, traditional alleyway in Insadong, a stark contrast to the modern corporate world they just left. Inside a traditional building, they sit at a low table, and the manager explains, "You can't borrow ritual tools unless you do a job." She gestures to a tablet, clarifying that while one can swipe at the table to borrow tools for special occasions, a comprehensive financial summary will be required. He reaches for the tablet, the soft rattle and clack of the device echoing in the quiet room, ready to proceed with this unusual transaction. He casts a quick glance around the traditional interior, taking in the details of the room where he and the shaman scout now sit. Meanwhile, an elderly man with glasses, dressed in traditional attire, speaks into a phone, remarking, "Humph, you're here to buy one, aren't you? One nobody else has seen yet." The shaman scout responds, "You're still sharp, old man." You recognize the shaman scout right away. The old man then asks, "What's the budget?" The shaman scout states the price, 100 million, which is approximately 100,000 US dollars, causing Jaizong Qion to gasp in surprise. Both he and the shaman scout stare in disbelief, exclaiming, "Huh? What?" The old man, holding up a hand, advises them, "You'll use it for years, so invest in it. Hold on." With a distinct clack, the old man opens a wooden cabinet. He then pulls something out with a swift whip sound. A sharp, metallic clack echoes through the quiet room. As the old man reveals a cluster of small, golden bells, intricately tied together with red cord. The shaman scout carefully takes the ritual tool into her hands, her gaze fixed on the shimmering objects. Jaizong Qion's eyes widen in disbelief, the golden bells reflecting in their depths. He thinks to himself, "My first ritual tool." The shaman scout warns him, her voice low, "Don't let it consume you." Later, standing outside the traditional building, Jaizong Qion asks the shaman scout, "How much do you have left?" She opens a briefcase, revealing a stack of cash, and replies, "About this much. I think that should be enough." But Jaizong Qion's expression turns thoughtful, considering, "Wait a minute, is there more to this than we might need to save it for later." The shaman scout warns, "You can't make big money just by investing. You have to invest in people." Jaizong Qion asks, "So what else should I be doing, huh?" His sharp gaze emphasizes, "In people." He continues, "Most importantly, you'll need an assistant shaman. Such an assistant can help set up rituals, and even if his luck falters on deeper levels, they can clear the path for him. And here's the most important part. During a ritual, they can act as his backup. This is Ryhyun Yu, the shaman of misfortune, a 28-year-old woman. Though she may not appear to be much, the shaman scout considers herself the very foundation of the Gangnam shaman's power. She is, after all, the top disciple of the Gangnam shaman himself, widely regarded as the greatest shaman in all of Korea. But then, she wonders, how could someone like him, with no pedigree or even a patron god, achieve such things? Jaizong Qion, now dressed in a casual hoodie, holds his smartphone, seemingly unfazed by her internal musings, his attention fixed on the device. Turning to him, the shaman scout expresses her frustration, asking why he would inquire about someone who hasn't been seen for a week, especially when the Gangnam shaman himself has been growing weaker. As the screen displays the profile of Ryhyun Yu, the shaman of misfortune, the shaman scout sighs, declaring that while she doesn't mind a non-disclosure agreement, this request is simply going too far. She points an accusing finger at Jaizong Qion, her voice rising in exasperation. However, a moment later, she shifts tactics, offering a signing bonus of 50 million won in cash, along with an annual salary of at least 200 million won, and even a little extra income when needed. She emphasizes the prestige of the location, in Gangnam, no less, as she gently pokes his arm to drive the point home. He finishes zipping up his jacket, while the shaman scout taps a manicured finger against a table laden with gleaming gold bars. She reminds him that he isn't just some random hunter, and that this opportunity would give him a significant advantage on his resume if he truly aims for the top. With a slight gulp, She declares he'd be a sidekick to the worst shaman Yudo has ever seen. She then challenges him, asking if he likes that particular title. A wide, almost unsettling smile spreads across her face as she sarcastically proclaims her happiness to be working with him. As they walk away from the building, she informs him that next, he'll need a fixer. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man with green hair and glasses answers his phone, hearing that his old boss wants to meet him. The phone screen displays the profile of Daeho Choi, an in-lieutenant of the Soul Dragon Gang, as a voice expresses concern that the ESG won't approve of a fixer and bodyguard for a teenager. As the conversation continues, the financial implications of Daeho Choi's potential role are laid bare, with an annual salary of 80 million won after tax, roughly equivalent to $80,000, being discussed. In a different time or place, Jae-sung Cheon finds himself hoisted onto the shoulders of another, Daeho Choi observing nearby, as the final requirement for some grand endeavor is revealed. Lastly, you'll need musicians. The scene shifts to a whimsical mascot standing outside a building, a silent prelude to the vibrant energy of a live performance. On a brightly lit stage, a band performs with passionate intensity, their music filling the air as the word falling is emblazoned on a drum. Later, Jae-sung Cheon pores over a document, the words dream job prominently displayed, hinting at a significant opportunity. Rae-hyun-yu, seated opposite him, offers a cryptic observation, admitting she knows nothing about rituals, yet acknowledging that Jae-sung Cheon possesses a unique soul. The weight of her words, or perhaps the implications of his own soul, causes a profound reaction in Jae-sung Cheon, a dark aura briefly flaring around him as he confesses, "It gave me the chills." He receives a stack of bills, as an unseen voice expresses concern, acknowledging the money helps, but prioritizing his well-being as their boss. Elsewhere, a blonde woman, surrounded by musical equipment, declares this moment to be the inspiration needed for their muse. As he seals a deal with a firm handshake, the other party expressing their reliance on him. A car door clicks shut with a definitive sound. Inside, Jae-sung Cheon sits beside the unnamed shaman scout, confirming that everything is now prepared. The negotiation continues, with the unseen party admitting others might find the terms too low for someone of his standing, yet they feel it's appropriate, concluding the exchange with a grateful handshake. Jae-sung Cheon raises a finger to his lips, commanding silence. The shaman scout, taking a drag from her cigarette, explains her company's full support, revealing her commission comes from every successful death curse ritual he performs. A slight smirk plays on Jae-sung Cheon's face as he dismisses the need for constant gratitude, stating it's purely business. Still preoccupied with mundane tasks, Jae-sung Cheon muses about packing his things and cleaning up. Arriving at a location, he rushes out of his car, only to be met with a horrifying sight, a desperate thought escaping him. No, this can't be happening. As he stands amidst the growing chaos, another figure, cloaked in a hoodie, watches the unfolding disaster. The air crackles with intense heat, and the roar of flames, thick smoke billowing upwards. Firefighters are already on the scene, their figures dwarfed by the inferno raging before them. Jae-sung Cheon watches from the back of a speeding car as a familiar street rushes past, his mind reeling at the sight of the devastation. He steps out, his companions behind him, all eyes fixed on the inferno before them, a chilling realization dawning on him. This can't be happening. Flames crackle and devour everything in their path, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the night sky. Firefighters battle the blaze, their efforts dwarfed by the sheer scale of the destruction as the building collapses in on itself. Amidst the chaos, a chilling message is scrawled on a surviving wall. The words "Ghost eyes a taunt" in the flickering light. Debris litters the ground, a testament to the violence that has unfolded. His jaw tightens, and his hand clenches into a furious fist, the anger building within him. Turning to face the man responsible, Jae-sung Cheon's voice is laced with accusation, declaring that Jae-hyun Kim is the one who did it, the king of bullies. Amidst the burning wreckage, he laments the loss of his possessions and the countless memories shared with his grandmother, all consumed by the merciless flames. He stands before the shaman scout, a quiet challenge in her words, urging him to dance with the sword again. She reminds him of his recent efforts, acknowledging that he has built a team today. Elsewhere, Rae-hyun-yu observes her surroundings, a subtle intensity in her gaze. Daeho Choi stands with his own assembled group, assuring someone that they now have people on their side. Back with the shaman scout, she reiterates her challenge, suggesting another sword dance. A firefighter delivers the grim news, explaining that the old building was completely consumed by flames before they could extinguish it. Jae-sung Cheon stands amidst the smoldering ruins of his home, the dripping water echoing the firefighter's observation that the fire's spread was unusually contained. The firefighter offers a sympathetic pat on his shoulder, apologizing for the loss. With a final glance at the wreckage, Jae-sung Cheon turns and walks away, the sound of a vehicle fading into the distance. Clenching his fists, Jae-sung Cheon recalls the taunts, the dismissive words that branded him a baby boy, a powerless loser. The memory of a dirty hand, marked with the number 1846, flashes through his mind, and his resolve hardens. He won't take this anymore. A fierce determination settles on his face as he acknowledges his own strength, knowing he is no longer a powerless loser, and they can no longer toy with him or torment him. Meanwhile, a car screeches to a halt nearby, and Rahyun steps out with two associates, surveying the scene. She sighs, a thought escaping her lips about her disrupted plans, wishing she were working a stable, full-time job with insurance, but acknowledging that fate had other ideas. As they look down at the remnants of the fire, Rahyun wrinkles her nose at the acrid scent, complaining about the burnt smell and questioning if they truly need to perform a ritual here, fearing it will ruin her clothes. With a pragmatic air, she declares she will handle the explanations, since her boss is currently in a terrible state. The charred remains of a ritual site scar the earth, a desolate testament to recent destruction. Amidst the debris, Jae-sung Cheon lies unconscious, a hand reaching out to him in the aftermath. Elsewhere, Jae-hyun Kim observes a miniature structure, a faint smile playing on his lips. He stands among his associates, with Rahyun-yu's expression remaining unreadable. Back at the devastated building, Jae-sung Cheon stands, his gaze fixed on the ground, as Dae-ho Choi walks away from him. The green-haired man's voice echoes, offering a grim choice. If Jae-sung Cheon lacks confidence, he can perform a death curse ritual himself, or simply leave. Dae-ho Choi then claps him on the shoulder, declaring his own creed. He will do anything for money. Meanwhile, Ms. Yeom reacts with shock, questioning the audacity of setting a building on fire after a curse ritual, only for Jae-sung Cheon to join the perpetrator, as the shaman scout confirms the bizarre turn of events. This prompts Rahyun to declare they will play the most brutal game they've got. Amidst the falling debris and a desolate landscape, he stands alone, his gaze fixed downward in a moment of quiet despair. Meanwhile, from a sterile observation room, she, along with Jae-hyun Kim and Dae-ho Choi, watches the unfolding chaos with an unsettling calm. A hand clutches a photo of Jae-hyun Kim, as a chilling thought echoes, he was sealed behind. Back at the ritual site, Jae-sung Cheon raises his hand, glowing particles swirling around him as he initiates a powerful, forbidden rite. Ancient, ominous text scrolls into view, its words invoking a terrifying decree. Death lives and dies, the new one comes to rise. Be silent, speak no more. O Gomeljil, Stormhill, begin the rite of death. With a violent rip, a shadowy, monstrous entity begins to tear through reality, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness as it emerges. Jae-sung Cheon looks up, witnessing the catastrophic destruction and collapsing buildings around him, the direct consequence of his actions. The massive, dark entity fully manifests, its form solidified amidst explosions and debris, a harbinger of utter devastation. Nearby, a small, yellow creature, its single eye wide with overwhelming terror, lets out a desperate cry. A phone rings, its chime sharp and insistent. The ringing grows louder, a chaotic, almost distorted sound. The relentless ringing seems to coalesce into a menacing, skull-like image, a harbinger of trouble. Far below, on a winding mountain road shrouded in mist, two motorcycles speed through the landscape. Jae-hyun Kim drives the lead bike, Rahyun riding behind him, while Dae-ho Choi follows closely on his own. Rahyun, annoyed, dismisses Jae-hyun's concern, declaring she only cares about her snacks and not if they bulldoze the gang's hideout. She scoffs, wondering what he could even do, calling him one of the politicians. Jae-hyun, however, is more thoughtful, reminding her that Jae-sung Cheon wasn't the one who lost, and questioning what would happen if he put the death curse on them. A flicker of deep concern crosses his face as he considers the chilling possibility. If he hurts me again. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Jae-hyun's thoughts are consumed by a singular, vengeful resolve. His passenger, Rahyun, needles him about his past defeat, but he quickly silences her, reminding her that he is currently navigating the treacherous road. Through the misty night, their vehicle follows closely behind a large truck. As Jae-hyun mutters his irritation at the reckless drivers, he watches the road ahead, wondering why others would risk such dangerous speeds in the dark. His gaze remains fixed on the path, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Suddenly, a chilling thump echoes through the vehicle, and his eyes widen in terror, hand gripping the wheel. A horrifying, pale-faced apparition with a grotesque, wide smile and long, dark hair materializes directly in their path, forcing Jae-hyun to instinctively swerve the car, shouting in disbelief. As the vehicle swerves violently, tires screech against the asphalt, sending sparks flying into the night. Inside, the impact throws them forward, Jae-hyun's hands gripping the wheel as Rahyun's face contorts in shock. Still skidding, his expression is a mask of terror and desperate effort. Then, a deafening wham, as the vehicle collides, sending a spray of blood and debris across the scene. The aftermath reveals a mangled wreck, the car's interior and exterior splattered with crimson. From the twisted metal, Jae-hyun painfully pulls himself free, his body clearly injured. Clutching his arm, he screams in agony and frustration, "AGH, darn it." Nearby, Rahyun lies trapped, her legs severely mangled and bleeding, crying out, "My legs, they're gone. S**X**Hagh." Her blood-streaked face, filled with shock and accusation, turns to him, demanding, "Come on, Jae-hyun, did you all do that to me? The hell is this?" Her vision blurs, a single tear mixing with the blood streaking down her face. A guttural shriek escapes Rahyun as she recoils from the sight of Jae-hyun Kim's mangled form, lying broken amidst the wreckage. Her mind racing, she fumbles for her phone, desperately trying to dial emergency services, her eyes fixed on his horrifically injured leg. Kneeling on the blood-soaked ground, she mutters in disbelief, the gravity of the situation slowly sinking in. A raw cry of despair tears from her throat, her hand reaching out towards the motionless figure. The sickening sound of snapping bone echoes in the silence, a gruesome testament to the catastrophic impact that has utterly destroyed his legs. Amidst the blood and debris, a single high-heeled shoe lies abandoned, a stark reminder of the sudden violence. Her bloodied face contorted in anguish, she looks up, questioning the very reality of the nightmare unfolding before her. With a final, desperate surge of energy, Rahyun screams into the night, pleading for help, announcing the horrific accident. A chilling clack echoes through the dark, blood-splattered alley, followed by a soft click as something moves through the gore. Standing over the prone form of Jaehyun, a figure with long, light hair now appears grotesquely distorted, its tattered clothes hanging loosely as another clack and click punctuate the horrifying scene. A single, bloodshot eye, dripping crimson, stares out with an unnerving intensity. The monstrous face, half shrouded in shadow, twists into a wide, unsettling grin, a sense of impending doom radiating from its presence. Jaehyun, already broken and bleeding on the ground, can only struggle against the encroaching horror, his voice raw as he screams, "Stay away from me, be asterisk 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 asterisk." He desperately clutches a small, glowing object, trying to ward off the reaching hand, his plea echoing, "Be gone, you devil." As the monstrous figure looms, Jaehyun's terror turns to a desperate, broken plea, "You devil. WY never is a doctor. Help." With a chilling swoosh, a shadowy, tentacle-like appendage, adorned with glowing red eyes, erupts from the transformed Rahyun, her voice now a guttural command. "So be gone already." The appendage descends with brutal force, a sickening crush echoing as it impacts Jaehyun's already mangled form. His face contorted in agony, Jaehyun's eyes wide with terror as blood splattered across his features, a torn photograph clutched in his hand, he pleaded for help. As a hand reached out, dripping with blood, a voice called out, "Jae-sung-cheon." The monstrous form of Rahyun Yu loomed, her pale, distorted face and sharp teeth a terrifying sight, a chilling testament to her transformation. A shadowy figure stood in the distance, a silent observer as the word shaman echoed in the air, a memory of a fateful night. "That day, I killed the guy who had been tormenting me since elementary school." A news report flashed across a screen, detailing a truck overturn and motorcycle crash on Boulevard, with the grim headline, "Tragic accident kills multiple minors." I didn't feel any guilt, but it did leave a nasty aftertaste. In the quiet solitude of a bathroom, Jae-sung-cheon stared at his reflection, the weight of his past heavy on his shoulders. But as he looked, a pale, ghostly figure materialized behind him, its shirt emblazoned with the word balance, a silent, unsettling presence. He could almost smell the lingering reek of blood on his hands, a phantom sensation from a past he couldn't quite shake. "What are you looking at?" he thought, a challenge to the unseen. In his mind's eye, the pale, spectral form of Jaehyun Kim materialized before a younger version of himself, its hollow eyes accusing, "You're the one who crossed the line first." The memory faded, leaving Jae-sung-cheon in the present, walking away from the lingering echoes of his past, a soft creak of the floorboards accompanying his steps. He had made a solemn promise to himself then, a vow to never again let anyone hurt him. Each step he took was a deliberate ascent, a climb towards a future where he wouldn't be forced to kill someone through a death curse ritual, just to survive, to escape that suffocating filth again. He continued his climb, determined to leave that feeling behind. And so, he decided to build up so much wealth, and such an unassailable reputation, that no one would ever dare bully him again. A phone rings, pulling him back to the present, as he considers that once the goal is achieved. Having set his resolve, he immediately put his plan into action, a soft click confirming the connection. "I want work, ma'am," he states, his voice firm. "As many assignments as you've got." A faint smile plays on the lips of the woman on the other end. Her response is simple, "Good." The woman, with striking two-toned hair, listens intently. Before warning him, "I'll make you work so hard, you'll end up throwing up from the grind." He made a solemn promise to himself, never again to allow anyone to bully him. He wouldn't have to resort to killing someone with a death curse ritual just to survive. And never again would he feel such utter degradation. So he decided to build up so much wealth and reputation that no one would ever dare to bully him again. With his goal firmly set, Jae-sung-cheon sits on his bed, tapping at his phone. The screen displays a complex star map, labeled Manager M. Once the goal was set, he put his plan into action immediately. A low groan escapes Jae-sung-cheon as he sits in the passenger seat of a vehicle, his gaze fixed on his phone. Meanwhile, a woman's lips curve into a satisfied smile, uttering a simple, affirmative, "Good." It is Justin Lee's manager, her distinctive hair framing her face as she holds a phone to her ear, overlooking a bustling city from a high-rise office. Her voice, firm and unwavering, promises, "I'll make you work so hard, you'll end up throwing up from the grind." The subject of her intense focus is the Geoma Trading Company. She later reviews a newspaper, its headline proclaiming Gioma on daily highs, benefits from Japanese general trading rally, confirming the company's success. Another name surfaces in the corporate world, Solomon Maritime Logistics. A man with glasses, engrossed in a tablet, reads news about Solomon Maritime Logistics considering operations in South Africa, a decision to be made in the coming months. The intricate web of global business also includes Studio Tolstoy. The stakes were immense, with operations valued at approximately $150 million, and the specific company involved held little significance. Jaizong Qion, in his corporate guise, moved with calculated precision, observing the market's volatile dance. Yet, beneath the surface, his true power as a shaman resonated, a subtle chime echoing his influence. With ruthless efficiency, they systematically sold off every stock assigned to them. The market reacted instantly, a stark visual of plummeting values against rising ones. News outlets quickly picked up on the chaos, with the Narek Daily questioning if the trading company Solomon was truly finished, highlighting the raging war between Gioma Trading Company and Solomon Trading Company. Further reports detailed Solomon's actions causing regional instability, and even questioned the future of Korean media production after 150 billion won was spent for only a 1% rating. Figures in suits, like Jaizong Qion, descended upon the market, their collective actions bringing down financial giants. It was for this reason, for their devastating impact on the financial district, that they were known as the Grim Reapers of Uedo. A soft rustle of blinds signals the start of another day in the high-stakes world of corporate finance. From his vantage point, Jaizong Qion observes the city below, a green-haired associate standing nearby. The office is filled with the tools of their trade, stacks of documents and heavy bags, all part of the intricate game where the first-rates play. In a sleek, modern conference room, Jaizong Qion presides over a meeting with his core team, including Jaehyun Kim, Rihyun Yu, Justin Lee's manager, and Daeho Choi, all integral to their operations, which brought in billions in commission, millions in USD. Of course, Jaizong Qion didn't keep all that wealth to himself. As a young man, wearing a baby boy shirt, reviews a bank statement from Kookmin Bank and Gioma Bank, his eyes wide with disbelief. A soft rustle of paper accompanies his astonished exclamation, wondering how he could have received such a bonus after only 2 months of work. Still reeling from the shock of his bonus, he hears a voice from the past, as Jaehyun Kim addresses Jaizong Qion. "I like your mindset, Jaizong." Jaizong Qion, ever composed, simply replies, "Well, what do you know? This pays for a lot of runaway wives." Later, in a bustling meeting room, Jaehyun Kim continues, expressing concern about their aggressive financial maneuvers. "Are you sure we can handle this?" Jaizong Qion, surrounded by his core team including Rihyun Yu, Justin Lee's manager, and Daeho Choi, confidently asserts, "With this kind of money, we could even record an album." Justin Lee's manager, a cigarette held delicately between her fingers, observes the proceedings with a sharp, knowing gaze. Meanwhile, baby boy, still at his computer, stares at the screen, a single thought echoing in his mind. "Where's mine?" He continues to ponder the vast sums being discussed. "Huh? Do you need money too?" Justin Lee's manager, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, offers a cynical truth. "Sure, I do. Rich people, you could never have enough money." She adds, with a hint of disdain, "Sheesh. The greed she is." Baby boy turns to face her, a hint of indignation in his voice. "Oh, so you don't feel grateful for anything other than you, huh?" Justin Lee's manager simply smiles, a knowing glint in her eye, and replies, "I'll remember that, Jaizong Qion." Baby boy looks back at his screen, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the weight of her words settles in. Still processing the manager's words, he finds himself holding her hand, as she remarks on his wealth, suggesting that her own gift might not mean much to him. Yet, holding a small red box, she insists she still wanted to give him something beautiful. With a soft click, the box opens to reveal a luxury watch, the manager explaining she had asked the clerk for a recommendation, knowing he likely owned many such items. She assures him the receipt is inside, so he can exchange it if it's not to his liking. Another click sounds as the box closes, and she observes his reaction, deeming it not bad. From his seat, Jaizong Qion watches the exchange. Then turns to baby boy, revealing he also has a gift for him, noting his apparent fondness for sunglasses. His gaze sharpens, as he holds up a pair of sleek sunglasses, implying they could be for baby boy, or perhaps even for himself. He began to spend on others only after he started earning money, never getting puffed up or arrogant about his achievements, nor letting them change him or influence others. This boy will go far and last a long time. Meanwhile, a familiar voice cuts through the air, inviting everyone to join her. "Let's go for a drink, my treat." As the group gathers, a collective gasp escapes them, their attention drawn to a new figure. Among the onlookers, the manager stands. As a distinguished man with a mustache presents a small, intricate gift, its contents yet unknown. Soon, the scene shifts to a well-stocked bar, ready for the evening's festivities. The lavish spread of food and drinks laid out before them signaled a gathering of the elite, a place where the most influential players conducted their affairs. Amidst the lively chatter, Jaizong Qion observed the manager, who was deep in conversation with baby boy and another woman, a drink in her hand. As he turned to leave the immediate vicinity, The distinct sound of heels clicking on the polished floor echoed softly, while the man with the mustache remained engaged in his own discussion in the background. He soon found himself seated across from Ryunyu, both of them with drinks before them, her white hair a striking contrast to the dim lighting of the bar. A moment later, he looked up to find her gone, a quiet realization settling over him that everyone had dispersed. He recalled the sudden turn of events, how Ryun had started feeling unwell and retreated to the ladies' room, with Daeho Choi offering to drive her home. The memory of her distress was vivid, her frustrated declaration that she couldn't stand beer, followed by the unmistakable sound of her retching. Turning to baby boy, he made a quick decision, informing him that he would take Ryun home and return for him, instructing him to stay put. Meanwhile, the party raged on, with the manager and Daeho Choi dancing energetically, the band playing late into the night. He observes the after-party at the rehearsal studio, noting with a slight smirk that everyone else seems to be a lightweight. Meanwhile, a hand holds a soda, the owner remarking, "Obviously, I'm fine since I was having soda." Justin Lee's manager, however, sips her champagne, seemingly unaffected by the revelry. As Jaisung Cheon continues his thought, finding the situation all the better, before turning to her with a more serious tone, stating there's something he wishes to discuss in private. He questions her, a hint of surprise in his voice. "In private?" The manager clarifies, her expression teasing. "About work, obviously. What's with that hopeful look on your face, kid?" Jaisung Cheon, flustered, quickly responds, "Oh, of course. He then expresses his confusion, wondering aloud. "But what's there to talk about? Every ritual has been done, and the team is doing great." The manager nods in agreement. "Yes, you're right. We've had a good run so far." The problem, he realizes, is escalating. As someone who can perceive deeper truths, he understands that the powerful financial companies in Seoul, known as the shamans of sudden death, are now watching him, intending to exploit his abilities to boost their stock prices. This means they've already begun investigating his company and team, leaving him to wonder about the implications for other shamans in Seoul. They will undoubtedly attempt to protect their company's stock price from the effects of his death curse ritual. Or perhaps even defeat his curse entirely, using it to their advantage to boost their own market value. To achieve this, they will hire other shamans to perform a counter-ritual, neutralizing his own potent death curse. A heavy gulp escapes him, the weight of the impending conflict settling deep within his chest. He envisions a grand, opulent chamber, where a shaman, cloaked in traditional attire, already begins the intricate dance of a counter-ritual. The intricate patterns of the ritual space spread across the floor, a silent testament to the power being invoked. Yunseok Kim, the straight head of Thongsong Corporation, leans forward, his voice calm as he begins to explain the situation. He continues, detailing how Golden Cross Investments had shorted the stock of a company he'd been working on for months. His interlocutor, seated in the opulent hall, questions why he needs outside help, given his own shamans, to which Yunseok Kim confirms they do indeed have their own. But this time, he explains, they're facing the shaman of sudden death. Yunseok Kim's expression remains unreadable. As the other man repeats the ominous title, the shaman of sudden death, the name echoes with the recent downfall of Sonu Tech. The list of affected companies continues, including Solomon Company and Studio Tolstoy. Yunseok Kim watches, knowing that every stock Golden Cross Investments shorted had plummeted, and the industry rumor is that he's the one who made it happen. The interlocutor's hands fidget nervously, admitting that his own shamans can't face him, which is precisely why he came to ask for help. He protests, his voice rising in desperation, reminding Master Kim of their previous agreement. However, the corporate head remains unmoved, stating his inability to comply. He explains that his focus is on larger, more impactful projects, and any deviation would negatively affect Golden Cross's quarterly report, suggesting a collaboration could be mutually beneficial. Yet, he offers an alternative. He proposes to lend them a skilled shaman instead. The supplicant questions the offer, surprised, as Yunseok Kim instructs someone to enter. A heavy, rhythmic stomp echoes through the opulent room as the skilled shaman makes their imposing entrance. Each step resonates with authority. A heavy, resonant thud echoes through the room, causing the corporate representative to look up in startled discomfort, a soft groan escaping him as he finds himself on the floor. Above him, a massive, bald figure stands, his presence announced by another deep, percussive sound, his round face serene despite the chaos. The imposing man, clad in traditional robes, is flanked by two stern-faced guards, his sheer size dominating the space. Without warning, one of the guards lunges forward, burying a swift punch into the shaman's ample stomach, the impact echoing with a dull thud. Yet, the shaman remains completely unfazed, his voice calm and clear as he introduces himself, Avalokitesvara. A small, knowing smile plays on his lips as he brings a finger to his mouth, silencing any further protest. High above the bustling city streets, a towering skyscraper gleams under the bright sun. Housing within its lower levels a renowned establishment known as Hong Huan, a restaurant celebrated for its exquisite cuisine. Inside, a large, bald man savors a dish, his face smeared with cream, clearly enjoying every bite. While in the kitchen, chefs work with furious energy, woks clattering and flames roaring as they prepare the next culinary masterpieces. Back at his table, the man takes a long, satisfying gulp from his drink, the restaurant's welcoming sign visible behind him. He continues to drink deeply, his eyes closed in pure bliss. Freshly prepared dishes are brought out, clattering onto the table, each one a vibrant feast for the eyes. A server places another plate before him, the sounds of cutlery clacking against ceramic filling the air as the man eagerly reaches for his next portion. With a satisfied grin, he tears into a large piece of meat, his appetite clearly insatiable. The kitchen staff at Honghuan find themselves overwhelmed as new orders pour in from the VIP room. A waitress, struggling with a stack of dishes, asks her manager just how many guests are actually in there. The manager, looking equally stressed, can only respond that it's only 3 people, wondering aloud how 3 individuals could possibly consume such a feast, especially the Mumbai stakers. Meanwhile, in the opulent VIP room, the Bodhisattva continues his monumental meal, devouring plate after plate with an almost primal intensity. Jaizong Qion watches him, wiping his own mouth with a napkin, a slight smile playing on his lips as he acknowledges the man's nickname. He muses that a feast is indeed good, and only after it's complete can they begin to discuss the job at hand. Justin Lee's manager stands patiently nearby, while Jaehyun Kim sits across from Jaizong Qion, both awaiting the opportune moment to proceed. It is a well-known fact that the Bodhisattva never discusses business before he has had his fill. One must first build up good karma. Jaehyun Kim, understanding the unspoken rule, offers a polite, "Why yes, of course." The last remnants of the lavish meal disappear from the plate with a soft clatter, as a hand deftly picks up a stray piece of food, followed by a satisfied burp from the Bodhisattva. Across the table, Jaehyun Kim can barely contain his exasperation, muttering about the exorbitant cost of dining at such a prestigious Chinese restaurant, a sum that would easily reach 10 million won. Yet, the Bodhisattva remains utterly serene, his face a picture of calm contentment, oblivious to the financial strain. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he dispatches a final crumb. Jaizong Qion steps forward, gently wiping the Bodhisattva's face clean with a soft cloth. He then announces that the Bodhisattva is now pleased with their sincerity, ready to proceed with the talks and reveal his demands for the deal. A wave of relief washes over Jaehyun Kim, who breaks into a relieved smile. Meanwhile, Justin Lee's manager, receiving the update on her phone, eagerly confirms her readiness to listen. Justin Lee's manager reviews a document, noting the critical detail that Golden Cross Steel's position in Awakened is set to expire this Friday. Her hands grip the paper, which further specifies that the Bodhisattva will only accept Mangseok Steel from Tuesday night to Friday night, a narrow window for a crucial deal. Meanwhile, Jaehyun Kim, relieved by the progress, offers his thanks. But the manager's expression shifts, a hesitant, however, escaping her lips. Jaehyun Kim questions her. As a new condition is laid out, they will have to prepare an offering. The Bodhisattva continues to slurp, his demands relayed. Keep the delicacies coming and the food warm while he is in prayer. The manager, seeing the gluttonous figure on her screen, can hardly believe the sheer scale of his request, 3 days straight of extravagant feasts. Jaehyun Kim explains the rationale, stating that one needs to build karma, for without it, the Bodhisattva cannot pray for them. The manager then relays the Bodhisattva's final request. He wishes to see the shaman of sudden death before commencing his prayers. A man with glasses swallows hard, the weight of the Bodhisattva's terms clearly pressing down on him. Meanwhile, a sleek black car glides through the city streets, carrying Jaizong Qion and his shaman scout, who reminds him that the next ritual is scheduled for Thursday, urging him to maintain peak condition. He simply offers a quiet affirmation. Jaizong Qion gazes out the window, his thoughts drifting to the target right before his eyes, a persistent bother. He muses that no matter what, a new will always emerge. He wonders what would happen if he were to lose to them, the question hanging heavy in the air. His shaman scout, sensing his contemplation, advises him not to get too entangled in the affairs of humans, reminding him that she'd never heard of shamans fighting back in her time. Jaizong Qion nods, acknowledging her words, but his focus remains on keeping himself in top shape, unconcerned with the past. The car screeches to a halt, and the driver announces their arrival, addressing him respectfully as Mr. Qion. Jaizong Qion steps out of the vehicle, ready to face whatever awaits him. Stepping out of the car, the shaman scout confirms his identity, asking if he is indeed the shaman of sudden death. Before relaying the message that the Bodhisattva she serves wishes to see him, a name that echoes in his mind with a question. She assures him it won't take long, as the figure he seeks is waiting in the underground parking. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air as he steps into the dimly lit space, his footsteps echoing on the concrete as he and the shaman scout move deeper into the lot, the car door closing behind them with a soft whir. Then a solid clunk. Suddenly, a massive, bald figure in golden robes comes into view, seated on a grand, throne-like chair, radiating an imposing presence. Jaizong Qion flinches, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the sight of the Bodhisattva. Jaizong Qion reaches out, his hand hovering near the imposing figure. He demands to know the identity of the man before him. She said you're a Bodhisattva, but who are you? Before he can finish, a stern voice cuts him off. Do you work in Uedo? Silence. The Bodhisattva begins to deliver his message, First, let me introduce myself to you. This man is no ordinary shaman, but one of the top 5 in Korea, a top-tier shaman in Seoul. He declares his full title. You're in the presence of Yonghwa Gong, the Golden Bodhisattva. Jaisung Cheon's eyes widen in surprise as the Bodhisattva continues. He wishes to inform you that is exactly what my team lead said might happen. His own eyes begin to glow with an eerie green light. Realizing the implications as the Bodhisattva explains, the target must have hired a shaman to defend their stock from our curse. The Bodhisattva then issues a direct command. The Bodhisattva urges you, the shaman of sudden death, to give up on this job. He questions the Bodhisattva's words, but the older man simply reiterates his warning, reminding him of the immense reputation he holds, far beyond that of a mere rookie. He has defended countless clients, and the sheer amount of experience, skills, and reputation he holds is incomparable. He could crush him with his skills if he so desired, but the Bodhisattva is a champion for peace. He acknowledges his status as a shaman and does not wish to experience the bloodshed that in a battle has already been decided. Instead, he offers a gift in gold, urging him to abandon the ritual. With a soft rustle, the Bodhisattva reaches into his robe. He pulls out a handful of gleaming gold pieces, tossing them towards the younger shaman. The golden offerings arc through the air, a blatant attempt to buy his compliance. They land with a dull thud, scattered at his feet. He remains silent, considering the Bodhisattva's offer of mercy, the shaman of sudden death. Jaisung Cheon takes a deliberate step, his hand clicking as he asks if they enjoyed listening to their conversation, and if they gave the same advice to Yuzong. He turns to face the Bodhisattva, who, in turn, questions himself, wondering if he was truly frightened of this rookie, and why he was trying to bribe him with mere spare change. A bulge forms beneath the Bodhisattva's robe as he reaches inside. Then he begins to walk away, stating that he had wanted to give him a chance. Looking back, the Bodhisattva reveals his name, Yonghwa, warning that once his name is out, Jaisung Cheon's death will be decided on the spot, and he cannot take it back. Yonghwa's voice echoes, accusing Jaisung Cheon of driving down stock prices and crushing people's hopes, demanding to know what makes him think he's in the right. The Bodhisattva struggles, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he grapples with the realization that he is nothing more than a vermin, profiting from the misery of others. Jaisung Cheon listens, admitting he didn't catch most of it. But the core message, the pain of those who lose out on stocks, he could understand. He wonders why he hadn't thought of it before. A chilling, maniacal laugh escapes him, as the bustling city street fades into the background. His lips curl into a smirk, finding the entire situation amusing. He acknowledges the scheme, the manipulation of stock prices and earnings, admitting that they drive up the prices of companies with little inherent value, all to get the small-time investors on board. A sharp gaze fixes on its target, the speaker's voice laced with disdain as she asserts that her opponent surely knows which of them is the true schemer, despite his supposed wisdom. The man's face contorts in visible distress, sweat beading on his brow, as the accusation continues, warning him to stop trying to buy off the situation. Her expression hardens with disgust, uttering a scathing dismissal of their ridiculous nonsense and branding them hypocrites. Turning her attention to Jaisung Cheon, she declares her intent to fight, insisting she will achieve her goals the hard way. The client, Bodhisattva, strains against an unseen force, his face contorted in effort, sweat beading on his brow. Meanwhile, the shaman scout glares, her voice sharp with disdain, refusing to be bought off with what she calls ridiculous nonsense from hypocrites. Her hand clenches into a fist, demanding they settle things the old way, with a fight. Jaisung Cheon, facing her calmly, acknowledges that was indeed how things worked in the old days. Back with Bodhisattva, a defeated huff escapes his lips, his struggles seemingly over. His hand, once clenched, now slowly relaxes and flops open. He sits, a picture of utter resignation, his bulky frame slumped in defeat. Jaisung Cheon places a comforting hand on his shoulder, telling him it's time to go. With a subtle nod, he acknowledged the challenge, before swiftly moving to throw the shaman scout through the door, sending her crashing through the frame. As she flew through the air, the shaman scout could only think that one way or another, she would be used up and tossed aside by sudden death. Yet, even in defeat, she maintained her defiance, claiming he would be showing her mercy by ending her career early. Her body then slammed against the ground with a heavy thud. Watching the swift conclusion, Jaehyun internally resolved to give up everything he had, refusing to run or abandon his team. Meanwhile, Jaisung Cheon looked down with a slight grin, finding the idea of seeing Bodhisattva at full power once again quite exciting. He and Jaehyun stood over the defeated shaman scout, her form crumpled on the ground. From a distance, Cheolgon remarked on the need for increased security, anticipating attempts to intimidate them, while Justin Lee's manager expressed disbelief that a shaman from a minor league had actually come to the house of Avalokitesvara. Jaisung Cheon receives a call, his expression unreadable as the voice on the other end addresses him as team lead. On the other end, Justin Lee's manager barks orders, insisting he follow instructions, while Jaisung Cheon, in the midst of a shaman ritual, dismisses her, claiming he's on the verge of death, before she cuts him off, again demanding his attention. He pauses, a slight question in his gaze, then dismisses any concerns about other shamans attempting to intimidate him. A smirk plays on his lips as he adds, nor does he care for their criticism of his death curse rituals. His grip tightens on the phone. As his thoughts turn to a different matter, the threat he heard before someone left, which still bothers him. He resolves that one way or another, he will obtain something that can be used as a shaman of sudden death. A chilling creak echoes as an ominous aura surrounds him, his determination hardening. He reflects on past betrayals, knowing he cannot risk being hurt again. Elsewhere, Justin Lee's manager and Cheogon stand together, both expressing their inability to comply with a request, while Jaehyun Kim sits nearby, looking utterly defeated, repeating the same words of refusal. A sharp click echoes, perhaps a memory falling into place. As a young Jaisung looks out a window, his small face etched with distress, hearing the distant voices of his parents. Mommy and Daddy. Two hands, one larger, one smaller, reach out in a desperate, silent plea. While in the present, an adult Jaisung stands alone in a desolate alley, his gaze fixed downwards, a grim realization settling upon him. This is where the first-rates play their game. The memory flashes back to the child, his face contorted in a silent scream, the words of his parents still echoing. Mommy and Daddy. The hands are shown again, as the memory continues, revealing the painful truth. Had a little argument. We'll come back for you. Young Jaisung looks up, his eyes wide with a child's hope, clinging to the final promise. After we wake up, Jaisung. Back in the present, the adult Jaisung remains motionless in the alley, the weight of those childhood words heavy upon him. Later, in a different setting, Jaisung stands beside the shaman scout, a silent understanding passing between them. A memory flashes, Jaisung's hand gently swiping over a younger version of himself, a firm grip on the child's shoulder, as he promises, I will never abandon you, Jaisung. Back in the present, the shaman scout stands opposite him, explaining, because you're the best shaman and the only one I've ever found. Besides, Jaisung looks down, a quiet intensity in his gaze. The shaman scout concedes, okay fine. I guess I'll do all I needed to do. He challenges her, shaman or accursed. What's the difference, huh? Tell me how to get stronger, shaman. With a determined grip, the shaman scout declares, sure. Let's bring in your crew. The Bodhisattva will pay for that. A cheeky declaration of war. The city's towering structures loom under the clear sky. In a modern office setting, the shaman scout stands before a whiteboard, while Jaisung Cheon sits at a desk, observing the presentation. She demonstrates a concept by snapping her fingers, a small, sharp pop echoing in the room. Then turns to the whiteboard, explaining that the principle of gut and Sao gut is simple, tapping the board for emphasis. It's a fundamental balance, a shield for defense and a sword for offense. She elaborates, describing it as a rage where good and evil energy clash, with one side inevitably overpowering the other. Ultimately, it's a no-holds-barred brawl, where both combatants risk everything on the line. Turning to Jaisung, she concludes, this is what's known as a shaman's fight, and it's exactly what they'll be doing. Jaisung, however, seems less than thrilled, a slight frown on his face as he thinks, he barely did a few things, and now everyone already wants to fight him. Talk about bad luck. The shaman scout, observing his reaction, clarifies he agreed to it in the heat of the moment. But is it that big of a deal? Yes, it is. He's fighting one of the two strongest gods of heaven. A chilling vision unfolds, a figure in white, drenched in blood, lies broken on a crimson ground, a stark warning that the divine temple protecting them both could be torn apart. The shaman scout, her voice sharp with disbelief, demands to know if he truly agreed to a shaman's fight without understanding the stakes, questioning his sanity. He confirms his agreement, explaining that the other shaman promised to help him, though the scout recalls how all his past undertakings to help others have consistently backfired on him. Her eyes widen in alarm as she reveals the true identity of his opponent, a former top shaman from Uedo. Jaisung, however, calmly states that he specifically asked if there were any obligations, and the shaman only asked for his help after returning, leading him to believe the shaman was the one offering assistance. The shaman scout, frustrated by his naivety, questions why she is discouraging him before the fight even begins, asking whose side she is on. He muses on the shaman's unexpected fame, admitting he only agreed because he was offered a chance, as he had no other reason to believe he'd get a joint position anyway, realizing the true problem isn't the fight itself, but the formidable opponent he faces. With a frown, the shaman scout warns him not to say anything that might bring bad luck or discourage him further. Jaisung, however, simply states that his opponent already knows his own strength, believing himself to be the superior shaman. A green-haired man, looking concerned, asks if there's a strategy to help Jaisung Cheon win. He states that Jaehyun Kim is much stronger than Jaisung, but Justin Lee's manager quickly interjects, correcting him with a single word, both. Tapping her fingers thoughtfully, she declares that she has the perfect strategy to bring down the Bodhisattva. With a soft flip, she places a small, round figurine onto a surface, beginning her demonstration. The figurine, representing the target, is enclosed within a circular barrier. A soft squeak accompanies her words as she explains the strategy's critical flaw. It works only until the opponent reveals themselves. With another squeak, the manager clarifies, summarizing her point. Her hand points decisively at the figurine, illustrating how the strategy's weakness leaves the target vulnerable to direct attack once exposed. Justin Lee's manager reflects on the impending confrontation, knowing that the Bodhisattva has sealed his own fate. High above the sprawling city lights, a grand, traditional structure stands illuminated against the night sky. Its intricate architecture hints at ancient power, a beacon in the urban sprawl. Inside, robed attendants gather around a low table, their forms silhouetted against the warm, golden light. They move with quiet purpose, preparing for a significant event. Meanwhile, the Bodhisattva luxuriates in a large bath, surrounded by an extravagant spread of food, his large frame filling the tub. Elsewhere, Jaizong Qion stands in quiet contemplation, his back to the viewer as he gazes out a window. The stage is set for the grand feast, a declaration that echoes through the night. With a triumphant yell, the Bodhisattva proclaims, "Let the grand feast begin." With a soft flutter, a grand banner unfurls, signaling the commencement of the long-awaited grand feast. A figure in traditional attire begins a graceful, flowing dance, her movements captivating the attention of all present. Around a lavishly set table, the Bodhisattva and his attendants indulge in the opulent spread, sounds of eager consumption filling the air. The dancer's arm sweeps past the table, her performance continuing amidst the ongoing feast. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from the Bodhisattva, enveloping him in a powerful, shimmering aura. The light intensifies, forcing him to shield his eyes from the sheer brilliance emanating from within. Golden particles begin to drift and coalesce throughout the grand hall, a palpable energy looming in the air. The dancer continues her performance, seemingly unfazed as the golden light illuminates the entire feast, casting long, ethereal shadows. At the heart of the radiant energy, a perfect, glowing golden orb manifests, pulsating with immense power. Golden particles erupt from the building, signaling a powerful release of energy. From within the swirling energy, a brilliant golden orb forms, pulsating with raw power. Then, with a deafening roar, the orb detonates, unleashing a blinding flash that engulfs everything. As the light subsides, golden particles drift through the air, tracing intricate patterns of energy. The glowing lines begin to coalesce, forming a complex, ethereal structure that seems to loom over the surroundings. Finally, the golden substance descends upon the Bodhisattva, encasing him in a shimmering, transformative shell. The legend speaks of the Happy Buddha, a legendary monk believed to be the incarnation of Maitreya. He always wore a bright smile on his face, and was known for his benevolent presence among the people, from which he generously handed out food to everyone around him. Throughout his lifetime, he shared countless blessings. He shared his blessings freely with the people around him, consoling them with his warm teachings and instructing them with his uncanny foresight. Such was his influence that he was revered by many. Afterward, he came to be worshipped as a deity in many countries, a symbol of virtue, luck, and wealth. His benevolent smile and generous spirit became legendary, his very presence radiating warmth and blessings. A luminous figure now watching over the modern world, as Jaizong Qion observes the ethereal glow from below. Seated in a plush chair, a woman in a dark suit takes a slow drag from her cigarette, her gaze distant. A soft exhale of smoke escapes her lips, a quiet puff, filling the air. She muses aloud, but imagine what the best one can do with a benevolent deity like him. Meanwhile, the ethereal form of the Happy Buddha continues to glow with a soft, golden light, its energy shining across the urban landscape. Her sharp eyes reflect the distant glow, a calculating glint within their depths. She continues, describing the manifestation as a pump and dump operation. The massive, golden, cloud-like form of the Happy Buddha hovers majestically over the city, its benevolent presence a stark contrast to her words. A man in a dark suit, Chiogon, stands behind her, speaking into a phone, and she remarks, "They almost make us look like we're here for summoning the evil gods, don't you think?" Elsewhere, Chiogon confirms into his phone, "The ritual is ready now. They're waiting on your cue." As a cigarette burns down, its smoke curling into the air, a quiet command is issued. Chiogon instructs, "Tell them to start." The ritual, designed to ensnare false and wandering spirits, is protected by ancient forces, the six born on Mountain Rock, with jade and iron guarding the three peaks, and a general overseeing the sacred ground. Meanwhile, Jaizong Qion finds himself face-to-face with a pale, bald entity, who declares, "Death." Elsewhere, a red-haired figure prepares to unleash a powerful sound, as the electric guitar lets out a piercing wail, signaling the ritual's commencement. A massive structure begins to loom into view, and a powerful boom echoes across the cityscape, illuminating the night with a crimson glow. From his vantage point, Chiogon observes the unfolding chaos, confirming, "They're here." As the ritual's effects ripple through the city, Chiogon watches, while beside him, the unnamed shaman scout stands ready, but Jaizong Qion, facing the unseen threat, simply extends a hand and declares, "Let them come." He intends to show them the true meaning of divinity. Meanwhile, the very structures of the city begin to groan and crack, as if under immense, invisible pressure. A clawed hand emerges from the shadows, its sharp nails tapping ominously. From the depths of the abyss, a monstrous entity descends, its form wreathed in dark energy, a hungry ghost of hell, its glowing eyes fixed on the world below. It lets out a piercing shriek, a sound that tears through the air. More of these spectral beings, their eyes glowing with malevolence, surge forward in a terrifying wave, their collective shriek echoing through the urban landscape as they converge on a luminous, spherical object. Observing the chaos, Bodhisattva's bald, round face breaks into a knowing chuckle. The spectral shriek continues, as another entity presses its advance. The hungry ghosts of hell, dark and amorphous, swarmed over the serene figure of the happy Buddha, their shadowy forms clinging to his head and shoulders. More of the spectral entities converged, their purple energy crackling as they enveloped his body. One pressed directly against his face, a faint hiss escaping its form. Yet, the happy Buddha remained unperturbed, a silent question forming in his mind. Do they truly believe they can challenge the incarnation of Maitreya with the wastes of hell? A soft, dismissive chuckle escaped him, the single word fools echoing in the spiritual realm. Standing tall amidst the ornate hall, he declared that the vast difference in power was evident, leaving no reason to shy away from battle. His hand, now glowing with a brilliant golden light, began to absorb and crush the clinging shadows. With a decisive motion, he firmly grasped the remaining entities, disintegrating them into golden particles. He continues his relentless assault, a golden spray of spiritual energy erupting from his form, impacting the shadowy figures of the hungry ghosts with concussive force, sending them reeling back with a series of sharp impacts. Each strike a resounding blow, the spectral entities begin to dissolve into nothingness. Moving with impossible speed through the dissipating forms, Maitreya continues his advance. But a new, gargantuan entity rises from the shadows, its monstrous maw open in a silent, terrifying scream. The happy Buddha simply glances at the new threat, his expression utterly serene. Then, with a decisive slam of his hand, he unleashes another overwhelming wave of golden power. The gargantuan entity is instantly crushed, dissolving into black particles under the immense spiritual pressure. From a distant vantage point, an unseen observer watches through binoculars, remarking, "This is the laughing Buddha. He's through the grand rift." Jaizong Qion, seated in a vehicle, gazes upward, reflecting on a time when the Bodhisattva was at his absolute peak. His thoughts then turn to a grim prophecy, a declaration that this moment would mark someone's end. The target of his contemplation is clear, the shaman of sudden death. Meanwhile, from a distant vantage point, the shaman scout and Jaizong Qion observe the ongoing chaos. Below them, the relentless assault of the hungry ghosts continues, met with powerful, golden repulsions that scatter them into oblivion. The shaman scout notes with concern that the happy Buddha's defenses are proving far more formidable than anticipated, and their forces are being consumed at an alarming rate. Turning to Justin Lee's manager, the shaman scout instructs her to contact Jaizong Qion and inquire about their remaining resources. The call goes through, ringing on the other end. The recipient of the urgent call is identified as Daeho Choi. Justin Lee's manager, her expression tight with impatience, urges an unseen subordinate to hasten their efforts, remarking that their target is moving too slowly. She emphasizes the critical need to strike while their opponent's defenses are down. Dismissing any complaints, she confidently asserts that Jaizong Qion is capable of pulling off the task. Looking down with unwavering conviction, she reiterates that Jaizong is different and possesses the ability to succeed. Meanwhile, the happy Buddha stands firm, a radiant golden light emanating from him, repelling tendrils of dark, fizzing energy. His formidable defense is bolstered by countless golden statues, each a testament to his power. Elsewhere, Daeho Choi, observing the scene, remarks that rumors always get blown out of proportion, just as he expected. A confident grin spreads across his face as he declares that the shaman of sudden death was ultimately nothing to fear. Turning his back to the display, he praises the Bodhisattva, acknowledging his amazing performance. Justin Lee's manager confidently asserts that the entire district of Udo will now have reason to reevaluate Daeho Choi. Her expression softening as she adds, "He did a great job out there." But even with the praise, Daeho Choi remains vigilant, acknowledging they can't fully let their guard down just yet. His gaze sharpens as he issues orders to keep everyone on standby and to bring food that would help restore the happy Buddha's energy. As the happy Buddha reaches for the restorative meal, a sudden, unseen force causes him to halt. A faint glow emanates from his earlobe, a subtle sign of his heightened awareness, as a soft, almost imperceptible sound, shwa, fills the air. The food on the table is disturbed with a splash, as if something unseen has passed through, leaving only a fleeting glance of its presence. Elsewhere, a dark, ominous gateway begins to loom. A low, resonant sound, a deep dadum, echoes from its depths, hinting at the arrival of a powerful, glowing figure. High above the sprawling city, the golden form of the happy Buddha hovers, a beacon of calm amidst the urban sprawl. But in a hidden location, Daeho Choi's hand trembles, a voice declaring, "He's done." A golden light flares behind him, and Daeho Choi's face contorts in a scream of terror. While elsewhere, a figure in traditional robes takes a deliberate step, a chilling pronouncement echoing through the air. He crossed the line. Daeho Choi, still reeling, cries out in disbelief. they're slipping blades without falling off them. A slow, cruel grin spreads across the shaman's lips. While in her vehicle, Justin Lee's manager flinches at a sudden plop sound, her gaze fixed on something unseen outside. With a decisive FWIP, the shaman snaps his fingers, the gesture imbued with potent, unseen power. Immediately, the happy Buddha is engulfed in a vibrant, glowing red energy, a menacing red gate materializing behind it with a deep, resonating WK. He gestures, his voice echoing with a chilling declaration. As a profound sense of dread washes over the scene, from the swirling, ominous energy, a towering figure begins to materialize, revealing the great general of the execution blade, the Stygian Demon King. The happy Buddha, witnessing the unfolding horror, questions the impossible. While the unnamed shaman scout dismisses his concerns, her expression sharp. He continues to ponder the sheer effort required for such a feat, as the shaman scout, holding a glowing talisman, reveals the true depth of their plan. The revelation sends a shockwave through Jaehyun Kim, who can only utter a single, desperate word. The cloaked shaman scout reveals the true depth of the deception, explaining that Rahyun's death curse ritual was merely a diversion to capture their attention, while Jaisung Cheon's own death curse ritual simultaneously drives a spear to seal their victory. As the full implications of the dual rituals sink in, Jaisung Cheon looks down at the glowing yellow flowers in his hands, a complex expression on his face. The vibrant blossoms pulse with an ethereal light, reflecting the gravity of the moment. A long, narrow path stretches into the distance, leading towards a massive, brutal structure that defies comprehension. This imposing sight, a mountain of countless blades, represents the legendary Blade Mountain Hell. The path itself is part of an ancient, ornate temple, its traditional architecture contrasting sharply with the deadly challenge ahead. As Jaisung Cheon and the shaman scout observe a holographic display of the blades, a voice explains that these impossible weapons are rarely challenged. Yet, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, especially for a ritual performed with these dynamic blades. The ritual promises to boost one's spiritual power by 2 or even 3 times. Jaisung Cheon's eyes widen in disbelief, muttering, "No way. This is impossible." But a wide, knowing grin spreads across his face as he holds up his hands, a subtle tremor running through him. He reflects on his past, realizing he's likely the only one who has ever dared to use the Blade Mountain Hell, despite its immense difficulty. A firm hand grips his, offering a quiet reassurance, a voice urging him forward, telling him he can do it. Standing before a younger Jaisung Cheon, a woman with long, dark hair affirms that he possesses amazing spiritual talent, needing only to focus, and his body will naturally follow. She continues, explaining that if he succeeds, his bare feet press against the wooden floor, the young man preparing himself for the immense task ahead. A guttural huff escapes his lips as he strains, his face contorted in a desperate struggle to control the surging power within. He will summon a god who will lead him to victory. Dark, swirling energy erupts around a traditional shrine, a glowing orb manifesting at its center, pulsating with immense spiritual force. From an aerial perspective, a colossal column of brilliant light pierces the night sky, erupting from a building amidst the sprawling city below. The sheer force of the spiritual surge tears the structure apart, red and white energy violently ripping through concrete and steel. A massive, cleaver-like blade, sharp and heavy, is drawn, a weapon fit for a deity. Wielding it with formidable presence is the general, his golden helmet and glowing red eyes radiating an aura of fierce authority. Suddenly, a heavy stomp echoes as dark, swirling energy erupts around him, beginning to consume his form. The black tendrils intensify their grip, eliciting a pained, guttural cry from the general. His face contorts in a furious grimace, his red eyes glowing with raw power as the energy continues its assault. The dark tendrils spread further across his body, causing visible distress. He struggles against the overwhelming force, uttering a frustrated curse. Seated in a vehicle, Jaisung Cheon observes the world outside, a quiet thought forming in his mind. This is where the true players engage in their dangerous game. Meanwhile, the Stygian Demon King, still reeling from the unseen assault, braces himself, his massive blade raised against an invisible force. A dark, swirling energy descends with a powerful whoosh, striking the ground with immense force. Far away, the happy Buddha sits in deep meditation, a golden aura radiating from his form as he channels immense power. His face contorts with the strain, sweat beading on his brow from the sheer exertion. Even his eyes betray the immense effort, straining under the weight of the power he wields. Later, in a sterile hospital room, medical personnel attend to a patient, their faces grim. A syringe delivers medication, and soon after, a phone displays a message confirming his discharge. Jaisung Cheon, now free from the hospital's confines, looks down, a quiet hum emanating from his phone. In a sterile hospital room, a man in a dark suit stands beside the bed of an elderly, ailing patient, discussing his condition. Despite the patient being the only one capable of performing a crucial ritual, even with his arthritis, the man insists he is completely washed up, though he concedes the patient was once the greatest shaman among them. Another man in a suit, holding a bottle, adds that the patient hasn't had a single good day since he earned his esteemed position, his health rapidly deteriorating. He now suffers from a litany of ailments, unable to perform even a single ritual in a month, prompting the first man to question if they should request a transfer to another team. He concludes that transferring would be the smart choice, as there's no point in staying with a shaman whose luck has clearly run out. The second man, however, expresses his indignation, wondering aloud, how dare they speak so disrespectfully of the man who once provided for them. As a hand reaches out to help the patient sit up, team lead Han, observing the scene, internally acknowledges that scolding his subordinates won't teach them anything, yet a lingering feeling of unease remains. He resolves to recover, believing that once he gets better, he will prove his skills to them all. They see him as a shaman who has lost his touch. Redundant in O-Song, which is why they made him go against the shaman of Sudden, just to size him up. As a soft, golden glow begins to emanate from his form, his power surges, erupting into an intense, radiant aura. He rises amidst a powerful, swirling vortex of energy, becoming fully encased in a transparent, golden field. He knows he cannot afford to lose this battle of rituals. A voice calls out to team lead Han, who stands with a look of deep concern etched across his face. As the ritual intensifies, Happy Buddha reflects on his own perceived weakness, musing that he is barely a strong licker and will need more dancers and shamans, urging them to raise the room's temperature as well. Han, his worry deepening, warns that his health will suffer if the ritual continues and grows larger. Sweat beading on his brow, Happy Buddha silently acknowledges the faith placed in him, resolving not to lose this day. A sudden surge of energy causes Han to flinch. But seeing the golden aura now fully enveloping Happy Buddha, he affirms his belief in the shaman's capabilities. Meanwhile, from a shadowed vantage point, the unnamed shaman scout observes the glowing ritual, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she notes their refusal to yield. She muses that the golden bodhisattva should not be in a condition to sustain such a prolonged ritual. From a distant command center, a subordinate reports to his superior that their opponents have chosen to prolong the conflict into a messy brawl, necessitating preparations for 2 rituals. He adds, with a hint of urgency, that Heijin Yu and the Stygian Demon King, involved in the other ritual, have already departed. On a call, the subordinate questions the strategy, wondering if their adversaries truly intend to prolong these arduous rituals. Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, the shaman scout observes the golden bodhisattva, skeptically questioning how he could still be standing after enduring 2 death curses. The ritual continues, vibrant energy emanating from his ornate headwear, as the rhythmic clunk of his ceremonial drum echoes through the air. Back in the command center, a tremor runs through Jaizong Qion, a visible strain crossing his face as he feels the distant repercussions of the ongoing rituals. His subordinate, noticing his distress, asks with concern, "Boss, are you sure you'll be okay?" Jaizong Qion, resolute despite the pain, simply replies, "I must." Despite the tremors and the immense strain, he knows he must keep going no matter what. A deep rattling sound echoes from the ornate door, signaling the start of the next phase. The shaman scout, flanked by her assistants, thinks to herself that she can't stop now, not after all the effort they've poured into this. A low crumbling sound accompanies her thoughts, as she reflects on how much they did to make this happen. With a decisive step, Jaizong Qion approaches the threshold, declaring himself perfectly fine and ready to begin. A hand clutches a heavy, ritualistic blade, its weight a familiar comfort. The shaman scout unfurls a massive, ancient scroll, its intricate script ready to guide the proceedings. Jaizong Qion stands poised over a large drum, the rhythmic thrumming about to commence. His bare feet bounce lightly on the surface, a prelude to the powerful beats that will soon fill the air. As the ritual intensifies, a sensation of rapid ascent takes hold, a feeling of soaring higher and higher. The world below blurs into a streak of light, propelling them further into the unknown. Meanwhile, the shaman scout, clad in traditional robes, carefully handles a cluster of golden bells, her movements precise and practiced. Below, Jaizong Qion's feet press down onto a shimmering, purple-tinged surface, the ground itself resonating with the ritual's power. Elsewhere, a table laden with offerings sits untouched, while the Happy Buddha, serene and massive, sits cross-legged, observing the unfolding events. His focus, however, quickly shifts to the more immediate task at hand, as he begins to devour the food before him with gusto. Each bite is a hearty, resounding sound, a testament to his immense appetite. Suddenly, in a downpour of rain, Jaizong Qion stands enveloped in a brilliant yellow aura, facing the Stygian Demon King, who radiates a menacing purple energy, their powers clashing in a silent, ominous declaration. From a distance, an experienced shaman takes a drag from his cigarette, muttering about the sheer spiritual power emanating from the confrontation, a force far beyond ordinary comprehension. As the spiritual battle rages, a voice urges, "Go get him, Jaizong." Meanwhile, the Happy Buddha reacts with a guttural sound, a clear sign of the immense pressure from the ongoing curse. He knows they are barely holding the curse at bay, but dawn will bring a chance to turn the tide as its power diminishes. With grim determination, he resolves to simply hang in there. Back in the fray, the Stygian Demon King unleashes a swift, whistling attack, which Jaizong Qion meets with a resounding clang. The happy Buddha, still struggling, takes a large gulp from a ritualistic drink. Jaizong Qion reflects on the endless struggle, thinking, I fought to the death, and I fought to the death again. And so, the two shamans' battle of rituals carried on through the night. And finally, the dawn began to break. As he looked out at the city, realizing the sun had risen. Meanwhile, a deep groan escaped the happy Buddha, his body racked with pain. The Stygian Demon King's ominous gaze fell upon him. A desperate cry of Bodhisattva tore from the Buddha's lips, the ritualistic liquid around him bubbling violently. The Demon King stood poised, twin blades gleaming with malevolent intent. But the Buddha raised a hand, a fizzing aura emanating from his palm, attempting to halt the attack. With a sharp metallic shing, the Demon King prepared to strike. As the Stygian Demon King unleashes his power, a sharp, tearing force slashes through the air. The impact sends the happy Buddha reeling, golden particles erupting from his form as he struggles against the unseen assault. As the first light of dawn begins to filter through the ornate windows of a traditional building, the shaman scout turns from the cityscape, her voice urgent as she exclaims, "It's the sun." Her gaze falls upon the massive figure of the Bodhisattva, whom she addresses with growing alarm. The sun is rising, Bodhisattva. With a determined effort, she reaches out to grab the immense form, attempting to rouse him. The sudden movement causes a loud splash. As the happy Buddha, surrounded by an array of food, remains unmoving. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Jaizong Qion sits on a bed, his attention fixed on his phone, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding urgency. Back with the scout, the Bodhisattva finally shifts with a heavy thud, causing her to recoil from his immense bulk. His eyes remain closed, a faint trickle of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth, as he continues to slumber. He lies motionless, a bulky form draped across the floor, his legs barely visible beneath the folds of his simple garment. But a sheen of sweat now glistens on his brow, betraying some inner struggle. The world, it seems, has already passed its judgment. I know what everyone calls him. The silent consensus echoes, a has-been. Meanwhile, in a sterile office, Team Lead Han turns to Jaizong Qion, asking if they should request a transfer to another team. Another thought cuts through the air, a pig. The unnamed shaman scout, her eyes glowing with an intense green light, crosses her arms, her voice sharp as she questions the enjoyment of listening to pigs squealing and wasting precious time. The happy Buddha, now appearing as a blonde-haired man with piercing yellow eyes, reflects on the high-stakes world around him, acknowledging that this is where the true first-rates play their game. He sits in a modern office, a glass of red liquid in hand, his gaze distant as he contemplates the intricate web of power. His hands clench, knuckles white, a silent testament to the immense pressure he endures. Suddenly, a flashback to 3 years prior unfolds, revealing a shaman with glowing red eyes biting deeply into the neck of a younger Jaizong Qion, who remains passive, as if accepting his fate, though the shaman herself declares she doesn't care about his struggles. The shaman continues her ritual, a soft huff escaping her lips as she draws blood, solidifying the bond to the Bodhisattva she serves. Standing beside the newly initiated Jaizong Qion, the shaman declares, "Say hello, you will be serving him from now on." The happy Buddha sits in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed downward. A sudden, sharp sound echoes, as something shatters, pulling the narrative back to a harsh reality. Jaizong Qion, younger and burdened, looks at the mess around him, a bitter question forming in his mind. He wonders if this is truly the path to graduating from a good university, the dream of helping his single mother and becoming a chief secretary in Changpyeong. His face contorts in disbelief, as he questions if this is the reward for all their hard work. The memory of cleaning up after school and working after work, delivering food, weighs heavily on him. Later, composed but still carrying the weight of his past, he stands over a desk, a new chapter beginning. He addresses the man seated before him, confirming his identity. "Assistant Han, that's your name, right?" The man responds with a hesitant, "Why, yes." He listens intently as the happy Buddha asks if he knows anyone in his family with an illness, to which he replies, "No, not really." The Buddha then advises him to tell someone to get a checkup, revealing that someone in his family is suffering from a serious, terminal condition. Later, a hand reaches for a doorknob, as he wonders if the Buddha truly believes someone in his family has a serious illness, questioning what the Buddha could possibly know, or if he's even a doctor. His hand clenches, a wave of indignation washing over him as he thinks, does he think he's doing me a favor or something? The screen of a phone lights up, displaying an incoming call from Mom. He stares down, his hands still tightly clenched, the weight of the call settling upon him. In a sterile medical office, a female doctor delivers the grim diagnosis: it's pancreatic cancer. However, a male doctor quickly follows with a glimmer of hope, explaining that the good news is they found it early enough to do something about it. As they walk away from the hospital, Jaizong Chion's mother tries to reassure him, explaining that with sufficient treatment, he still has a chance at recovery. She continues, trying to soothe his worries, perhaps recalling a conversation with her own mother, before he reminds her of his stable job at Dragon, suggesting he can afford to rest. His mother then emphasizes the generous company benefits and her willingness to take time off to accompany him to the hospital. But he abruptly declares his refusal for any treatment, leaving her stunned and questioning his decision. She desperately pleads with him, reminding him of his financial responsibilities and her fear of losing him, only for him to counter with a heartbreaking declaration that she is his last remaining family, and he doesn't want her to die, before commanding her to halt. Ignoring his command, she continues to walk, asserting her final decision to live for their shared future, now that he is grown. He quietly but firmly rejects her decision, recalling how he has always yielded to her wishes, even in their hardest times. His mother cries out in anguish, then asserts her own will, asking him to let her do what she wants this time. Her cries echo outside the hospital, as he stands by, unable to meet her gaze, while two suited figures observe from a distance. A bald monk, the Happy Buddha, informs the shaman scout that he has dispatched someone to manage an ongoing operation. He then offers her a reprieve, suggesting she rest until her heart recovers, to which she questions his reasoning, but the monk simply continues, explaining that perhaps interacting with others might finally sate his own profound hunger. With a final, cryptic remark, he expresses his hope that she will accept the assistance of this selfish cultist Pip. The shaman scout listens, her expression etched with a mixture of concern and distress, the weight of his words clearly unsettling her. Suddenly, a heavy impact reverberates through the space, as Jaizong Chion's hand clamps down on the monk's arm, forcing him to the ground. He stands over the subdued figure, his gaze intense, the monk now lying still beneath him. With a sharp crack, he demonstrates his power, a clear response to the challenge. You said you'll prove it with your skills. He continues his assault, his voice laced with fury, questioning the fate of those around the fallen figure. His expression hardens, refusing to forgive the pitiful end that awaits his opponent. Another impact lands, as he condemns the cultist pig. He strains, exerting more force to ensure the figure remains subdued. A blue glow emanates from his hand as he addresses the Happy Buddha, accusing him of causing pain and referring to him as Team Lead Han. The final impact leaves the Happy Buddha's face bruised and distorted. The bloated form of the Happy Buddha lies amidst scattered food, utterly defeated. Later, Jaizong Qion stands by a window, gazing out at the distant view. He then turns, suggesting it is time to return and attend to their people. He gazes out the window of a high-flying aircraft, his expression unreadable as the world rushes by beneath him. Back on the ground, a subtle tremor rattles through the air as Team Lead Han and the shaman scouts stand with another associate, awaiting his return. A quiet sigh escapes him, his thoughts heavy as he looks down. Elsewhere, two figures with pale hair, dressed in traditional robes, exchange delicate feathers, their expressions serene. Later, back with his people, he sits quietly as the shaman scout tends to a wound on his arm, while Team Lead Han and others observe with concern. Team Lead Han, ever diligent, reviews information on a tablet, his brow furrowed in thought. The shaman scout carefully applies ointment to his arm, her focus entirely on his recovery. She reassures him that the injury is superficial, explaining, the cut isn't too deep, so some ointment should do the trick. Gently, he places his hand over hers, a silent acknowledgement of her care, and tells her, you don't have to tell me everything. I know you did everything you could. A faint smirk plays on his lips. As the shaman scout confirms, that's what I wanted to hear. You're winning over-the-counter rituals. She continues, it might not sound like much, but this will make a superstar out of you. He questions the term, a superstar, as a flamboyant figure is presented, almost like a magic trick. The shaman scout quickly interjects, oh, let me explain a bit before you ask me something ridiculous like whether you need to prepare for signing autographs. He silently acknowledges her accuracy, thinking, that's exactly what I was thinking. She clarifies, what I meant is that you'll start having fans and haters now. A crowd of red, featureless figures applauds enthusiastically, as she gestures, those people are your fans. Then, a group of blue figures boos loudly, as she explains, but other financial companies have close ties with Chong Finance. All the other hunters who are afraid of losing their jobs will try to bring you down too. He nods, processing the information. I get it, but I'm glad. He muses that some people simply aren't a threat, but perhaps he could find a way to neutralize the haters who would inevitably emerge. The shaman scout, startled by his words, exclaims in confusion, asking what on earth he is talking about. With a serious expression, Jaizong Qion clarifies that the fans are far more dangerous than any hater could ever be. Meanwhile, the financial world reacts to unseen forces, with Narek Economics reporting significant market movers, Manseok Steel plummeting by 30%, while CTS Eco surges by 13.7%. In a corporate office, Team Lead Han stares at the screen in disbelief, uttering a shocked, are you serious? Adjusting his glasses, he realizes the implications, deducing that this must be the work of the newly born Cross Investments fool. From another location, Yang Xiangma, the CEO of HoAM Investments, confirms the assessment, stating, yes, sir. Most likely, he beat the Golden Bodhisattva to make it happen. This is the Salgut Shaman of HoAM Investments, a figure shrouded in darkness. Yang Xiangma, the cursed shaman, stands with blood staining his face and clothes, clutching two small blades, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Later, Overlooking a city from a high-rise office, he speaks to a subordinate about Master Lim, the only one who consistently defeated the Golden Bodhisattva. As a golf ball sits poised on a tee, Ma declares that if his subordinate believes in his plan, he will do his best to acquire this powerful individual. With a swift, clean swing, he explains that they can win him over with money, or simply threaten him into joining their ranks. The club connects with the ball, and Ma dismisses any moral qualms, simply ordering his subordinate, Darkness, to bring the target to him. A chilling grin spreads across Yangxiang Ma's face, his eyes glinting with ruthless determination. The subordinate bows deeply, acknowledging the command without question. The sleek, modern facade of a gym stands prominently, a stark contrast to the mystical world Zhizhongqian often inhabits. Inside, rows of treadmills hum with activity, a testament to the mundane yet essential training now required of him. Sweat drips from his brow as he struggles to maintain his pace, a weary sigh escaping him as he questions how much longer this grueling regimen will last. The shaman scout, observing him with a critical eye, holds a water bottle and asks, "Is this what you meant by training? Is this really training?" Her voice, clear through his headphones, cuts through his exhaustion, reminding him that he needs to build up his stamina to stop fainting after every ritual. She acknowledges his survival through the last ritual, but sternly warns him to imagine the consequences if he were to collapse in the middle of a confrontation. The thought of such a failure visibly distresses Zhizhongqian, as the scout continues, explaining that he would be killed by the very death curse he was casting, a truly wasted effort. Looking down at him, the shaman scout concludes, "So quit whining and do the training that will keep you alive." Zhizhongqian, still on the treadmill, manages to retort, "Oh, and one more thing." A voice asks if he has someone at his place, confirming a room is kept for him and his grandmother will be brought over, then suggests that Dongo stay there. He looks up, a flicker of concern in his eyes, asking if it's only for a few days. The shaman scout, resolute, declares that he's going to live there, the word tumble echoing the finality of her statement. Zhizhongqian's brow furrows in confusion, demanding to know why. As they continue their workout on adjacent treadmills, he glances back at her, awaiting an explanation. She reminds him of the Golden Cross's past attempts to reach him through other tribes, a memory that visibly troubles him. The shaman scout continues, explaining that people are starting to take notice of him since his victory in the counter-ritual. He sits on the gym floor, lost in thought, processing the implications. She concludes, stating there's a chance someone might come after him, necessitating constant protection, while he considers the bustling city outside. He finds himself in a familiar argument, as the woman before him insists on her point. Her words hang in the air, a declaration that he simply won't be taking no for an answer, and with a firm grasp, he seals the deal. The sound of their hands clasping together echoes, a silent agreement to the new terms of his life. That is how his new team began to assemble around him. First with a woman whose presence commanded attention, her steps echoing with a soft rattle as she entered. A figure who possessed the most intimidating demeanor among them. Then, another man arrived, offering a somewhat reluctant, yet firm, welcome. He felt a pang of worry, because, despite his quiet demeanor, Dongo was an ex-gangster, and his expression seemed to suggest he was attending a funeral rather than a new assignment. He asks about his room, and Zhizhongqian, feeling a touch of unease, directs him to the innermost one. The green-haired man stares intently, causing Zhizhongqian to swallow hard under his gaze. He can't help but wonder if this new arrangement will truly work out. But soon, he realizes his worries were entirely unfounded. A comfortable stretch signals the passage of time and a new, relaxed routine. The green-haired man explains that some ingredients were about to expire, so he simply cooked them up. With a nonchalant air, the chef presents his creation, offering a simple choice: eat up, or don't. A delicate sip is taken, and the flavors begin to unfold. The taste is nothing short of exquisite. He finds himself in the bathroom, a stern figure with green hair watching him from the doorway, who reminds him that this is his space now, and that he expects it to be kept clean. Later, the green-haired man presents a small, insulated bag, explaining that he's prepared some snacks. He then sternly instructs Zhizhongqian, who usually eats out, that at least his snacks should be homemade. A moment later, a perfectly grilled sandwich appears, presented with a flourish. As evening falls, a phone beeps, and Zhizhongqian, looking utterly drained, yawns, lamenting that he'd worked out and performed a death curse ritual. He reaches for a door handle, muttering to himself that he's going to be sick tomorrow for sure, his hand firmly gripping the cold metal. Still recovering from his intense training, Zhizhongqian listens as his green-haired protector insists he must eat to sustain himself and his work, urging him to take some time to relax before his meal. Soon after, the protector, now wearing an apron, serves a steaming bowl of food, leaving Zhizhongqian visibly surprised by his unexpected culinary skills. As he gazes at the meal, a soft escapes Zhizhongqian's lips. He then directly asks the green-haired man, wondering aloud why he's so adept at housework and seems so accustomed to it. The protector, momentarily flustered, asks if his skills make Zhizhongqian uncomfortable or if he should stop, to which Zhizhongqian quickly clarifies that wasn't his intention at all. Regaining his composure, the protector explains that he was simply curious about his own aptitude, having done his fair share of housework in the past. He then reveals the reason for his experience, stating he used to live with his daughter, which prompts a shocked Jae to blurt out, "What? Are you married?" The protector looks away, a somber expression crossing his face, while Jae, realizing his blunder, quickly tries to backtrack, insisting he was merely curious about his marital status. With a heavy sigh, the protector finally confesses, revealing he is divorced, a revelation that causes Jae to internally halt in shock. The green-haired protector continues his story, explaining that his daughter had gone to live with her mother after the divorce. But he plans to bring her back, currently working tirelessly for that very goal. He recounts how he couldn't even support his own family, and knowing the court would rule against him, he took a regular job, working relentlessly to secure her future. Jae listens intently, observing the man's earnestness. A soft ahem escapes Jae as he offers a simple, heartfelt compliment. "You're a good dad." He then advises the man to finish his tea and get some rest, assuring him that sleepless nights would do no good. But the protector's response is immediate and somber. Too late. Jae considers this, then offers a different perspective, suggesting perhaps the man simply wasn't ready to return to his daughter yet. He concludes with a quiet observation that it's getting quite late for such deep reflections. He looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips as he thanks Daeho for the headphones. Later, the city lights blur past them, and a soft plop echoes in the quiet car, causing him to glance over with a surprised expression. Daeho offers him a warm cup, suggesting he drink the same tea he made the previous night, which he gratefully accepts. The green-haired man carefully pours the steaming liquid from a thermos, filling the small cup. Suddenly, his phone rings, and a thought of his daughter flashes through his mind as he answers the call. He glances into the rearview mirror, his expression softening slightly, before focusing on the conversation. He greets his daughter warmly, asking how she is, only to hear her small voice respond, "Dad." Her next words are a devastating blow, a child's simple declaration, "Mom isn't coming home again." Alone in a dimly lit room, a young girl clutches her phone, her voice trembling as she confesses, "I think I slept through dinner alone already. I don't want to be alone again." Her small frame hunched over a table littered with empty dishes, she adds with a sigh, "And there's nothing to eat at home." Miles away, the words hit Jae like a physical blow, his hands clenching the steering wheel with white-knuckled force, the sound of his grip echoing the turmoil within him. His daughter's voice, now trying to sound brave, comes through the phone. "You can go ahead. I'll be fine," she insists, then adds, "Or you can just send me in my place for this time." His jaw tightens, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as he responds, "I'll be right there, kiddo. Just sit tight." A small, hopeful voice whispers, "Hurry, Dad," just as Jae foot slams down on the accelerator, the engine roaring to life with a decisive click and step. He glances back at Dango, a silent understanding passing between them as the car surges forward, a flash of speed blurring the world outside. Through the night, cars weave and dart across the parking lot, a frantic ballet of headlights and taillights. Inside the speeding vehicle, Jae buries his face in his hand, his green hair disheveled, the weight of his daughter's words heavy upon him, while Dango watches him with quiet concern. Still reeling from the call, he remains cloaked in the car's dim interior, his face obscured by the wide brim of his hat. Outside, Dango observes two men approaching, one with blonde hair and the other with gray, wondering aloud, "Who are those people?" His gaze sharpens, a flicker of recognition crossing his features as Dango continues. "And who's the one in the hat? Is he a shaman?" A deliberate step echoes from outside the vehicle, followed by a sharp knock against the window. A low creak escapes him, his face contorted in a mix of anger and apprehension. Team lead Han, the blonde-haired man, addresses him directly, his voice cutting through the tension. "Can we have a quick word, shaman of sudden death?" As Jae is warned by Dango not to step outside, a new, unsettling figure with a wide, unnerving smile appears at the window, adding to the growing sense of dread. "Don't step outside. I have a bad feeling about this." A figure in traditional robes and a wide-brimmed hat stands in a dimly lit space, a soft creak echoing around them. Meanwhile, a hand taps impatiently, the voice behind it admitting, "I don't want to do this if I can help it." But team lead Han, standing beside the speaker, finishes the thought, "But I suppose we'll have to put him in the mood to talk." The white-haired man takes a slow drag from his cigarette, a faint whistle escaping his lips as he exhales. A sharp clack echoes from inside a car, the sound of a door or mechanism engaging. Jae reaches out, a flicker of hesitation crossing his mind as he admits he doesn't want to proceed if there's any other option. But walking beside him, Justin Lee responds with a cold resolve that they'll simply have to ensure their target is in the right mood to talk. Elsewhere, a figure with white hair raises a whistle to their lips, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that cuts through the air. Immediately, the street below erupts into pandemonium, vehicles overturning and debris scattering in a sudden, violent upheaval. A young man watches the unfolding disaster, a look of grim concern on his face as the sound of the impact echoes. He observes the sheer number of figures involved, remarking that there are so many of them, just like gangsters. Another young man, wearing glasses, adds with a nervous laugh that he's only seen something like this in gangster movies, but this time, it's real. He continues, realizing the gravity of the situation, that those guys are real, and they are not to be underestimated, prompting a panicked suggestion to call the police. But the first young man quickly dismisses the idea, insisting they shouldn't call the cops, as they wouldn't arrive in time and might even arrest them along with the others. A voice echoes, declaring a past as an ex-con. Meanwhile, a man with unnaturally dark red skin, his brow furrowed in thought, issues a command to call the team lead, his words sharp and decisive. Back in the car, Jaizong Cheon, wearing green-tinted glasses, firmly instructs his companion to remain inside, no matter what unfolds outside, emphasizing the importance of keeping the door shut. But before he can finish, a powerful arm wraps around his neck from behind, a voice coldly stating that this is simply earning my keep. A heavy revolver is then brought into view, its metallic glint a stark warning. Jaizong Cheon's eyes widen in terror, staring directly down the barrel. A sharp impact rings out, and he is struck, the world blurring into darkness. As Jaizong Cheon slumps unconscious, another aggressor leans into the car, demanding he open up, mister, or face death. He sits in the passenger seat, oblivious as the car is suddenly surrounded by dark-suited figures, their movements swift and coordinated. Before he can react, a hand grabs his head, violently yanking him backward with a sharp whirring sound. A sudden impact connects, his eyes widening in shock as darkness consumes his vision. The world spins, and his consciousness fades with a heavy thud. As he slumps unconscious, an assailant presses a revolver to his temple, a cold voice demanding he move his hand out of the way, calling him a little s******. Suddenly, the blonde-haired leader and another assailant flinch, their composure faltering as if struck by an unseen force. The leader, regaining his footing, muses aloud that he expected more guards, but not such new promising talent from someone like Jaizong Cheon. He dismisses the unexpected resistance, scoffing at the idea of Jaizong Cheon being a real guy in charge and ordering his men to take him out non-lethally, calling his defense a mere pepper gun. Adjusting his glasses, the leader's thoughts drift to a more unsettling possibility, the presence of an experienced old wolf among their targets. He finds himself surrounded by the assailants, their faces contorted in rage, as they accuse him of cowardice. Outside, the car door is violently struck, then kicked in with a heavy thud. A cloud of pepper spray fills the interior, sending Jaizong Cheon into a fit of coughing. Meanwhile, a subordinate frantically rummages through the car's glove compartment. From the driver's seat, Justin Lee turns to his subordinate, reminding him of his instructions. He commands the others to gather, then sharply orders Dongo to get Jaizong Cheon out of the car, chastising him for not having retrieved his weapon earlier. As Dongo reaches for a belt lined with bullets, Justin Lee acknowledges his attention. Dongo looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He apologizes to his boss for involving him, then repeats the reprimand, acknowledging his failure to retrieve his weapon. Dongo, still reeling from his earlier mistake, reaffirms his commitment, vowing to protect his daughter and fulfill his duties as an employee. Meanwhile, Jaizong Cheon struggles to breathe through the gas mask, the pepper spray still burning in his lungs. Justin Lee, enraged by the shaman's resilience, delivers a brutal kick, demanding he surrender. Another powerful blow lands, the impact echoing through the confined space. Jaizong Cheon lies motionless on the ground, his face bruised and bloodied amidst the lingering smoke. The shaman remains incapacitated, shrouded by the dissipating gas. Satisfied with the outcome, Justin Lee turns and walks away, ordering his subordinates to secure the shaman, but with caution, warning them that Jaizong Cheon's powers could still harm them if they get too close. Still struggling for breath, Jaizong Cheon remains trapped within the gas mask, his fate uncertain. Observing the figure before him, a question forms in Dongo's mind. Why would anyone bother with such a thing, he muses, unless they were accustomed to fighting with pepper guns? Without warning, he lunges, striking the shaman with brutal force, sending him reeling. Then, a memory clicks into place. He dashes forward once more, a name forming on his lips. This man, he realizes, was once the lieutenant of the Steel Dragon Gang. With a sharp metallic whisper, a blade slides from its sheath. He brings the weapon down, aiming another precise strike at his opponent. With deliberate steps, he closes the distance. Still incapacitated on the ground, he hears Dongo declare that his initial target had been Jaizong Cheon's boss. A scoff escapes Dongo as he asks if Jaizong Cheon is surprised, revealing his own past as a gang member. He elaborates, mentioning the infamous Steel Dragon Gang, a name Jaizong Cheon would surely recognize. With a swift, brutal motion, Dongo brings a blade down towards him, asserting that Jaizong Cheon is now facing 32 men alone. A sharp crack echoes through the space as Dongo warns that he cannot guarantee Jaizong Cheon's survival, not once his boys get riled up. He demands the shaman of sudden death be handed over, threatening that no one will escape unharmed otherwise. Dongo offers to forget Jaizong Cheon's identity, but Jaizong Cheon, still on the ground, desperately offers to do anything for money. With a sudden flick, Dongo embeds a blade into Jaizong Cheon's arm, then aims a gun directly at him. He reiterates his resolve, even if it means fighting 32 people by himself. Still, Jaizong Cheon's arm is twisted further, a sickening creak echoing as Dongo tightens his grip, demanding to know if he's still acting tough. With a furious roar, Dango raises a heavy metal pipe high above his head, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The pipe whistles through the air, descending rapidly towards his target. It connects with a brutal whack, sending a spray of blood into the air. Suddenly, a furious roar escapes Dango's lips as he finds himself surrounded by a new wave of assailants. Without hesitation, he draws a handgun, firing a shot that sends one of them recoiling. He then spins, the metal pipe a deadly extension of his arm, striking multiple attackers with a flurry of whamps and thwacks. Meanwhile, Jaizong Qion lies battered on the ground, his eyes wide as he watches the brutal melee unfold. Dango continues his relentless assault, the pipe whistling through the air once more as he brings it down on another foe. He doesn't hesitate, firing his weapon at point-blank range. As a woman with long dark hair and a man in a suit watch the brutal exchange from a distance. His movements are swift, a blur of motion as he continues his assault, leaving one of the blonde-haired attackers reeling, blood already staining his face. The assailant collapses, but Dango is relentless, his gun barking again. Another attacker takes the full force of the shot, his face contorting in agony. Switching tactics, he brings the metal pipe down with crushing force, striking one assailant while another lies defeated at his feet. Before he pivots and fires his handgun once more, eliminating yet another threat. Amidst the chaos of the ongoing fight, Dango delivers a brutal strike to an assailant, while from a distance, an unseen observer questions his motives. The man in the gray suit instructs his green-haired companion to clean up the mess immediately, emphasizing the need to find the shaman of sudden death before they are seen. His gaze sharpens as he reiterates, they cannot let anyone know of their involvement. Meanwhile, Dango continues his relentless assault, striking down another foe, as the observer ponders why he would risk his job for this. Jaizong Qion, the green-haired figure, responds with a sigh, admitting he shares the sentiment and lamenting their past decision to leave their gangs. Without a word, the man in the gray suit swiftly draws a gleaming knife from his back. As Dango turns to leave the scene, glancing back at the carnage, he hopes his efforts were worth the money. The gray-suited man stands over a fallen figure, his knife now stained with blood, breathing heavily as he mutters that he figured this would happen. He calmly wipes the blood from his blade, while Jaizong Qion observes the grim aftermath, the two standing silently over the newly fallen victim. In the aftermath of a brutal confrontation, several figures lie motionless on the ground, while another stands over them, surveying the scene. A white-haired man, his face already bruised and bloodied, can only utter, "You've gone crazy." Jaizong Qion, however, remains unperturbed, his voice cold as he demands, "Hand over the keys, or we'll have to kill you." He then adds with disdain, "Shame on you." The white-haired man's hand, smeared with blood, trembles slightly as he retorts, "All you grown-ups ganging up on a minor to abduct him." With a sudden dash, Jaizong Qion closes the distance, repeating his demand one last time before swiftly snatching something from the man's grasp. A sharp jolt of light reflects off the blade of a knife, now held firmly in Jaizong Qion's hand. As Jaizong Qion lunges, the white-haired man urges him on. "Just kill him and take those silly keys." A sickening shink of metal-piercing flesh fills the air, followed by the distinct sound of a transaction being completed. Under the dim glow of streetlights, a quiet alleyway in the city sleeps, littered with the remnants of the day. Inside, a man with striking green hair sits alone at a small table, surrounded by an array of dishes and a bottle of soju, his gaze distant as he contemplates the evening. A silent ellipsis hangs in the air, reflecting his deep thoughts. He lifts a shot glass to his lips, swallowing the potent liquid with a quiet gulp. The glass meets the table with a soft clack. The world, he muses, is full of people. People who want him to do their work for them, just like the voice that now echoes in his mind, telling Daeho he needs to go and get this signed. In a stark office, Dango sits behind a desk, a document fluttering in his hand as he addresses Daeho, who stands before him. As Dango holds out the employment agreement and a pen, the intricate, full-back tattoo of Daeho is revealed, a silent testament to his past. A document titled Death Waiver lies on a surface, its fine print detailing grim terms. Meanwhile, in a stark room, he kneels, his back exposed, as Dango stands over him, a silent command in his posture. The instruction is clear. "Collect stuff for me, Daeho." Later, in an office, Dango reiterates, "Daeho, I need you to go wild on some people." Without hesitation, Jaizong Qion steps forward, his heavy boots crunching with each stride. He grips a metal pipe, the cold steel a familiar weight in his hand, ready for the coming confrontation. Then he plunges into the fray, a whirlwind of motion against multiple adversaries. The unspoken command echoes, "Fight for me, Daeho." Seated before Dango, Daeho listens intently as he is given a new directive. "Daeho, I need you to take care of some business." Without hesitation, he draws a knife, the blade flashing with a swift, decisive motion. A green-haired victim, already bloodied and held captive, cries out in agony as the room's temperature gauge ominously reads 83 degrees Celsius. Now shirtless, revealing extensive dark tattoos across his arms and torso, Daeho, with his green hair falling over his face, plunges the knife into the struggling figure, a violent splash erupting around them. The temperature gauge remains fixed at 83 degrees Celsius, the only sound a sharp, metallic clack. Moments later, a gruesome splatter of blood stains the nearby door. The deed done, Daeho stands amidst the carnage, his body heavily bloodied, the knife still clutched in his hand, exhaustion etched onto his face. Later, back in the office, Dongo, with a white-haired man standing beside him, reiterates his chilling command. I need you to do some time for me, Daeho. A sharp, metallic clack echoes through the sterile environment. As Dongo, his green hair a stark contrast to his sharp suit, reminds him, you'll do a shorter time for murder than dealing drugs, you know? The man with white hair stands silently beside him, observing the exchange in the stark, prison-like setting. As Dongo continues, his voice firm, serve my sentence for me, Daeho. A thought forms in Daeho's mind, do things for them. He questions the endless cycle. Isn't there anyone around me who can handle their own problems? The weight of his fate settles upon him. Am I going to spend all my life doing things for others and die doing that too? Suddenly, a different scene flashes into view. A blonde-haired man, his eyes wide with a furious intensity, grips a glowing red shard, particles of energy radiating from his hand. Before he violently strikes a green-haired victim, sending blood splattering into the air. The green-haired victim, battered and bleeding, thinks to himself, but if I die here, who's going to look after my daughter for me? Suddenly, a sharp, metallic sound cuts through the air. A glowing red shard pierces flesh, drawing blood. Justin Lee holds the green-haired victim by the throat, the shard still embedded, as Jae Cheon watches in horror. A jolt of agony racks the victim's body, his face contorted in a silent scream. The scene shifts to a chaotic street, littered with fallen figures and a damaged vehicle, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. Amidst the destruction, the white-haired man and Dongo stand, their expressions grim. The white-haired man speaks, his voice cutting through the tension. I'm the one you're after. He finds his wrist seized in a powerful grip. His opponents face a mask of cold determination as he warns, you don't have to do this to him. But before the words can fully register, the white-haired man retaliates with a brutal headbutt, sending a spray of blood from his attacker's mouth as the man exclaims, oh, the two of you have some serious issues. The blonde man, unfazed, swiftly draws a knife, plunging it into the white-haired man's shoulder with a sharp shink. Ignoring the pain, he delivers a powerful punch to Donghun's face, a whack, echoing as he demands, darkness, why don't I just kill Donghun myself? Without pause, a brutal kick connects with Donghun's side, the impact a resounding thwack. He continues his relentless assault, pummeling the blonde man with a flurry of whams and bams, who struggles to speak through the blows. That shaman over there is the company's greatest asset. Suddenly, with a swift whip, Donghun snatches his wrist again, interrupting the assault and questioning. What if the interference hand prevents him from performing his role? What will you say then? With his other hand, Donghun quickly pulls a sleek, pin-like object from his pocket with a decisive grab. Before the fight can escalate further, Jae Cheon steps forward, his voice cutting through the tension. We've secured the target. That shaman is a shaman, don't you think? He reminds the subdued men that others are watching, cautioning them against further embarrassment. Stepping closer, he asserts his complete control over the situation. Grabbing the white-haired man by his hair, he promises to report their actions to the chairman, holding them accountable. With another deliberate step, he forces the man's head even lower. Looking down at his captives, he formally introduces himself before stating his intention to escort them out. The blonde man, Dongo, lies bleeding on the ground, a pen-like object discarded nearby. A new figure arrives, tapping his foot, and introduces himself as Darkness, a dealer for Hoam Investments. He conveys a message from Chairman Yang Seong-ma, who wishes to see Jae Cheon, and states his purpose to escort him. Jae Cheon agrees to cooperate, but only if they promise not to harm Daeho. Seated in the vehicle, Jae Cheon glances at his phone, a silent acknowledgement that this is where the true players operate. He is then escorted into a sleek, black van, guided by Justin Lee and another suited figure. The vehicle swiftly navigates the labyrinthine passages of an underground parking facility. Inside, Jae Cheon sits across from Justin Lee, the tension palpable between them. Justin Lee breaks the silence, acknowledging the recent altercation and the impression Jae Cheon must have formed. He continues, explaining that the chairman wishes to meet him, suggesting an offer of a position. Jae Cheon, his gaze steady, inquires about the nature of Lee's company. Lee replies, his tone measured, that he works with someone who nearly killed his own people. Jae Cheon's injured hand clenches, as he considers working with someone who might harm him, if it suits his interests. Still reeling from the implications of the chairman's offer, Jae Cheon could only manage a hesitant, WL. As he considered the path laid before him, wondering if he had already made a poor impression. A quiet grit of teeth betrayed his inner turmoil, as the voice pressed him. So what? What are you going to do about it? The voice continued, explaining the power behind their organization. Let me tell you something. Hoam Investments is a firm run by the Grand Empire Group. The conversation shifted to a more direct threat, as the voice warned. If you won't do rituals for us. A chilling reminder of his past, we can make sure no one finds you again. The instructions became clear and absolute. So try not to look too unhappy about this. When you meet the chairman, keep your mouth shut, and just follow his orders. A pointed question followed. Point. His injured hand, a stark symbol of his vulnerability, was highlighted as the final warning was delivered. That's the only way you can survive and stay alive. Suddenly, the vehicle lurched violently, its tires screeching loudly as it came to an abrupt halt. Jaizong Xion, startled by the sudden stop, exclaimed, what was that? Why are we stopping? He stares, bewildered, as the car comes to an abrupt halt. Outside, a massive metal shutter blocks their path, prompting a bodyguard to question its presence. Justin Lee, clearly irritated, dismisses the delay as a minor inconvenience. He instructs Dongo to send someone to the building management to open the shutter, while another bodyguard is dispatched to investigate. Standing outside the vehicle, Justin Lee reiterates his orders, ensuring the remaining guards stay vigilant. The white-haired bodyguard approaches the imposing barrier, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Suddenly, piercing screams erupt from the direction of the shutter. Both Justin Lee and Dongo turn sharply, their expressions shifting to alarm. A foot, clad in a dress shoe, steps onto the pavement, revealing the presence of the green-haired figure. A powerfully built man in a dark suit strides forward with deliberate, heavy steps. Nearby, a hand, slick with fresh blood, lies on the ground, a stark testament to the violence that has already unfolded. Without hesitation, the man in the suit, Kealun Kong, flings a blonde-haired figure away with casual force, sending him sprawling across the concrete. His intense gaze suggests a deeper purpose behind his aggression, leaving onlookers to wonder if this is the infamous Kealun Kong. He then grabs another man by the collar, demanding to know his problem, as Dongo steps in, attempting to de-escalate the volatile situation. Already bleeding from the mouth, Dongo desperately warns the others, imploring them not to provoke the formidable figure before them. Kealun Kong stands before a car, its headlights cutting through the dimness, his posture radiating an unsettling calm amidst the chaos he has created. Then, with a swift, deadly motion, he draws a knife and swings it with lethal intent. After the swift assault, Kealun Kong surveys his surroundings, his eyes scanning for any remaining targets or signs of his adversaries. Dongo, with a firm grip, lifts a smaller, blonde-haired man by his collar, demanding to know his problem. As he holds the man suspended, a voice from off-panel urgently warns against provoking him. Ignoring the plea, Dongo violently dispatches the man, a sickening splatter marking the side of a nearby car. With the immediate threat neutralized, he calmly draws a knife from his jacket, the metallic click echoing in the garage. He surveys the scene, his gaze falling upon something unseen below. From the shadows, the unnamed white-haired man emerges, his voice laced with suspicion as he questions Dongo's presence. With blood already staining his shirt, Dongo grimly acknowledges the inevitable confrontation. He lunges forward, his foot blurring with speed. The white-haired man recoils, a fresh streak of blood appearing on his cheek from the sudden assault. As the white-haired man steps forward, he declares himself Sang-Hung Kim, the head of the Ho-Am security team, vowing to stop Dongo. But before Sang-Hung Kim can even react, Dongo's fist connects with a swift, brutal wish. The impact leaves Sang-Hung Kim's face a mangled mess, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Defeated, he slumps against the cold concrete wall, as Dongo stands over him, victorious. A defeated sigh escapes him, as he wonders who exactly he just faced. Meanwhile, in a different location, Kealun Kong sits in a car with another man, both looking intently at something unseen. A sudden exclamation of surprise escapes Kealun Kong, as he calls out to his companion. His face contorts with concern, reflecting the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. A rhythmic tapping echoes through the parking garage as Dongo attempts to breach a vehicle, the occupant defiantly shouting from within, refusing to open the door. With a sharp whish, the barrier gives way, and the man inside recoils in shock and pain. The window shatters completely, sending fragments flying. A brutal THWAP follows, as Dongo's hand connects, leaving a bloody mark. Ignoring the defeated man, Dongo calls out, "Come on out, Jiziong. You're safe now." A menacing smile spreads across his face as he adds, "I'll go out the other side." Behind him, the white-haired man lies slumped and unconscious amidst the shattered debris. Looking down at his defeated opponent, Dongo remarks, "That guy peed himself." Elsewhere, in a different section of the garage, Jiziong stands beside Kealun Kong, both observing their surroundings. His hand, bandaged and still stained with blood, is clutched tightly, a stark reminder of the recent struggle. A voice asks with concern if he was stabbed with a knife, but he dismisses his own injury, insisting he is fine, though his companion might be in a difficult condition. The other man, his face bruised and bloodied, lets out a soft groan as he's moved, clearly in immense pain. Kealun Kong carries the unconscious Jiziong, his leg bleeding profusely, urging that they must get him to a hospital immediately. After a tense wait, Kealun Kong sits in a hospital waiting room alongside a worried woman with long, dark hair, the silence punctuated only by the soft clack of her shoes. She turns to him, her expression etched with concern, asking if Daeho will be all right. Kealun Kong reassures her, explaining that he spoke with the doctor before the surgery, and it's not a difficult operation, he's not in any danger. He confirms that Jiziong will need some time to rest and recover, but he'll be back on his feet in no time. But right now, there's a more pressing matter at hand. A woman with sleek, dark hair states firmly, "We need to figure out how to get rid of those Hoem bastards." Jizeong, his back to her, questions, as in revenge? Against those gangsters? He reminds her that Kealun Kong had advised against such a move, asking, "Why stir up a hornet's nest?" The woman counters, her voice unwavering. "You stir it up once, it's a hornet's nest. Once you let them build a hive under your roof, you might end up losing the whole house." A gulp escapes Jizeong as he walks alongside Kealun Kong, the weight of the conversation heavy on him. The woman continues, her voice echoing in his mind. "We'll use the meeting as an excuse to arrange a meeting with them tonight. Get ready, Jizeong." He turns, a look of disbelief on his face, asking, "Do I have to go there too?" He listens intently as the woman explains that the Hoam bastards orchestrated the situation precisely so he would have to appear in person, leaving him no choice but to confront them directly. She then challenges him, asking if something else is more important than this urgent matter, her gaze unwavering. Jizeong hesitates, admitting that he was actually on his way to buy someone a meal, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The unnamed female authority figure, dressed sharply in a dark suit, reacts with a surprised, almost incredulous tone, repeating his words, "A meal?" Suddenly, a small hand reaches out from behind a corner, and a gasp escapes a hidden figure, revealing the wide, innocent eyes of a green-haired child, who seems to have overheard the conversation. Jizeong quickly kneels down to the child's level, asking if she's all right, while Kealun Kong stands silently in the background. The child, looking up at him, asks who he is, to which the female authority figure interjects, stating, "I work with your mom." Jizeong then explains to the child that her mother is busy with work right now, so he came to buy her dinner instead. The child's eyes widen further as Jizeong asks if she'd like to go out for a meal, a small gasp escaping her lips at the unexpected invitation. He sits at a table in Naryok's gimbap, a spread of food before him, as the green-haired child eagerly reaches for a dish. The child munches happily, enjoying the meal. Across from him, Kealun Kong watches the child eat, while he himself observes the scene with a quiet intensity. Later, a sleek black car glides through the city streets at night, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside, the female authority figure remarks on a rookie kid who got killed, musing that no one would ever want to kill him. As the car whirs, a hand presses a button on the console. The woman sharply tells someone to shut their mouth, threatening to pay them off before they report to their boss, while a small, green-haired figure gasps, whimpering "Why yes, mama," as his hand covers their mouth. Finally, he stands with the green-haired child as a door clacks open, revealing their destination. He leads the green-haired child into his apartment, a modern space with clean lines, as she sits on the floor, observing her new surroundings. Moving to put away his belongings, Jizeong cautions her not to run, fearing she might trip in the unfamiliar space. A quiet moment passes, punctuated only by the soft click of a camera, capturing a memory of the two of them. The child, still processing the day's events, looks up at him, asking when her father will arrive. Later, as she eats a meal he's provided, she complains that it's not what she wanted, despite his earlier promise that she could eat anything. He simply gestures towards the refrigerator, assuring her that she can choose anything from within. Crouching down to her level, he encourages her to make herself at home, to treat his place as her own. As he prepares to leave, he offers to leave her his number. Holding a tablet, the child looks up at him, a question in her eyes. "Are you going somewhere too?" He offers a soft, reassuring "yeah" to the child, explaining that he has to go and talk to the people who are keeping her father busy. Kneeling before her, he looks into her eyes with a determined gaze. A firm humph escapes him as he vows to tell them not to do that again. Under the vast expanse of the night sky, the city lights twinkle in the distance. His destination, the imposing structure of Hoam Investments, looms against the darkness. The corporate tower, a symbol of their power, awaits his arrival. With a decisive "done," he steps away from the vehicle, ready to confront those inside. But before he can even reach the entrance, a horrifying sight unfolds above him. Several figures, including Justin Lee, the white-haired man, Dongo, Kealun Kong, and the green-haired victim, plummet from the building's immense height, their bodies twisting in the air. As Jizeong arrives at the Hoam Investments building, a blonde-haired man, team lead me, questions the necessity of his presence, explaining that their boss is old-fashioned and insists on meeting with his entire team. Mi shakes his head, finding the situation tiresome, muttering about the uneducated individuals who cling to such formalities. Jizeong, observing the man's casual demeanor, inquires if he brought anyone with him, noting that he seems like a gangster trying to intimidate. Team lead Mi dismisses the notion, proudly stating his origin from the United States. He then reveals a small, compact weapon, assuring Jizeong it isn't loaded with bullets. Jizeong, unimpressed, simply asks if it's another pepper gun. Mi continues, emphasizing his financial acumen and the management of his personal assets, before adding that perhaps someone else needs such a weapon more than he does. As they walk, Mi states he's fine, but his bodyguard won't leave his side, asking Jizeong to help him if he can. Mi looks back, a subtle expression on his face, as if contemplating the implications of his request. As they proceed through the building, Team Lead Han addresses him, asking if he would be willing to teach their shaman a thing or two from time to time. Meanwhile, a woman with striking black and white hair remarks on the bodyguard, Dongo, noting that he is far too soft. Yet, she quickly corrects herself, adding that she would rather he be soft than a jerk, and that is precisely why she allows him to be himself. Jizeong and Team Lead Han approach a large set of doors, with Jizeong acknowledging the situation with a simple, well then. The heavy doors slowly creak open, revealing the same black and white-haired woman gently patting Dongo's head, a gesture of familiar authority. With a determined expression, Jizeong declares, "Let's get to work." Inside, a large group of men in suits, including Team Lead Han, Dongo, and the woman, are gathered in a spacious, ornate meeting room, all facing a central, unseen figure. A voice, perhaps Jizeong's inner thought, confirms, so they're here. A man in a sharp suit and dark sunglasses sits in what appears to be a private jet, a cane resting casually in his hand, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Meanwhile, a heavy clack echoes as Team Lead Han stands beside the imposing figure of Keelun Kong, both in formal attire. Elsewhere, with a confident step, the man from the jet, now in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt, descends a staircase, his presence undeniable. This is Justin Lee from Golden Cross Investments, a name that resonates through the high-stakes world of corporate power as a large meeting convenes. A sudden flinch crosses Jizeong Cheon's face as he processes the information, a quiet gulp escaping him as he realizes he's the man. With another confident step, Justin Lee continues his stride, unaware of the recognition he has just sparked. Jizeong Cheon's thoughts continue to race. Who sent those thugs to get me? A heavy door clacks shut, as a formidable figure, Dongo, stands guard, flanked by other imposing men in suits. Justin Lee strides away, his casual attire a stark contrast to his surroundings. He takes his place at the head of a long conference table, the very man known as Justin Lee from Golden Cross Investments. A sharp flinch and a nervous gulp escape Jizeong Cheon as he recognizes the face, realizing he's the man who moves with an air of undeniable authority. Who sent those thugs to get me? He thinks, the memory of their encounter still fresh. Elsewhere, the white-haired man fidgets nervously, his gaze cast downwards, as Dongo looms over him. A sudden, painful pinch to the arm elicits a sharp eek from the subordinate. Jizeong Cheon watches the scene unfold, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. As the woman watches intently, she instructs someone to simply observe and learn. Meanwhile, Chairman Ma of HoAM Investments makes his way through a building, his presence commanding attention. He soon comes face-to-face with Dongo and the white-haired man, who stands with a somber expression. Justin Lee extends his hand, offering a firm handshake to the white-haired man. Dongo, however, is less forgiving, reminding the man of his lost performance bonus and how his failure with Chang'e has left him a mess. Justin Lee then questions the white-haired man, wondering if the new shaman of sudden death proved too formidable for him. Before turning to Dongo with a handshake, acknowledging their fantastic quarter, Dongo affirms the positive report, admitting that they all share the same overarching goal in their industry. Seated in the plush interior of a private jet, Jizeong Cheon reflects on the high-stakes world of elite business, a game only the most powerful truly play. Meanwhile, a firm handshake seals a tentative agreement, as one voice suggests sharing valuable assets. The grip tightens, then releases, as the speaker reconsiders, a new thought forming. Justin Lee, leaning forward with a pointed gesture, cuts to the chase, demanding the individual in question be handed over. He assures them of a fair exchange, promising to ensure their investment is worthwhile without causing any harm, an offer valued at 24 billion won. The proposal extends further, inviting them to accept the terms and align themselves with HoAM Construction and HoAM Entertainment. From his own vantage point, Jizeong Cheon counters the offer, raising the stakes to 28 billion. The unnamed female authority figure observes the escalating bids, the new figure now clearly defined. Dongo, addressing Justin Lee, remarks on their existing resources, suggesting that with their current assets, finding new shamans should be simple, then directly asks for Justin Lee's opinion. Justin Lee leans in, a smirk playing on his lips, as he offers a proposition, finding it quite tempting. Then, his expression hardens, and he sharply commands silence, accusing his opponent of being so foolish that he can almost see the thoughts forming in his mouth. Jizeong Cheon recoils slightly, taken aback by the sudden, aggressive shift in tone. Behind Justin Lee, his subordinates, the unnamed white-haired man and Team Lead Han, observe the exchange with impassive faces, their presence a silent testament to his authority. Justin Lee, now shielded by dark glasses, leans back slightly, his voice dropping to a dangerous calm as he questions Jizeong Cheon's intentions. He then points a finger, his gaze piercing, asserting his claim with a simple, possessive question. He continues, revealing his deep connection to Chairman Yangxiang Ma, and how he grew up immersed in the cutthroat world of Guangdong. His voice drips with self-assurance as he challenges his listener, asking if they truly understand the journey he undertook to reach his current position. Finally, with an air of absolute finality, he declares his intent to seize what he believes is rightfully his. Justin Lee's voice cuts through the air, asserting his claim over Jizeong Cheon, warning him not to dare lay a hand on what he considers his. With a sudden, forceful shove, he sends Jizeong Cheon reeling backward. A mocking question escapes his lips, questioning Jaizong Qion's upbringing and understanding of proper conduct, as if his teachers in Guangdong had failed him. Jaizong Qion's feet shuffle backward, as Justin Li's warning echoes, demanding he never interfere with Qion again. He clarifies his presence, stating he didn't come all this way for business. Justin Li steps forward, pressing his advantage as Jaizong Qion continues to retreat, Team Lead Han standing by, unable to intervene. His words are a stark warning, delivered with cold precision. Another powerful shove sends Jaizong Qion stumbling again. Jaizong Qion collapses to the ground. Justin Li's final words a dismissive command to return his errand boy. He waves a dismissive hand, a casual farewell to the men who dared to challenge him. But the white-haired man, his face contorted in rage, curses him loudly, unable to accept such disrespect. Demanding to know if he truly believes he can walk away after insulting their chairman, and lunges forward, a blur of motion. Before he can reach his target, however, a bodyguard steps in, blocking the attack with a swift forearm, a pistol now firmly in his grip. Justin Li, unfazed by the commotion, calmly reiterates his stance. He walked in on his own terms and will leave as he pleases. With that, he turns, the strap of his backpack swinging as he declares, he's truly leaving this time. Flanked by his loyal bodyguards, he strides away, boasting about the pretty ladies awaiting him. As he departs, his gaze falls upon Jaizong Qion, still on the ground, and he delivers a final, chilling warning. Divine power alone isn't enough to survive in Yoduak. Jaizong Qion watches him go, the words hanging heavy in the air, surrounded by the silent, watchful figures. He replays the recent confrontation in his mind, a voice echoing. Did you see how bold your enemy was? Try to remember that. Meanwhile, Justin Li casually dismisses a comment, responding, oh, you flatter me, team lead me. The thought persists, however, that, not really that impressive is the only thing he can learn from you. An unnamed female authority figure, observing the white-haired man, advises him, you really need to do something about your womanizing habits. He grins, agreeing with a casual, I'll stop womanizing too. A subtle grin plays on her lips. Suddenly, Qialun Kong lunges forward with a powerful whoosh, his arm winding back for a devastating strike. The white-haired man barely registers the movement before a sharp whack connects with his face. Following the recent violent outburst, Qialun Kong stands silently as Justin Li addresses him and the unnamed female authority figure. With a piercing gaze, Justin Li asks, would you consider yourself a bastard? They say I'm one, and I am. He then questions Qialun Kang's manners, demanding to know, where did you learn your manners? Meanwhile, far from the tense meeting, Jaizong Qion takes a deliberate step, moving through a bustling street. He muses to himself, this is where the first-rates play their game. Probably somewhere you'd never imagine. It's the same place where you'd go to steal. Back in the aftermath of the incident, the unnamed white-haired man looks at his phone, a news headline about the shaman of sudden death visible, as an unseen voice dismisses him, saying, you'll leave it to me. I'll take care of the corresponding matters. You can go. Qialun Kong, now wearing glasses, confronts someone unseen, stating firmly, I'll ask you nicely, so hand him over. The unnamed female authority figure, attempting to mediate, warns him, look, I know you want to be a gangster. You can't throw tantrums like this whenever you go. Qialun Kong, undeterred, challenges back. Do you really think you can intimidate us with your threat? Absolutely. Justin Li, now wearing sunglasses, delivers a chilling final statement. If you don't meet my demands, I will have these, leaving his threat hanging in the air. The authority figure warns that boys interrupt everything they hold. While Jaizong Qion looks on with a troubled expression, Qialun Kong, however, asserts that they have information. And the visual of a formidable group of men underscores his point about muscles. Justin Li then counters, stating that he has networks and will use everything he has. A sound effect of a whip accompanying the image of another large group of men, symbolizing his influence. The scene shifts to two women in traditional attire, hinting at the rituals being discussed. This is followed by a depiction of a ritual in progress, as Qialun Kong defiantly declares he will run every ritual they hold. He then adds that he will take the opposite market from them until they run dry. He continues his aggressive stance, declaring he won't stop until his opponents are left with nothing. Justin Li and Qialun Kong stand together, flanked by their imposing entourage, a clear display of their combined power. The authority figure, however, remains unfazed, challenging their resolve. He questions if they truly believe their sacred rituals are without protection. Qialun Kong clenches his fist, asserting his absolute control over the shadows, claiming nothing is beyond his reach. The authority figure then demands the shaman of sudden death, threatening to destroy their company if they refuse, before daring them to make a move. Justin Li watches the escalating exchange, his expression unreadable. Dongo steps forward, his voice a low growl as he threatens to dismantle the entire Hoem group. Suddenly, Jaizong Qion is roughly pulled back, caught in the escalating conflict. The voice continues, demanding the shaman of sudden death, the very one they so desperately sought. As the words hang in the air, Justin Li seizes him from behind, a firm grip on his shoulder and arm. He is then roughly dragged away, his feet scuffing against the floor with each step. A heavy slam echoes through the space, sealing off their escape. The unnamed male authority figure watches in disbelief, a single thought forming in his mind. Before he is violently forced to his knees, surrounded by the menacing figures, as he struggles to comprehend their audacity. That will never happen, he declares, his voice strained but resolute. Dongo leans in, his tone chillingly calm, reminding him that they can completely shut down the Hoam rituals, just as Justin Lee had promised. Justin Lee confirms this with a cold, knowing smile, his foot stepping forward with purpose. He declares his intent to dismantle their operations, vowing to stop all their rituals. He continues, certain that they will learn their place once he cuts off their income. A stern look on his face. He believes they need a clear warning, a taste of true darkness. He stares out, his resolve unwavering. As a message on his phone warns him, this is your last chance. Being disrespectful to every last person who has helped you. If you fail. He defiantly retorts, knowing the stakes, but if they fail. With a trickle of blood on his lip, he delivers the grim promise. They're going to end up in a barrel. The imposing structure of a corporate building stands tall. But inside, the office lies in disarray, and the authority figure collapses to the floor, defeated. He sits in the quiet of the vehicle, contemplating the immense power at play, knowing this is where the true titans of industry wage their battles. While showing grit was admirable, he questions the wisdom of declaring war on an entity as vast as Hoam, wondering if there truly is a way to bring them down. Meanwhile, Justin Lee, a cigar clenched between his teeth, muses on Hoam's sprawling empire, which extends far beyond mere investments, encompassing construction, entertainment, import, and even the hotel industry. He stands before a towering skyscraper, acknowledging them as a colossal corporation, built on billions in capital that his own organization had provided. His eye narrows as he taps a finger, noting that they have now sworn to use every resource at their disposal to halt his rituals. Gazing at a go board, he likens the impending conflict to a modern-day David versus Goliath. His white-haired subordinate confirms his understanding of the situation, then reassures him with a confident smile. Tapping a book bearing Justin Lee's name, he explains that even the most formidable opponent can be brought down. With a single, well-placed blow, everything can come crumbling down. Justin Lee, his hands deftly shuffling a deck of cards, lays out his strategy, declaring, "This is what we are going to do." The cards rattle softly in his grip. As a clear explanation emerges, Hoam Construction, a subsidiary of Hoam Investments, holds the largest stake in their empire. He continues, revealing his precise target. We're going to short Hoam Construction. His subordinate listens intently, while Jaizong Qion, elsewhere, processes the audacious claim. And with that one move, we're going to topple Hoam. The question hangs in the air. Why Hoam Construction? A soft beep signals the start of a presentation. As figures gather in a dimly lit room, their attention fixed on a large screen displaying complex data. The screen highlights key terms, cons, and investments, hinting at the financial intricacies to be discussed. It reveals the Hoam Group's consistent expansion, with subsidiaries like entertainment, imports, leisure, and hotels spreading out like an octopus's tentacles. Yet, despite this vast reach, the true cash cow, the source of the biggest profits, remains to be revealed. A hand taps the screen, drawing attention to construction and Hoam Investments, finally pinpointing the core. The investment firm, often perceived as a shallow root, is now understood in the context of Hoam Investments. The answer lies in Hoam Investments' largest holdings, physical assets and commodities, with a significant portion dedicated to Hoam Construction and related ETFs. Ultimately, all financial products are intricately linked to Hoam Construction. He continues to scroll through the financial data, the implications becoming clearer with every swipe. Dismantling Hoam Construction, he realizes, would effectively cripple Hoam Investments as well. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a man adjusts his tie before opening a door and stepping into a meeting. Justin Lee, seated at the head of a conference table, announces that it's time for questions and answers, signaling the start of a critical discussion. Around him, other executives, including Dongo, are gathered, their expressions serious. The room is set for a high-stakes financial strategy session, with everyone focused on the task at hand. Dongo explains the challenge. We'll need an enormous amount of capital to short-sell Hoam Investments and bring down Hoam Construction. But we don't have that kind of money, do we? The unnamed white-haired man, however, has a solution, stating, starting tomorrow, we'll begin to liquidate all our treasures to convert Hoam assets for cash. A young man, visibly shaken, demands to know the exact figures involved. As Justin Lee calmly reveals the staggering sum, approximately 120 billion won. The sheer scale of the investment causes the subordinate to choke, struggling to compose himself at the table. Justin Lee continues, explaining that such an amount would easily secure Hoam Construction, but warns that failure to defend against their opponent's countermove would lead to their complete bankruptcy. The elder executive listens intently, his expression unreadable, while Justin Lee maintains a confident, almost challenging demeanor. Finally, the executive breaks the silence, asking Justin Lee if he truly desires this outcome so intensely. Justin Lee, his face obscured by dark sunglasses, declares his unwavering resolve, stating that his opponents are trying to take what is rightfully his, and he won't stop until they are utterly ruined. Meanwhile, Dongo, equally stern, adds that their opponents have now openly declared war. And he vows to take the opposite market position, intending to bleed them dry. Justin Lee remains resolute. As Dongo recalls their enemy's audacious claim that they would never again hold a ritual in Uedo. This challenge, Justin Lee views as nothing more than a high-stakes game of chicken. Dongo's conviction hardens, believing it's a fight to the death, where one of them must fall. His motivation is clear, for the sake of his revenge and the relentless growth of Golden Cross. Justin Lee, bowing slightly in a gesture of profound commitment, echoes the sentiment, his mind fixed solely on investments. A heavy thud echoes through the office, as Dongo stands over a slumped board member. The man at the desk, now upright, pleads for reconsideration. I ask the board to reconsider my decision. As Dongo and another enforcer prepare to leave, the board member watches them, a silent tension filling the room. The door creaks open. Justin Lee, a confident smile playing on his lips, strides out with Dongo, leaving the intimidated board member behind. The board had approved their audacious plan, granting them a staggering 120 billion won bullet. He declares, this will be the biggest short in history. With a decisive step, he continues down the hallway. Justin Lee and Dongo walk away, their victory secured. He pulls on a hoodie, a subtle flinch betraying his unease. Meanwhile, Justin Lee, a smirk playing on his lips, declares that his time to shine has finally arrived. His words, my little shaman, echo in Jaizong Chion's mind, leaving him with a single, resolute thought. He will do his very best. The weight of that promise settles on him as he stands vigil in a sterile hospital room, gazing at a figure in a bed. The patient, a green-haired individual, lies unconscious, sustained by an array of medical tubes and monitors. Nearby, an elderly woman with vibrant green hair, her face obscured by a mask, meticulously checks the medical equipment, her hands trembling slightly. A silent, determined clench of her gloved fist reveals her deep concern. Far away, Justin Lee and Dongo, flanked by their subordinates, bow in unison, their victory seemingly complete. Justin Lee, reflecting on his recent triumph, finds himself caught between a sense of satisfaction and a lingering unease, unsure whether to feel happy or sad, all to prove he's no mere toy to be played with. Later, in a luxurious high-rise, he whispers to Dongo that he was right to hand over Yeonhwa Gons. Dongo simply acknowledges his statement, understanding the weight of his words. Justin Lee reiterates his conviction, firm in his belief that handing over Yeonhwa Gons was the correct decision. As he pours himself a glass of wine, his thoughts drift to his ambition to climb even higher, though his resolve was met with a reality far harsher than anticipated, a detail he now considers hardly relevant. As expected, chaos erupted, with a rush of figures clashing around a truck. Jaizong Chion reflects on the recent incidents, recalling how thugs had broken in at dawn, smashing windows and wrecking the entire place. They had turned the perpetrators over to the police for breaking and entering and property damage. But the authorities didn't seem to care, as the thugs knew they'd be arrested from the very beginning. A soft beep from his phone interrupts his thoughts, as the female authority figure continues to explain that more thugs had attacked the truck carrying supplies for the shrine, leaving the scene in disarray. And now, even the helpers were quitting their jobs, despite their contracts, apparently threatened by gangsters who told them to quit. He sits in quiet contemplation, headphones on, phone in hand, a silent observer of the world's machinations, thinking, this is where the first-rates play their game. Meanwhile, a white-haired woman reports to a male colleague, detailing the enemy's escalating tactics. The thugs even burned the band at their gig yesterday. Her colleague expresses surprise. They seemed fine though, to which she replies, yeah, I guess they're over the shock of hearing about getting fired. The white-haired woman clutches her head, realizing the gravity of their actions. We stirred up a hornet's nest, and stirred it up good. She then states their next course of action. We must perform a ritual to bring them down, but acknowledges the difficulty. But they're doing everything they can to stop us from holding one. Suddenly, a dark-haired female authority figure delivers a sharp blow to the white-haired woman's head. The white-haired woman recoils, rubbing her head in pain and indignation. Hey, what was that for? You know I'm right. Sheesh. Why are you taking it out on me? The dark-haired woman glares, demanding clarification. What did you say? Before asserting. If they're going out of their way to stop us, that means they're afraid. She then adds, I need you to find a way. We're going to need something other than how we can hold a ritual. The dark-haired woman continues, so, they're trying their best to stop us because we can't hold a ritual in Yeonju. She then poses a solution. Then why don't we do it somewhere else? As the team grapples with the enemy's relentless interference, a simple truth emerges, one that defines the current battlefield. Their company, a towering structure of ambition and power, stands firmly in Uedo. This is where the elite players operate, a high-stakes game where every move is calculated for maximum impact. That's why Uedo was never built to accommodate the district, the male authority figure explains, addressing the white-haired woman. Jaizong Chion, however, feels a profound sense of helplessness, especially since they've been prevented from performing any rituals. The frustration weighs heavily on him, making him feel as helpless as he used to be. The white-haired woman looks down, her expression troubled, while the male authority figure watches her, and the female authority figure observes the tense exchange. Her face reflects the collective burden, a silent testament to the mounting pressure. Meanwhile, Jaizong Xion's eye narrows, a flicker of intense emotion burning within. He sits in quiet contemplation, headphones over his ears, reflecting on the sacrifices made for his safety. They had even risked everything, putting the company's entire future on the line. A sharp voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding, "Do." His hands, bound tightly, are forced into view as the voice continues, "You." Meanwhile, in a different setting, Justin Lee greets someone casually, while Dongo clarifies, "It's not about your skills or anything. It's just." Lee chuckles, and Dongo adds, "Don't get me wrong." The white-haired woman looks down, listening as the conversation continues. "Now, we know you're good." She then questions, "Then?" Back with Jaizong Xion, his hands are now free as he muses. "We just need to figure out how we're going to perform a ritual." He sighs, wishing for a simpler solution. If only we could have a same-day delivery service for ritual setups. His eye blinks slowly, a flicker of determination in its depths. He receives a notification, his eyes scanning the screen of his device, a delivery confirmation appearing before him. Meanwhile, in a different location, the white-haired woman questions the feasibility of their plan, asking if the ritual is still possible, while Justin Lee dismisses the idea of performing such a complex rite in the middle of a city. Her expression remains serious. Justin Lee then considers an alternative, musing about a ritual that wouldn't require extensive space, as a holographic blueprint of a building appears before them. He elaborates on his idea, suggesting they could shrink the entire setup into a compact form and transport it on a small vehicle. The white-haired woman, convinced by the ingenuity, declares her readiness to proceed, while Justin Lee expresses his eagerness to attempt the scaled-down approach. Back with Jaizong Xion, a quiet determination settles over him, as he wishes for the best, if only for everyone's sake. His gaze sharpens, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, in a more tranquil setting, two individuals enjoy a quiet meal of fruit. Back with Jaizong Xion, he looks up at a massive pulley system, a silent observer to the preparations unfolding around him. Elsewhere, a ritual circle glows faintly on the floor, surrounded by the feet of two figures, their work nearing completion. The white-haired woman watches with wide, surprised eyes, while Jaizong Xion's expression shifts to one of concern, his gaze fixed upwards. A dark-haired woman announces, her voice firm, the mobile ritual setup. High above the sprawling city, a massive crane extends its arm. The final piece of the operation, now visible, as she concludes, is ready. Bright stadium lights illuminate a vast, open field, hinting at a grand scale of operations. The scene shifts to a modern cityscape, where towering buildings stand amidst lush greenery. As two men in dark suits, Dongo and the unnamed white-haired man, walk across a manicured lawn, their footsteps echo with purpose. Dongo, slightly ahead, turns to his companion and instructs him to give me the brief. Later, in a sleek office, Justin Lee sits calmly as Dongo reports that while the deadline is approaching, the stock price is holding firm. The news of Golden Cross Investments taking a 120 billion won short position on Hoam Construction had initially caused a dip, but with both companies now working together, the short narrative is becoming complicated, as Justin Lee discusses with the unnamed female and male authority figures, while Dongo and the white-haired man stand by. The stock price for Golden Cross continues its upward trend, now up 5%, yet the company is taking bigger losses by the day. As Kealun Kong and his white-haired subordinate walk through an open area, the latter calls out, "Halt," before remarking that he'll be interested to see how things unfold. Kong, looking towards a distant building, notes that the arrogant bastard's confrontation will be over in 3 days, regardless of their attempts to stop his ritual. Meanwhile, in a different location, Dongo, wearing glasses, muses that they will still find a way to act. Back with Kealun Kong, he inquires about their current activities, to which his white-haired subordinate reports that they seem to be preparing for rituals in Uedo. The white-haired man adds that he hasn't heard anything unusual from the individuals trailing them either. Kong acknowledges that such rituals wouldn't be as effective as those held in the district, but they are still a concern. However, he suggests it might still be a good idea to perform a blessing ritual to protect their investors, just in case. His subordinate agrees, noting that it's always wise to have insurance to secure the deal. He continues, stating that he will begin making preparations. However, an unseen voice interjects, expressing concern about dealing with blessing rituals and death curses. Kealun Kong dismisses the worry, reminding them of how they had already messed up the blessing ritual before. As he prepares for a golf swing, the subordinate attempts to protest, a hesitant butt, hanging in the air. With a powerful, clean strike, he sends the golf ball flying. His gaze unwavering, he declares that he wants White Rock to perform the blessing ritual. He then utters a single, chilling word, darkness. His expression hardening, he issues a stern command, to keep their mouths shut and do as they're told. A visible grit of his teeth underscores the finality of his words. He adds one more thing, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. If you fail me again. He warns, his eyes glowing with a fierce, crimson light. It won't be the golf course you'll be leaving. You'd better keep that in mind. Later, under the cloak of night, the imposing Hoam Investments building stands silent. Inside, a subordinate watches intently, as the air fills with the solemn notes of a traditional instrument. The White Rock shaman, clad in traditional attire, sits cross-legged, his fingers dancing across the strings of a geogium, performing the blessing ritual. Finally, with the last note fading, he exhales slowly, a soft sigh of completion. He performs the ritual, a soft slam echoing through the chamber as he moves with deliberate grace. This is the White Rock Shaman, Hoam Investments specialist in blessing rituals, a figure whose true purpose remains shrouded in mystery. While the Hoam Group relentlessly pursues aggressive short selling and hostile mergers and acquisitions against competitors, the shaman continues his intricate dance. With another soft step, he moves deeper into the ritual's flow. For this very reason, Darkness, the death blessing specialist, always remains the main player, a grim truth he seems to embody. But with a determined growl, he reminds himself that he is the blessing specialist, and he will turn things around. He calls out, his voice echoing in the sacred space. I'm counting on you for your help, grandmother. The ritual intensifies, his movements becoming more fervent. From above, Dongo's voice cuts through the air, cold and sharp. Don't get anxious. Just focus on the ritual. If you fail, I will kill both of you. As the blessing ritual continues, Jaizong Chion's feet shift rhythmically on the patterned floor, a soft green glow emanating from a nearby object. He hears a voice urging him to turn, but dismisses the concern, saying, Don't worry about that. Clad in elaborate white robes and a wide-brimmed hat, the blessing specialist, Jaizong Chion, continues the ritual in Hoam Investments' secret room, his mind drifting back to his mother's words. Long, flowing white hair cascades from beneath his hat. As he carefully places a small snake into a glowing green bowl with a soft clack, the fabric of his robes flapping softly with his movements. He holds an intricately patterned fan, his feet tapping out a rhythm, pluck and twing, as his slender fingers pluck the strings of a traditional instrument, creating a delicate melody. He sways with the music, the robes swirling around him, as the ritual deepens with a final, resonant schwak. As the ritual deepens, a rhythmic fanning sound, a soft swish and wish, fills the air. From above, Jaizong Chion's white robes billow gently as he continues his precise movements, each action punctuated by a low, resonant dum from the ground. The rhythmic dum persists, a steady beat accompanying the unseen energies gathering beneath the floor, until a sudden, powerful doom reverberates, signaling a critical shift in the ritual's intensity. Ethereal, glowing particles begin to spread across the patterned floor, a visible manifestation of the immense power now unleashed. With a resounding vush, a colossal, white serpentine form bursts forth from the ground, its shimmering body coiling upwards. The massive entity continues its ascent, its ethereal scales glowing brightly as it stretches towards the unseen ceiling, a powerful manifestation of the ritual's success. The colossal spiritual beast, a serpentine entity of pure white energy, continues its ascent, its intricate scales shimmering with an ethereal glow as its head emerges fully. This is the spiritual beast porcelain white snake dragon, a creature of immense power now fully manifested. It towers over the city, a beacon of mystical energy, its presence undeniable. From inside a sleek black car, the unnamed white-haired woman watches the spectacle unfold, her hand rising to her mouth in a gesture of shock. A thought forms in her mind. They must be using that white snake to protect their base. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Uedo, a black sedan pulls up to the curb, two figures emerging from its dark interior. More vehicles arrive, disgorging a stream of men, as their thugs are sent all over the district. Among them, the white-haired man stands with another, overseeing the deployment, their mission clear. As the massive spiritual beast looms over the city, the preparations below continue, making the area look more like a construction site than a city district. From the back of a car, Dongo observes the scene, noting how Uedo has been turned into an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, the engine of another vehicle hums softly, as the white-haired woman, engrossed in her phone, considers the implications of the mobile ritual. Out in the open, a massive, intricate structure is being rapidly assembled, almost ready for deployment. His dark eyes narrowed in intense focus, Jaizong Chion watches the unfolding events. Clad in traditional attire, he stands beside the white-haired man, who grunts in frustration at a tablet, as they both monitor the situation. Far away, in Hongdae, the band plays on, oblivious to the impending crisis. He settles into a seat, placing headphones over his ears as the unnamed white-haired man beside him consults a tablet, explaining that the headphones will be used to communicate during the ritual. The music streaming through them, he continues, will initiate the ritual itself, so he must keep them on at all times. With a soft whip, as the headphones settle, Jaizong Chion closes his eyes, preparing himself. He adjusts the headset with a firm clasp, while the unnamed white-haired woman looks on with a hint of regret, wishing she could be there as his assistant shaman. Jaizong, however, dismisses her concern, assuring her that the cramped space wouldn't have allowed it anyway. A low grrrh escapes him, his expression tightening with resolve. With a soft flip of her own, the woman offers a simple, powerful command, win. As a single tear traces a path down his cheek, she urges him to go out there and win for Daeho's sake. He clenches his hands, a silent vow forming as he responds to the instructions, assuring them, of course, I'll make sure to come back with a win. A heavy, grinding sound echoes through the space. As Jaizong Qion steps through a doorway, his silhouette framed by the light beyond. Another metallic clunk resonates. As two figures stand guard before a massive, reinforced door, their backs to the viewer. Elsewhere, the white-haired man takes a slow, deliberate drag from his cigarette, while the white-haired woman, her face etched with concern, speaks into her device, giving the final command: start the ritual. A low rumble emanates from a vehicle as the white-haired man sits behind the wheel, then drives away from the building, leaving Jaizong Qion to his task. The journey to the ritual site began, a heavy truck rumbling down the road, its powerful engine echoing into the night as it was joined by another vehicle. The destination, Uedo, was still 20 kilometers away, a fact noted by Dongo, who watched the procession with a grim expression. Inside one of the vehicles, the rhythmic rattle of the road vibrated through Jaizong Qion's sneakers. A voice confirming, "We're on the move." He swallowed hard, the weight of the impending ritual pressing down on him. Then, the command came through his headphones. It's time to start the ritual. A soft "oh" escaped him as the ancient words began to resonate in his mind. Heavenly messenger, spirits reside in the twilight. As the incantation to summon the spirits began, a car sped away from the building, leaving him to his task. As the ritual begins, he lies prone on the cold, dark ground, uttering words that echo with the essence of darkness. His eyes, now open to the unseen, focus upward as he continues to chant, commanding the song of the blue dragon of the night. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an unseen listener takes in every word, their earbud a silent conduit to the unfolding events. Back at the ritual, a hand, now stained with blood, falls heavily, a grim testament to the cost of death. Suddenly, the air crackles with energy as he unleashes a powerful chord, his electric guitar glowing with vibrant magical force. He continues to strum, each note resonating with the ritual's power, the sound waves visibly manifesting as shimmering auras. With the music still echoing, he walks away from the ritual site, the headphones still firmly in place as he moves down a brightly lit corridor. The ritual continues, now marked by the clear, resonant chime of a golden bell, its sound cutting through the air. Finally, a heavy, ornate blade is drawn with a swift motion, ready to complete the ancient rite. Jaizong Qion, still wearing his headphones, looks down at his phone, a thought echoing in his mind. This is where the true players make their moves. Without hesitation, he pushes off, launching himself into the air, a decisive jump. The wind rushes past him with a whoosh. He plummets downwards, his expression unwavering as he continues his descent, the headphones still firmly in place. Suddenly, a golden bell rings out with a soft whir. Meanwhile, an observer watches the ritual unfold on a phone screen, musing, "A mobile ritual, huh?" He considers the implications, concluding, "It should be theoretically possible." An unnamed woman, her expression etched with concern, wonders if any deity would truly answer such a desperate prayer, doubting it could happen at all, or if it isn't possible for such a thing to occur. Meanwhile, Jaizong Qion remains focused, his gaze fixed upwards, as if the very outcome depends on his unique talent. Suddenly, a glowing red object descends from the sky with a soft whoosh, as the ethereal form of the porcelain white snake dragon begins to manifest below, its massive body coiling majestically around the towering city buildings. With a deep creak, an ancient, ornate red gate slowly begins to open, revealing the unknown beyond. The rhythmic clack of wooden sandals echoes through an unseen space as he walks forward. He comes to a sudden halt, and a faint crack appears across his eye, then vanishes with a blink. But the cracks return, spreading across his iris as he fixes his gaze forward. From the depths, a colossal porcelain white snake dragon emerges, its scales shimmering, a low hiss escaping its maw. Its immense form fills the space, radiating an aura of impending doom, as if the very fabric of reality might break under its presence. The serpentine body coils and shifts, its power palpable. A voice booms, demanding to know what he seeks from this place. Before another voice, ancient and resonant, labels him a human of blind sight, as a crimson door slowly creaks open into darkness. A profound silence hangs heavy in the ethereal void, broken only by a soft, resonant plop as a dark, shimmering orb materializes. This heralds the slow, ominous creak of a crimson door, which then bursts open with a shwom, revealing the orb now pulsating with a deep red glow. Jaizong Qion gasps, his eyes widening as the cracking patterns around them intensify, while the colossal porcelain white snake dragon, observing from beneath its conical hat, questions the meager display, mocking his efforts. A booming laugh echoing through the spiritual realm. It is convinced that Jaizong Qion has only managed to summon a frivolous deity, yet his gaze remains unwavering, his cracking eyes burning with resolve. From a distant, traditional setting, an unseen voice urges caution, calling out, "White Rock, watch it." The voice continues, questioning the arrogance of those who would interrupt their own ritual and mock him, insisting that they are no fools and hold the upper hand, needing to maintain their ritual even for Uedo. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, a dark, swirling orb begins to bulge with ominous energy, expanding rapidly as it takes form. The colossal porcelain white snake dragon emerges, its ethereal form glowing brightly. Its piercing blue eyes fixed on something below. A mocking tone fills the air as the dragon questions, "Oh, come on. What is this? A spiritual talent show?" It then directs its laughter and disdain towards Jaizong Qion, who now lies defeated on the ground, asking if darkness truly got roughed up while it was gone. An unseen ally wonders about the recruitment of someone like Jaizong Qion, a faint blush rising as they consider the implications. They sigh, recalling their own advice to take a week off, then muse aloud about the plan's potential for wealth, admitting their focus on the ritual would waver otherwise. Kneeling in traditional attire, they express disbelief at the unfolding situation. With a determined declaration to end it, their hand begins to rise. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, the colossal porcelain white snake dragon, its eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, taunts Jaizong Qion, promising him an early return home. It spits, a sharp clacking sound echoing as its massive head shifts. Its serpentine body begins to extend, slithering with immense power, and moving with a whoosh as its form stretches endlessly through the ethereal space. The colossal porcelain white snake dragon jolts into existence, its glowing white form streaking through the ethereal space. It swishes with incredible speed. As Jaizong Qion's eyes glow blue, observing its movements and noting its small size, yet surprising quickness. The creature snaps its jaws multiple times in a blur of motion, its massive head lunging and snapping at an unseen target. Jaizong Qion watches, realizing the immense spiritual power required to maneuver the colossal beast against such a nimble opponent. He concludes that a change of plan is necessary. Deciding to recall the snake dragon to conserve his spiritual power, its form beginning to slither away. From the dark expanse, an amorphous purple energy begins to coalesce, expanding rapidly with a wet, unsettling sound. Then, with a sudden pop, a distinct, insect-like creature bursts forth from the swirling darkness. Its dark form now fully manifest and hovering over the city. He observes the newly formed entity, realizing it has transformed into a bug. Jaizong Qion's gaze sharpens, wondering if this could be a bug of the plague, or perhaps an even more ominous spiritual creature. Meanwhile, in a different location, a white-haired man in traditional attire stands before an ancient building, demanding golden blood, though he quickly dismisses the specific type, stating it doesn't really matter. He reflects on their overwhelming superiority and the greater spiritual power he possesses compared to his opponent. With a deliberate dab, he dips a brush into a bowl of crimson liquid, initiating a spiritual attack that streaks through the air with potent energy. The white-haired man continues his meticulous ritual, dipping a brush into the crimson liquid. With a soft clank, the brush moves across the surface, drawing intricate symbols. He focuses intently, knowing that the success of his ritual hinges on flawless execution. His ultimate goal is to empower the porcelain white snake dragon, a spiritual beast renowned for its impenetrable defenses. With a low hiss, the massive white snake dragon glows with a vibrant green aura, absorbing the spiritual energy. He believes the best move is to continuously increase the spiritual power being supplied to the snake. Enveloped in a swirling green aura, the white-haired man stands, his ritual reaching its peak. Meanwhile, Jaizong Qion watches, a look of surprise on his face, realizing the antagonist's plan is more complex than he initially thought, as a purple energy crackles. This new development comes as the being Jaizong had summoned mutates for the third time. A shadowy, leg-like appendage, wreathed in vibrant purple energy, manifests with a soft swoosh. As the summoned entity begins to wriggle and contort, its form shifting. Meanwhile, the porcelain white snake dragon remains, its ethereal form and piercing blue eyes a stark contrast to the chaotic energy. The shadowy entity continues its writhing transformation, its full, dark silhouette now visible amidst the purple glow. Observing the spectacle, Jaizong Qion notes the entity's distress, realizing she's rattled, and questions aloud, "What's wrong?" A sudden burst of green energy erupts with a powerful shwum, and he understands that it's not just the size and appearance of his summoned being that has changed, but its spiritual power is growing too. The amorphous purple form of the spiritual entity writhes, its transformation continuing with unsettling intensity. He questions how such immense power could manifest so quickly, knowing that spiritual energy is the very resource a shaman supplies their summons. In his mind's eye, he sees a simplified representation of himself, a pixelated figure, channeling power into the summoned entity. The jiamungo, the traditional Korean instrument, is the source of this immense power, rapidly fueling the entity, its energy meter dropping from 100% to 40% in an instant. His fingers pluck the jiamungo strings, a sharp twing-twing, echoing as he tries to halt the process, realizing the only explanation for this rapid power drain. The ritual is almost complete, he thinks, meaning the entity should soon be able to move without his direct intervention. He calls out, perhaps to the spiritual energy within him, commanding it to take his place and play the jiamungo. Instead of wasting time pondering the impossibility of the situation, he dashes forward. He settles himself before the instrument, his hands poised over the strings, ready to continue the ritual. A phone rings insistently, cutting through the silence. A subordinate answers, relaying critical information to his superior, reporting that their targets are performing a ritual, nearing its completion. Another subordinate steps forward, offering to lead a team to intervene, eager to take action. He vows to find them, stop their ritual, and secure victory for his superior, before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the white-haired man, Sang-hung, stands with his own subordinates, his expression hidden behind dark glasses. He observes the situation with a grim assessment, noting that the rats are now entering Yupo. With his hand in his pocket, he begins to issue his directives, commanding all employees and gang members to prepare. His orders are clear. They are to follow Sang-hung's commands and capture their targets, dead or alive. He specifies the method of transport for an awakened, instructing them to set up checkpoints around main roads, stopping all semi-trailers attempting to enter Yupo. From within a dark vehicle, Sang-hung issues a chilling command, allowing for extreme measures against their targets, but with one crucial exception. His gaze sharpens as he instructs his men to demonstrate their organization's true nature. He then clarifies, correcting himself, that it is the Great Empire Gang's ruthlessness they are to display. Meanwhile, under the night sky, traffic flows across the illuminated expanse of Mapo Bridge. On the bridge, a large semi-trailer is flanked by two dark sedans, moving steadily through the night. More dark vehicles converge, forming a tight escort around the semi-trailer. Inside one of the trailing cars, a subordinate reports spotting the semi-trailer, confirming their intent to stop it. Another hand taps the subordinate's shoulder, a silent affirmation of the mission. On a dark highway, multiple black sedans and figures are strategically positioned, forming a formidable blockade. From inside his vehicle, the leader of the Great Empire Gang, his face stern behind glasses, observes the unfolding situation with a calculating gaze. He had been outside moments before, grabbing a subordinate by the collar to emphasize his command. The road must be blocked, and the target vehicles stopped at all costs. Meanwhile, down the highway, a massive semi-trailer barrels forward, its powerful headlights piercing the night. The heavy vehicle continues its relentless approach, its engine roaring as it closes the distance. Back in his car, the leader's resolve hardens, declaring his intention to ram the semi-trailer himself. A subordinate, however, expresses concern, doubting the ease of such a maneuver, while another voice urges them to lead the way. The leader acknowledges the challenge, knowing that mere sedans are no match for a semi-trailer. He leans back, a soft clunk echoing in the quiet of the car, deep in thought about the impending confrontation. A deep, powerful rumble echoes through the night. As blinding headlights pierce the darkness, the sound of a massive engine growing louder with each passing second. From above, the semi-trailer appears on the highway, a relentless force bearing down on the waiting blockade. The Great Empire Gang members, including their white-haired leader, stand before their cars, staring in disbelief as the truck shows no sign of slowing. "What the hell?" one of them mutters. A subordinate, his face etched with worry, can only question why it isn't stopping. Inside the cab, Jaizung Chion's eye, reflecting the approaching lights, holds a steely, unwavering resolve. With a deafening impact, the semi-trailer slams into the first car. Metal screams as the vehicle is violently crushed and sent flying, sparks showering across the highway. The unstoppable momentum of the truck continues, plowing through the remaining blockade in a catastrophic crash. The semi-trailer had torn through the blockade, leaving behind a chaotic scene of twisted metal and rising smoke. A voice of disbelief echoed through the wreckage, confirming that the semi-trailer and the sedans had indeed gotten through. His face streaked with blood, the leader of the Great Empire Gang could only stare in furious disbelief. As the tail lights of the escaping vehicles vanished into the distance. Clenching his fist in impotent rage, he roared for everyone to give chase immediately. The highway stretches ahead, bathed in the bright light of day. Before night falls, the road now a blur of motion and distant car lights. Inside a speeding vehicle, a voice erupts in furious frustration, demanding to know what is wrong with his subordinates. Jaizung Chion, his face contorted in anger, presses the issue, knowing exactly where their target is. He shouts, emphasizing that they have the target right beside them, yet they fail to act. Suddenly, a violent impact shakes him, his body jolting as he demands to know why the car isn't stopping. Outside, a massive truck barrels down the highway. As Jaizung Chion is forcefully ejected from the vehicle, his body tumbling onto the asphalt. The road blurs past, leaving him behind. A different man, bald and bound, is abruptly forced from a moving vehicle. The door slams shut behind him, and he tumbles head over heels, falling rapidly towards the unforgiving asphalt. Elsewhere on the highway, Jaizung Chion lies bleeding, the vehicle that threw him now a distant memory disappearing into the city lights. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, he reaches out, his hand clamping onto the side of a passing truck. He clings precariously to the speeding vehicle, his legs dangling just above the ground. The truck continues its journey, carrying him away from the scene of his ordeal. From inside a speeding car, an unnamed man muses, "This is where the first-rates play their game," as Jaizung Chion remains silently in the background. Suddenly, with a sharp whip and waft, a hand is violently forced out of the car window. The unnamed man is then brutally ejected from the vehicle, his scream echoing into the night. Meanwhile, a massive truck barrels down the highway. And with a whoosh, the ejected man flies through the air, directly into its path. From a different location, a man on the phone observes the unfolding chaos, remarking, "The one on the wheels is pretty good at driving, and the convoy won't let him get inside the truck." As Jae Cheon desperately clings to the side of the speeding truck, grunting with effort, the observer continues, "Besides, stopping a moving truck is nearly impossible to begin with." Frustration etched on his face, he curses, clutching his fan tightly. In response to his plight, the ethereal form of the porcelain-white snake dragon begins to manifest, its glowing blue eyes piercing the darkness. The summoned being continues to grow stronger, changing its form with every passing moment. A dark, serpentine form whips through the air with incredible speed. And it's no longer simply dodging attacks, but actively fighting back. As a white, ethereal serpent writhes and coils, its transformation continues. And Jae Cheon, known as Darkness, has already left the building to address the escalating situation. The white serpentine entity continues its powerful manifestation. But whatever he's planning, he needs to act fast. His spiritual power will give out, and he will lose the battle if that thing changes form a few more times. Dismissed by some as just a shaman, Jae Cheon stands, his form radiating a powerful red-orange aura, a testament to the spiritual power he commands. He feels a sharp, biting sensation, a spiritual disturbance so profound he can barely believe it, yet the sensation is undeniable. As a faint wish echoes, he activates a ring, preparing for the escalating conflict. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man strums his guitar, sensing the spiritual energy shifting powerfully towards his deity's influence. Back in his confined space, Jae Cheon holds a ritualistic fan, a vibrant, glowing aura surrounding him as he channels his power. A guttural wah sound erupts, and he urgently calls out, imploring everyone to endure. The blonde guitarist continues his fervent playing, the blang 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 of his electric guitar echoing with raw energy. Suddenly, a car speeds past with a loud vrrrrr, its presence marking a shift in the unfolding events. From its open door, a man in a dark suit leaps out, landing amidst the bright glare of headlights. Before he can even react, another figure in a suit stands over him, having already thrown him violently to the ground. The man in the suit is violently ejected from the speeding car, slamming into the ground with a sickening impact. As the vehicle speeds away, leaving him crumpled on the asphalt, a pained cry escapes his lips, the driver's voice echoing, "Just a little more." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man in a dark suit grips the steering wheel of a large truck, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his expression a tight mask of concentration and urgency. With a swift, decisive motion, his hand reaches for the door handle, a soft whoosh accompanying the movement. The world outside blurs into streaks of color. As he, gritting his teeth, violently swerves the wheel, muttering, "It's almost." Jae Cheon stands before a vibrant, traditional painting, his back to the viewer. When a sudden, inexplicable sensation causes him to turn, a look of profound surprise crossing his face. Huh. He stares intently at something just out of view. Huh. Meanwhile, tires screech violently as a truck swerves sharply, its massive frame rumbling and sliding across the asphalt. The sheer force of the maneuver shaking the very ground. The truck skids past the prone figure of the man in the suit, its trajectory barely avoiding a direct collision. Inside the cab, the truck driver slumps forward, blood streaming from a head wound, the violent stop having taken its toll. A man in traditional attire stands in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed downwards. Meanwhile, the unnamed truck driver lies broken on the cold asphalt, his face a mask of blood and pain. Elsewhere, a woman clutches her phone, her voice sharp with disbelief, demanding to know what catastrophe has just unfolded. The cause of the panic becomes clear as the massive semi-trailer is revealed, lying completely overturned across the road. From above, the full scale of the wreckage is laid bare, the truck driver still sprawled on the ground, severely injured after being flung from the vehicle. On another call, a man with a grave expression inquires about Cheogon and the shaman who was performing the ritual. The driver's leg, torn and bleeding through his suit pants, offers a grim testament to the crash's violence, with the voice on the phone confirming that those ejected suffered the worst. The man on the phone, initially confident in Cheogon's resilience, is stunned to learn he too was thrown from the truck. Back at the scene, the injured driver lets out a pained groan, barely conscious amidst the wreckage. Amidst the chaos of the crash, a bloodied man in a dark suit reports to his superior, his face grim with urgency. He holds up his phone, the screen displaying, "Team Leader Do-mi," his hand smeared with blood. Addressing the man before him, Team Leader Do-mi states, "Ma'am, I will secure Jaezung and leave the area." He continues, his voice strained, "We're dead in the water, and Hoam's thugs will start swarming in soon." Team Leader Do-mi kneels, offering his phone to the man, who takes it with a decisive gesture, his attention already shifting. Turning his back to the wrecked truck, the man strides purposefully away, his silhouette stark against the night. He approaches a large, gray shipping container, its metallic surface reflecting the dim light. With a grunt of effort, he attempts to force open its heavy doors, straining against the resistance. His face contorted in frustration, he curses, "Darn it! The doors are stuck." The heavy container door groans, slowly yielding to the force applied against it. From atop the metal box, the man peers down into the dark interior. With a final, metallic clang, the door swings open completely. He drops to the ground, his gaze fixed on the contents, a look of intense focus on his face. Among the debris, a pair of silver headphones lies discarded. Nearby, a pair of feet in sneakers rests motionless. A sudden realization dawns on him, and he cries out, "Jaizong!" As if in response, a blinding flash erupts, and his eyes glow with an unnatural light, blood staining his shirt. From above, the scene reveals Jaizong Qion lying on the ground, with the man standing over him, his expression unreadable. It was the worst-case scenario. A colossal porcelain-white snake dragon with an ethereal blue eye looming over the unfolding disaster. They were a moment away from defeat. The back of a container truck now slightly ajar, revealing an ominous orange glow from within. Below, a group of suited figures stood on a crosswalk, their gazes fixed upwards, and their despair was about to tip them over the edge. A finger tapped a smartphone screen, the message, "We're royally screwed." Stark against the display, a man in an office chair reading the same dire words. His face contorted in a grimace of utter desperation. A bottle slides across a surface, leaving behind a handgun, and Jaizong found himself right in the thick of it when he came to. The world around him was a blur of motion, his vision swimming through a haze of blood, as he slowly pushed himself up from the floor of an unfamiliar room. Outside, the city pulsed with the distant sounds of chaos. His bandaged hand throbbing with pain as he touched his bloodied face. A single thought echoed in his mind. Is this it? He feels himself falling, a traditional figure in a dreamlike state, as if everything he once enjoyed is now vanishing. The sensation is stark, like blood staining his dark hair, and the realization hits him. It was all just a dream. Yet, even as a dream, it was a hell of a dream, a time when, for the first time, people actually cared about him. He remembers living in a place he would have never dreamed of, a life filled with simple pleasures. He recalls walking through city streets, experiencing things he had never tried before, like new foods and music. The memories flood back, sharing meals, playing guitar with friends, and finding genuine connection. Most importantly, he remembers the profound satisfaction of being able to help others for the first time in his life. In the dream, a gentle hand reaches out, offering comfort to a younger woman, a moment of warmth and connection. Yet, the dream shifts, and he finds himself restrained, surrounded by stern faces in dark suits, his own expression a mix of defiance and despair. A woman in a crisp suit adjusts her tie with a practiced, almost indifferent gesture, her presence adding to the oppressive atmosphere. A voice cuts through the fragmented memories, asking, "Are you saying you don't mind waking up from that dream?" He lies injured, bloodied, as another figure looks down at him with an unreadable expression, the dream's comfort replaced by stark pain. The voice persists, questioning him directly. "Are you sure you don't mind, Jaizong Qion?" He stands in ornate traditional attire, a vision of a different life, and his inner thoughts echo, "Of course, I do. I want to stay in this dream." He yearns for a future, built one day at a time, a future where no one would ever wish to wake up from such a dream, even as the stern faces of men in suits reappear, a symbol of the reality he wishes to escape. But the harsh truth intrudes as he observes his own injured arm, muttering, "Look what's happening around me." He wonders, his thoughts echoing in the dark, "What am I supposed to do here?" A voice echoes back, cold and distant, "Do what you can," as a younger version of himself looks up, silently questioning the command. Clad in dark traditional robes, cinched with a vibrant red sash, he stands burdened, his form still amidst the patterned floor. His face is a mask of agony, streaked with blood, his dark hair matted and clinging. A trembling hand reaches out, as the desperate question forms in his mind, "What I can?" From behind, the intricate details of his traditional attire are visible, the red sash a stark contrast against the dark fabric. Tears stream from his glowing red eyes, his expression a raw mix of pain and despair. A heavy boot descends, crushing his restrained leg with a sickening crack. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his body racked with unbearable pain as he remains bound. The agonizing dream persists, a sickening crack echoing as his leg is brutally crushed. And a guttural scream tears from his throat, his eyes burning with a furious, crimson glow. Yet, amidst the pain, a fierce resolve ignites within him, a clear understanding of his path forward. As he steps forward, leaving the nightmare behind, a voice from the periphery questions his presence. The scene shifts to a tense street below, where a group of men in suits surround a downed figure near a truck. His crimson eyes still smolder, a small, familiar object held casually between his lips. His hand firmly grips a delicate, ornate charm. He knows there is only one course of action to ensure everyone's safety. A man with a baseball bat stares in disbelief, his face contorted in surprise. Meanwhile, another voice from the surrounding figures questions, "What the hell is that brat trying to do?" Unfazed, Jaizong Qion continues his resolute stride, the ornate charm swinging gently in his hand, his inner thoughts declaring, "And that is cursing someone with all my heart." His long black coat, lined with crimson, billows behind him as he steps forward, a figure of unwavering determination against the backdrop of the street. Blood seeps from his head, obscuring his vision, while a concussion makes him feel as if his skull might split open at any moment. A dizzying pain shoots through his twisted ankle, and a finger throbs with agony. He lies amidst the truck's debris, the chaotic fight between the vehicle and his bodyguards still raging in the distance. They all look at him in puzzlement, as if he's doing something ridiculous, but the boy couldn't care any less. Even amidst the chaos and his own severe injuries, Jaizong Cheon remained detached because he was performing a ritual. With arms raised, a small dagger clutched in his hand, he stood, a red sash draped over his dark suit, channeling an unseen force. Back in the present, blood streaked across his face. He was doing the one thing he could do: endure. For him, the world's turmoil was merely a backdrop, and that's all it was. Meanwhile, the white-haired man and his subordinates watched a monitor, concern etched on their faces, wondering what was happening, as the boy was. Still in the vehicle, Jaizong Cheon raised a hand, his eyes closed, feeling his energy pouring out and filling the entire space around him. In the ritual space, a dark, swirling aura erupted around him, a powerful SWA sound accompanying the surge of his spiritual energy. The boy was unleashing a force far beyond ordinary understanding, unlike the previous spiritual power. He plunges through a swirling, dark purple void, his body suspended in an endless fall. The sensation is overwhelming, as if he is sinking through the deep sea itself. Deeper and deeper he descends, a solitary figure lost in the ethereal expanse. His face, partially obscured by his hand, reveals a profound weariness. Meanwhile, in his physical form, Jaizong Cheon's eyes glow a furious red, his hand instinctively covering his mouth as if to stifle a cry. A voice echoes in his mind, warning him that he is going to end up in a barrel as he struggles to breathe, coughing and gagging. His hand clutches desperately at his throat, a silent gasp escaping him. Blood streaks his forehead, a testament to the immense pressure as he reaches the very edge of consciousness. The ominous thought lingers: if this continues, what will become of him? Still deep within his ritual, the shaman trembles violently, his hands clasped in a desperate plea as the spiritual ordeal continues to rack his body. A thought echoes in his mind: if he fails, White Rock would be lost. He knows what he must do. He has to stop him. But as his internal struggle rages, a man in a bloodied suit shouts at the surrounding figures, demanding to know if they can't see the ritual unfolding before them. Suddenly, a sharp "oh" escapes someone as another man in a suit lunges forward, a knife flashing as he lets out a guttural roar and attacks. A brutal kick sends one man flying backward, blood spraying from the impact. The street erupts into a chaotic brawl, men in suits clashing violently in a desperate struggle. One man is repeatedly stabbed, the blade sinking into his body again and again. Another, armed with a baseball bat, stomps on a downed opponent, then delivers a crushing whack to his head. Lying broken on the cold ground, a man reflects on his predicament, wishing he hadn't been injured falling from the semi-trailer. A ragged gasp escapes him, his body battered and bloodied from the brutal impact. Above him, a group of figures looms, their shadows casting a grim pall over his prone form. The man in the hat, their apparent leader, looks down with disdain, reminding him that his shaman is unconscious and he has nowhere left to run. Despite the pain, the injured man manages a defiant retort, declaring that for him, it's already over, even as his blood continues to flow. He grits his teeth, a silent testament to his enduring will. The man in the hat, undeterred by the defiance, reaches inside his coat, a subtle movement hinting at a hidden weapon. His fingers close around a hilt, a firm, deliberate clutch. With a sharp screech of metal, he yanks a sword from its sheath, promising further suffering to the man below. Still reeling from the brutal assault, he lies helpless on the cold ground, a figure looming over him. His vision blurs, the world spinning around him as the weight of his defeat presses down. A heavy boot descends nearby, a stark reminder of his precarious position. Later, his head bandaged and face bruised, he slowly regains his senses, his hair now a striking green. A voice calls out to him, "Daeho," as he struggles to recall the events, wondering aloud if his attackers had been defeated and how he even ended up in this place. Standing firm, he declares his only purpose is to return a pair of shoes, a gesture of gratitude for his hospital bill being paid and his daughter receiving a meal. The man in the hat, unimpressed, tightens his grip on a concealed weapon, a chilling clack echoing the shift in his demeanor. With a furious roar, he unleashes his command, "Get them, boys," signaling the start of a new, brutal confrontation. His subordinates, some donning gas masks, surge forward through the rain, ready to engage. A phone vibrates violently, its screen cracked like shattered ice, as a faint tremor runs through the air. A hand reaches out, pressing the answer button. The device continues to ring, its insistent tone cutting through the silence. The sound echoes through the bustling city, a jarring intrusion into the urban din. Its relentless clamor seems to surround Jaizong Cheon, who stands amidst the traffic, the noise pressing in on him. Overwhelmed by the call, his face contorts in anguish, his green hair soaked by the rain as his eyes glow a furious red. A torrent of dark energy erupts from his form, swirling violently around him. The sheer force of it brings him to his knees, collapsing onto the wet asphalt as the shadowy power continues to surge. The dark energy then coalesces, rising into the sky as a massive, serpentine entity, its form twisting ominously above the city. The colossal serpentine form, born from Jizung Qion's overwhelming power, begins to coalesce, dark energy hissing and swirling around its massive body. It wriggles and expands, its form growing larger with each passing moment. Meanwhile, an unseen voice warns, "It's too late. Yo-Yo has already been swallowed. Don't even think about giving it any more spiritual power." Unheeding, the entity continues to writhe and shriek, its scaled body stretching further. Its form bulges dramatically, a clear sign of its rapid, uncontrolled growth. With a gurgling sound, its head rises, mouth opening slightly as it ascends. Then, black, feathery appendages begin to emerge from its body, gaping open as they unfurl. These appendages flutter, revealing themselves as fully formed, dark wings. With a powerful whoosh, the now winged serpentine form soars over the city, a dark omen against the night sky. As the colossal energy form continued its manifestation, a massive, dark, wing-like appendage unfurls with a powerful swish. The air shimmers with residual magical energy, a vibrant purple glow emanating from the base of the emerging entity. From the depths of the shadowy mass, a fearsome, beast-like head with glowing purple eyes and razor-sharp teeth emerges with a deep, resonant NOM. Simultaneously, the colossal white serpentine body, segmented and powerful, solidifies with an ominous doom. Its single, piercing blue eye opens, as an unseen observer wonders aloud, what exactly is that deity? The obscured figure, their face mostly hidden in shadow, continues, what exactly did Jizung Qion summon? The two distinct heads of the entity, the white serpent and the dark beast, turn towards each other, both letting out a chilling hiss. As the white serpentine body intertwines with the dark, winged form, the true identity of the summoned being begins to coalesce, revealing itself as Ieduxioni. From the depths of spiritual power, a terrifying entity begins to coalesce, a ghost resembling pure darkness. This spectral being, fueled by malevolent intent, grows by feeding on spiritual power and the fear it instills. Its form first emerges as a dark, serpentine head, its single purple eye glowing ominously. Then, a more bestial aspect solidifies, revealing powerful claws and multiple glowing purple eyes. The entity's body expands, a segmented, dark mass, pulsating with raw, purple energy. Massive, dark wings unfurl, casting an imposing shadow as its form fully manifests. Its monstrous head, now fully visible, bears sharp fangs beneath three piercing, glowing purple eyes. This terrifying being had grown on the spiritual power Jizung had fed it until this point. But now, its hunger was insatiable, and it could see the grand feast that had been set for it in the form of Uedo. As the colossal entity Ieduxioni fully manifested, its ethereal form twisting and expanding. A chilling presence settled over the world, a dark, multi-limbed shadow against the deep blue. What it brought with it was an overwhelming wave of fear. This was not the fear of the ancient or the unknown, but the raw, primal fear of the young. Even Jizung Qion, the man who had been speaking and performing a ritual with ghosts at the heart of this mess, found himself recoiling, tears and blood streaking his face. Yet, there was also the fear of Daeho and his gang, who didn't even flinch at the impossible odds they were up against, their faces set with grim determination. They rushed forward, a unified force against the unseen terror. And then, the fear and despair of facing a shaman who was like an unscalable wall, his presence solidifying with a resonant clank. The shaman stood firm, his robes flowing as he prepared for battle. A wave of fear and anxiety washes over everything, a chilling realization that Ieduxioni is a ghost that grows by feeding on spiritual power and fear, if it had to be stated once again. Even he, who had orchestrated its awakening, questions the outcome, wondering how this could be, despite considering every possible scenario. Elsewhere, another man recoils in horror, dreading the grim fate that might await him. The entity itself begins to fully manifest, its massive serpentine form coiling into existence. A predatory grin stretches across its scaled face, its glowing blue eye narrowing with malevolent intent. A guttural sound escapes from a monstrous, shadowy form, a desperate cry of Chung. Then, a new, terrifying manifestation appears, a colossal, tiger-like beast with three piercing purple eyes on its forehead, radiating an ominous aura. The shadowy, tiger-like entity, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, continues to loom, a harbinger of the terror to come. Then, a massive white snake-like entity, marked with black patterns, drops from above, descending directly onto the shadowy beast. As it coils around the form, a powerful gush of energy erupts from their merging bodies. The coiled snake continues to generate a powerful surge, its movements creating a dynamic swoosh of power. From the merging forms, a colossal, ruined skyscraper-like entity, with the white snake still wrapped around its dark, towering mass, rises into the sky. It dominates the cityscape, its immense scale dwarfing the surrounding buildings. The terrifying manifestation of Iadaxioni now stands complete, a dark, twisted monument of fear. Elsewhere, a shaman gasps in disbelief, realizing the spiritual power has suddenly vanished. Another man, dressed in a suit, reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his expression a mixture of shock and dread. Jaizong Qion dashes across the rooftop, while below, a viscous, black mass begins to rise from the depths, as a colossal white serpent coils around a towering structure. The black entity surges, merging with the building, transforming it into a grotesque, ruined skyscraper, the serpent still entwined. Jaizong Qion watches, his eyes wide with a dawning horror, a profound tremor running through his entire being. The monstrous form of Iadaxioni now dominates the skyline, an impossible, terrifying monument. What has descended upon Hoam is nothing less than the deepest dread, settling into the heart of every individual. Across the land, tales of the Iadaxioni are whispered, stories that echo throughout the entire peninsula, from the central regions to the farthest reaches. Yet, despite their prevalence, none of these accounts ever truly describe its appearance. A profound mystery surrounds the Iadaxioni. The reason for this elusive nature is simple: it manifests differently to everyone, taking the form of their deepest fears. To some, it is a glowing, serpentine horror, while to others, it is a shadowy, amorphous blob, a formless dread that consumes all light. It can be a grotesque, submerged beast, its presence marked by unsettling gurgles, or a writhing, shadowy mass that churns the very water around it, a manifestation of primal terror. An elderly woman in traditional robes observes the scene, a soft tisk-tisk escaping her lips. A man's face contorts in distress, a sudden, powerful surge of energy surrounding him. The shaman stands firm, her gaze fixed on the unfolding horror. His eyes burn with fury, his voice cutting through the air, accusing her of being pathetic, utterly worthless. The shaman's eye widens in terror, a single word escaping her lips: "Chairman?" Her composure shatters, and she desperately tries to explain herself. I can explain." A tear trickles down her cheek as she blinks, the weight of her fear overwhelming her. Her world narrows to a single, terrified gaze, reflecting an inner void. A dark, swirling expanse surrounds her, a desolate space where white particles drift aimlessly. Within this chilling realm, White Rock stands alone, submerged in dark waters, her traditional robes heavy around her. She turns to a nearby attendant, her voice strained with desperation, insisting that his mana was simply too strong, and they were caught completely by surprise. Alone again, her plea becomes more frantic, crying out that it wasn't her fault, but the staff's, who were supposed to stop the ritual. Turning back to the attendant, her voice cracks with raw emotion, begging him to believe her. But her pleas are futile, as the very embodiment of her deepest fear begins to coalesce, a shadowy, distorted figure emerging from the darkness. Facing the terrifying manifestation, White Rock lets out a final, desperate shriek, her voice echoing the absolute denial that it was her fault. The distorted, aged face of Yangxiang Ma looms closer, his eyes glowing with an ominous, yellow-orange light, a silent, terrifying judgment. Jaizong Qion, drenched in sweat, struggles to comprehend the words echoing in his mind, a desperate voice demanding to know what he is saying, what the chairman said. His body trembles uncontrollably, as another voice urges him to maintain composure until the ritual's completion. His eyes wide with terror, he is confronted by the chilling question: "What did you see?" The sheer horror of his vision twists his features, leaving him speechless and paralyzed. A sudden, booming sound makes him flinch, and a desperate thought escapes him, calling out for Sergeant Kim. His gaze then falls upon a familiar figure in the doorway, a soft whisper of "Mom," escaping his lips. They say fear is a powerful force. It spreads, consuming everything in its path, like a plague, taking on a dark, ominous form against the city's silhouette. The darkness expands, an abyss of terror, swallowing the very essence of reality. As the death curse ritual intensified, every person with spiritual powers who had attempted to stop Jaizong's torment found themselves trembling with fear. From the depths of his terror, a monstrous, plague-like entity began to coalesce, towering over the city. Its form twisting into the dreaded visage of Justin Lee, a chilling manifestation of pure dread that threatened to consume everything. Observing the horrifying spectacle, the narrator man and the white-haired man could only watch as the darkness spread, realizing their defenses were utterly useless against it. The white-haired man, his face etched with desperation, muttered that they desperately needed a way to break the stalemate. Meanwhile, Jaizong Qion's mother, caught in the terrifying vision, trembled with fear, her thoughts consumed by the safety of her family. Back with the observers, the spreading darkness lashed out, a shadowy hand grabbing the white-haired man, who cried out in terror, begging for his life. The attack left him battered and bruised, his face now marred by a bandaged eye and fresh wounds. As the darkness consumes him, rendering him unable to lead this generation any longer, the man with white hair is lifted from the ground by his colleague. He tumbles, a victim of the spreading fear. His face, bruised and bandaged, reveals the brutal impact of the manifestation, which must be the result of the shaman of sudden death performing his ritual, as Jaizong Qion declares his awareness of the situation. Yet, that's not the only problem, as the manifestation of Justin Lee continues its assault, striking down multiple figures in the street. The narrator man realizes they don't have enough people to break through the manifestation's line of defense, leaving a trail of incapacitated bodies. Blood stains the pavement, a grim testament to the ongoing battle. With a grunt, he lifts the injured man, carrying him away from the danger. He continues to step, passing another fallen figure as he makes his escape. The impact sends him reeling, a spray of blood erupting from his face as he collapses, the fight draining from his body. Even as he struggles to speak, he knows this is the chairman's doing, a battle they cannot hope to win. He can't accept the reality of the situation, but the overwhelming power leaves no room for doubt. For him, at least, it is truly over. The street is a scene of utter devastation, bodies strewn across the asphalt, each one a testament to the manifestation's brutal efficiency. Suddenly, a sharp impact sends Daeho reeling, blood splattering across his green mask as he stumbles back. He clutches his chest, the pain searing through him, a desperate cry escaping his lips. The moment is shocking, but he quickly regains his composure, realizing he must now unleash his full power to confront this threat. With a renewed sense of purpose, Jaizong prepares to enter the fray. Despite his severe injuries, the shaman of sudden death is checked on by a concerned man, who asks if he is all right. Ignoring the pain, he stands before a makeshift altar, adorned with flowers and offerings, preparing for a ritual. Blood streaks his face as he closes his eyes, gathering his focus amidst the urban backdrop. With a surge of resolve, he begins to raise his hand. Brushing away the blood, his eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson glow. The motion continues. And with grim determination, he commands, "Finish it." As if in response, the shadowy fear manifestation writhes, its tendrils tugging at unseen forces. But Jaizong Qion raises both hands, channeling a brilliant, pure white energy, ready to unleash his full power. From the ethereal darkness, the massive, white form of the fear manifestation emerges, its segmented body coiling into view. Its serpentine head, with piercing blue eyes, lunges forward, letting out a guttural hiss as it confronts the shadowy figure of Jaizong Qion. Unfazed, he simply looks up, his dark silhouette a stark contrast against the swirling void. The fear manifestation writhes violently, its immense body twisting and turning, a desperate display of power against the unmoving shaman. But with a sudden, decisive strike, Jaizong Qion splits the writhing entity, its form tearing apart with a sharp, flinching sound. As the manifestation dissipates, an unseen force abruptly pulls him upwards, the air tearing around his ascending form. He finds himself standing on a glowing, grid-like platform, looking down into an immense, dizzying expanse. Far below, the sprawling lights of a city twinkle, a distant, blurred tapestry against the dark earth. Then, with a soft whoosh, Jaizong Qion begins to fall, plummeting rapidly towards the urban landscape below. His vision blurs, the world around him a dark, indistinct haze, as the impact of his fall registers. Blood streaks across his face, a testament to the brutal descent. With a slow, painful effort, he manages to blink, trying to clear his sight. Elsewhere, or perhaps in a memory, Jaizong Qion, clad in his shaman's robe, unloads a large, intricately patterned object from the back of a truck, letting it fall with a soft thud. His hand reaches out towards a table laden with offerings, a ritualistic gesture in a different time. Meanwhile, the financial world reels as HoAM Construction's once impregnable stock price crashes, plummeting by over 21%, sending shockwaves through the market. Justin Lee and his white-haired associate watch the devastating figures flash across the screen, their faces etched with disbelief. The trading floor descends into chaos, a maelstrom of desperate activity. From his private office, Justin Lee screams into the phone, demanding that everything be sold, desperate to salvage what he can from the wreckage. The HoAM stock wasn't just plummeting. The entire conglomerate, its subsidiaries, and all its partners were being dumped, a complete and utter collapse that left many wondering how a mega construction company could vanish overnight. One might think a disaster had struck, perhaps one where their projects had simply collapsed, leaving a trail of wreckage in their wake. Or perhaps the real estate market had crashed, taking the company down with it. Even a corruption scandal in a redevelopment project could be the cause, but the disaster that brought HoAM to its knees had nothing to do with such catastrophes. Watching the news unfold, an unnamed man in a suit can only exclaim his disbelief, finding it ridiculous how quickly the stock plummeted, cursing the damned situation. The true cause is revealed as breaking news announces the arrest of HoAM Group's chairman Ma Yangxiang, along with several masked figures. As the truth began to unravel, Chairman Yangxiang Ma, also known as Justin Lee, found himself under arrest by prosecutors for embezzlement, his downfall marking the beginning of the end for HoAM Construction. He was the architect of the disaster, the one who drove the final nail into HoAM Construction's coffin. But that wasn't the full story, as Gwangjung Kim, the CEO of HoAM Group of Companies, revealed that Chairman Ma had pressured the board into questionable decisions. With the company's collapse imminent, many HoAM employees stepped forward as whistleblowers. Insiders began to find their own ways to save themselves, exposing the corruption committed by Chairman Ma, including the illegal transfer of funds to his family and the sabotage of competitors, all in a desperate bid to survive. Some even suggested that Ho-Am Construction's origins might trace back to a nationwide crime syndicate. It became clear that throwing Ma under the bus was their best chance at survival. Suddenly, a blink, and the world shifted. Looking up, he realized that ceiling didn't look familiar at all. Jaizong Qion slowly regains consciousness, his mind still hazy from a long slumber. As a thought crosses his mind, he'd thought he'd won the battle, but here he was, waking up again. He finds himself in a hospital room, sharing the space with another patient in an adjacent bed, a green-haired man who seems to be recovering as well. The green-haired man breaks the silence, asking why Jaizong Qion is back in the hospital. Jaizong Qion, still groggy, can only manage a simple question in return. Did he get hurt? The green-haired man dismisses his own injuries with a wave of his hand, assuring him the damage is done and not to worry about it. Jaizong Qion then reveals he heard the green-haired man was in a coma while he was recovering, and even got revenge for his sake. A quiet moment passes between them, before the green-haired man simply offers his thanks. He then expresses a desire for them to stay together for a long time, a sentiment Jaizong Qion seems to share. The green-haired man agrees, but then adds that it's not easy finding a job in this economy, clarifying that he's talking about staying alive. As he recovers in the hospital, Jaizong Qion listens intently as his green-haired companion expresses a heartfelt wish to work together for a long time, without either of them ever getting hurt or sick. Standing to face him, Jaizong Qion offers a simple, firm agreement, promising to do just that. But the quiet moment is abruptly shattered by a heavy thud and a slam from outside the room, followed by the rapid tapping of approaching footsteps. A door rattles open, and a group of figures, including two young women in school uniforms and a man in a brown jacket, rush into view, their eyes fixed on something within the room. As the black-haired man's eyes widen slightly in surprise, the white-haired girl cries out his name, her voice filled with urgency, as the entire group converges on him. A chorus of voices calls out Jaizong Qion's name, their expressions a mix of concern and urgency, as he sits amidst a crowded room. Later, still in his pajamas, he faces a woman with silver hair and a man in a suit, the woman's voice cutting through the tension, asking if their target is truly dead. The room is packed with figures, including Justin Lee, Cheolgon, and the white-haired man, all watching him intently, as a quiet command to breathe hangs in the air. The suited man from earlier leans in, his expression unreadable, as Jaizong Qion remains seated, absorbing the weight of their words. Later, dressed in a sharp suit, he stands with his back to an unseen speaker, who hesitantly addresses him as boss. Looking down at his phone, he declares his unwavering resolve, stating that despite the consequences, he has no regrets, even if the truth is revealed on television. His gaze remains fixed, a quiet determination etched across his features, reflecting the gravity of his decision. He recalls the warnings. They said the target's share price would have to drop significantly, or Ho-Am Investments would be in trouble. As a woman with a striking white streak in her dark hair taps intently on her phone, the screen displays a stock chart for Ho-Am Construction, with a stark message: trading for this stock has been temporarily suspended. The words loom large, confirming the market's halt. He watches his own phone, his expression unreadable. A faint, knowing smirk playing on his lips. The woman beams, her voice filled with triumph. You knocked it out of the park. Her phone shows Ho-Am Construction stock price having jumped 30% in a single day. And she declares, and it's going to nosedive once the emergency brakes are lifted. Lying in a hospital bed, he receives the news from his associate. The plan was a success. A faint smile touches his lips as he responds. That's good to hear. His associate continues, acknowledging the difficulty of their recent endeavor. It was really close this time. You made it happen, Jaizong. She watches him, her expression unreadable, before gently ruffling his hair. With a satisfied tone, she declares, you defeated them completely on your own. As she turns to leave, she adds with a hint of sarcasm, I'm sorry to interrupt the cuddly moment. A gleeful aura surrounds her as she steps away, her smile widening as she anticipates the spoils of their victory, wondering aloud, how much did Golden Cross Investments make out of this? She leans over the hospital bed, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips as she confirms their victory, stating that the first-rates are now playing their game. From the bed, Jaizong Qion, still recovering, calmly acknowledges the situation. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, Cheolgon, also in a gown, reviews a tablet, musing that if the company's stock price drops, it should technically go down even further. Across town, Justin Lee and the white-haired man discuss the fallout, with Justin admitting they didn't have it as rough as others at the scene, while the white-haired man simply scoffs in disbelief. Back with the victors, the female associate, now seated, confidently declares that the amount they're paid is of little concern, her focus solely on the larger implications. She then approaches Cheolgon, asking what the matter is and if he isn't curious about his bonus, a playful challenge in her tone. He reacts with a startled gasp, exclaiming in surprise. The hospital ward is filled with unconscious figures, all victims of the recent events, their bodies resting on beds, a silent testament to the scheme's impact. Later, In an office, Cheolgon and the female associate stand over a large table, now dressed in business attire, discussing their next moves with a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Justin Lee, the white-haired man, and Gwangjung Kim are seated around a large meeting table with other executives, their faces etched with concern as they confront the severe financial repercussions. Cheolgon dismisses the idea that he pursued this venture for mere money, as Jae Cheon looks on, slightly confused. He clarifies, a knowing smile playing on his lips, that the sum is simply too immense to be withdrawn all at once. Jae Cheon's eyes widen in disbelief, his mind racing to comprehend the scale of their earnings. Cheolgon then gestures towards a document, indicating the next step in securing their profits. Together, they pull the yellow slip of paper, and with a flourish, affix their signatures. Later, Jae Cheon, now in a more casual jacket, examines the folded paper, the weight of his new fortune settling in. A soft rustle accompanies his contemplation, as he carefully handles the proof of his immense success. Amidst a lively celebration with his team, Jae Cheon triumphantly raises the document, exclaiming his disbelief at the vast sum and declaring himself incredibly rich. Footsteps echo, as the conversation turns to the immense sum, wondering if they were to pay everything in cash. He listens, a slight frown on his face, as the other person explains that this is only a fraction of what the company made from the operation. Cheolgon, surrounded by their team, acknowledges the thanks, but clarifies that the money isn't from a deal, but rather a payment for their position in the market. Jae Cheon, still processing the scale of it all, simply states that he only performed the ritual. He insists he wasn't the one who invested the money or declared war, acknowledging that it was all Cheolgon, his boss. Cheolgon, holding a glass, expresses his genuine happiness that everything worked out. He then looks at Jae Cheon, remarking that he understands why people like him, before adding that he's not soft. Jae Cheon's expression softens as he hears the compliment, acknowledging Cheolgon as a solid guy who happens to be kind. Cheolgon, still holding his glass, then suggests that he wants to propose something to Jae Cheon. Justin Lee, with a confident air, extends an enticing offer to Jae Cheon, promising not only a bonus for the job, but also a stake in Golden Cross Investments. He clarifies his vision, stating, I don't want you to be a shaman who simply performs rituals based on our decisions. I want us to grow together as partners. The two men stand facing each other, a silent understanding passing between them as Jae Cheon considers the weight of the proposal. Later, the imposing structure of the Seoul Detention Center looms under a gray sky, as Jae Cheon stands before a barred window, peering into one of its cells. Inside, Justin Lee sits, his back to the viewer, clad in a simple robe. A sharp clack echoes as the unnamed white-haired man stands over the seated Justin Lee, a tense atmosphere filling the small room. Meanwhile, Cheolgon lets out a soft huff of exasperation or contemplation, his gaze fixed downward behind his desk. Jae Cheon, his back to the viewer, quietly utters a single word, darkness. An underling bows deeply, vehemently denying any involvement in whistleblowing or cooperation with the police. He insists that if he had done such a thing, he would never have agreed to meet with Attorney Yun. His superior, Gwangjung Kim, simply acknowledges his words with a knowing, terse, I know. Meanwhile, Cheolgon, reflecting on his own predicament, mutters about not receiving the bail he was promised, clarifying that he paid for it himself and is now working with the police as a whistleblower. His jaw tightens, a silent grit of frustration. He clenches his fist, lamenting that they didn't come for him personally to save their own necks, but warns that even a tiger without its teeth still possesses its claws. Back with the underling, he continues to plead his case, reminding his superior that he was the one they spent time working for, the one who truly understood their capabilities. He finishes his desperate plea with a submissive, why yes, sir. Gwangjung Kim's voice cuts through, acknowledging the underling's loyalty but holding him responsible for the current predicament, adding a chilling, nonetheless. An underling, clad in a dark suit and hat, confirms his compliance with a superior, assuring him that he will go along with the plan. He then reports on the targets, identifying them as the Shaman of Sudden Death and the CEO of Golden Cross Investments. A voice, filled with cold fury, demands they be killed with a death curse, declaring that no one who causes him such humiliation will walk free. Gwangjung Kim, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, reflects on what was taken from him, something that consumed his entire life to build, and concludes that it is only fair to take everything from them in return. The underling, his face still obscured by his hat, begins to speak, a single word escaping his lips. He reminds his superior that there is a strict rule all shamans in Uedo must follow. Looking down, the underling states that if anyone breaks that rule, they will perish. Meanwhile, Cheolgon sits in a prison cell, his gaze distant as he contemplates his fate behind bars. He knows there are no alternatives. They must be eliminated, or his family will perish. His spiritual power, however, cannot overpower the Shaman of Sudden Death, so he commands, perform the ritual. You are my blade, so do your job. Even if he were to attempt it, it's nearly impossible to kill someone like the Shaman of Sudden Death with a death curse, a rattling sound accompanying his thoughts. He stands contemplating the challenge. He recalls being told of something that can temporarily boost a shaman's spiritual power, a dark, liquid-filled jar, known as a starvation jar. Meanwhile, Cheolgan sits bound and imprisoned in a stark, cold room. Gwangjung Kim holds the starvation jar, his gaze fixed on its contents. Cheolgan remains in his cell, a guard standing watch nearby, the sign on the door indicating a detention facility. 2 guards now observe him, ensuring his continued confinement. A sudden, forceful slam echoes through the air. As the scene shifts to the imposing facade of Hoam Investments, a place where high-stakes dealings unfold. Inside, a lavish table is set, hinting at a clandestine meeting, where Gwangjung Kim stands with a tall, hat-wearing figure, both observing the dimly lit room. With a soft click, the hat-wearing figure presses a seal, activating intricate red symbols that glow on a nearby wall. As a collection of ancient talismans, covered in complex markings, lies ready on an ornate dish. The shaman explains the immense effort required, stating, "I had to go through all kinds of trouble to get one." He continues, detailing the extreme measures taken to secure the rare item. "There was nothing in the country, so I had to pay a smuggler to smuggle one into the country." With a soft stir, the shaman begins to mix the talismans, initiating the ritual. The ritual begins with the chilling revelation of its core component, a starvation jar, crafted from the remains of an infant. His eyes narrow, as Jaisung Cheon questions the audacity of those who would cross such a line. Nearby, Gwangjung Kim groans, the sheer weight of the situation pressing down on him. As the shaman continues the dark ritual, he knows that any practitioner who dares to cross this ultimate line can never escape retribution, for this level of evil exceeds what even a malevolent deity would permit. The talismans glow ominously in his hand, and he considers the consequences. At best, he would be permanently damaged. At worst, a fatal illness would claim him. But if he doesn't do this, he will surely die, and it's not just him. Everyone who belongs to him will die too. The cruelty of that man, the one who would perform such a ritual, is more terrifying than any punishment from the gods themselves. With grim resolve, Jaisung Cheon declares, "I will do this alone," knowing the immense personal cost, and that all his associates and loved ones would be in danger. A concerned Gwangjung Kim warns him, "You should leave this room, if you want to live." Ignoring the warning, Jaisung Cheon begins the ritual, spinning a dark, circular object on the floor. The object continuing to spin with an eerie momentum. From the depths of the ritual, a grotesque, multi-headed creature with fluttering wings and squealing cries begins to manifest, its disturbing form taking shape. Jaisung Cheon, with a swift motion, brings a hat down, a soft, whish sound accompanying his action. The circular ritual object now lies still, its center a void of impenetrable darkness, a silent testament to the unfolding horror. A chilling, drawn-out cry echoes through the space, signaling the ritual's deepening effect. A pained cry echoes in the darkness, a sound of deep distress. Suddenly, a thick gush of blood erupts, staining the unseen surface, followed by another mournful wail. The cries continue, as a slow trickle of blood begins to run down, the sound of anguish unwavering. A final, desperate cry fills the air. A desperate cry echoes through the silence, followed by another, sharp and piercing. A hunched figure, obscured by a wide hat, retches violently, the sound raw and visceral. Another pained cry escapes, joining the chorus of desperate wails that fill the oppressive space. A muffled groan of agony follows, the figure's arm visible as they writhe. A sharp, guttural cry of pain erupts, their lower body convulsing. The cries of distress continue, each one a testament to unbearable suffering. As an overwhelming chorus of WH fills the air, a final, desperate plea. Disturbing cries echo, asking if one knows the method for creating an infant starvation jar. First, the process demands an infant, one who has been forcibly taken. Then, they are fed with milk, both human and from a healthy cow, along with porridge enriched with appetite-boosting herbs and ingredients. Once they grow plump, their stomach becoming noticeably large. You begin the starvation. Not a single drop of water is given. The starvation continues relentlessly, accompanied by desperate squeals. One must not give in and feed them. Ruthlessness is key, as the cries of wah, wah persist. The infant's face contorts in distress, gasping for air. Just before they are about to perish, a voice explains, they are prepared and coated with the porridge of honey and milk they once fed upon. A woman carefully feeds the emaciated infant, the profound hunger they feel becoming the very essence of the starvation jar. Then the small creature will crawl into the jar with all its remaining strength, with valiant effort, squeezing itself inside. Once contained, the jar is sealed. Hands meticulously secure the lid, and the completed starvation jar, now a grotesque artifact, is presented. With that, the most terrifying ritual tool imaginable is created, forged from the most malicious being in existence. A dark, swirling mass of energy erupts, engulfing a prone figure. Later, Jaisung Cheon cuts through the tension, declaring that enough of the heavy talk has been had. He suggests they go out for a nice meal to celebrate their new partnership. Someone gasps in awe at the sight of the CEO's corporate card. As the group walks, Jaisung Cheon politely declines to join them for drinks, while Cheolgan enthusiastically urges everyone onward, and the unnamed female associate playfully predicts her own intoxication, as Gwangjung Kim mentions superfast crystal. Suddenly, a swift movement cuts through the air. The dark, malevolent energy from before manifests again, swirling with ominous red particles. At a social gathering, a man with blonde hair asks if the omakase is any different from regular sushi, while Jaizong Cheon, declining a drink, mentions he hasn't had omakase in a while. As the conversation continues, a dark, murky liquid begins to churn, a small splash disturbing its surface. The dark mass continues to bubble ominously, a deep, unsettling sound emanating from within. Then, with a sudden rush, a column of dark energy erupts from the depths. Back at the gathering, the blonde-haired man suggests they go to Haru, noting that her place is the best and quite private, while a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer of energy passes by. He then mentions a super-fast crystal, prompting another associate to ask for help getting it out of the warehouse, as it's different from a regular crystal. Jaizong Cheon, however, dismisses the urgency, telling Haru she's making things worse and to stop acting cheap, as the dark energy surges upward once more. The ominous black energy continues its relentless ascent, twisting into a towering, shadowy column. Unaware of the escalating supernatural phenomenon, the group, including Jaizong Cheon, the blonde-haired man, Haru, and Cheolgon, stands together, seemingly concluding their discussion. A shiver runs down his spine, a chilling presence looming over him, causing him to turn sharply, his eyes widening in alarm. He stares down at a small, grotesque figure, a sound of disbelief escaping his lips. Around him, the crowd remains oblivious, but among them, the strange, stone-like effigy emanates a palpable, dark energy. Yet, the three individuals present who possessed spiritual power could immediately discern its true nature. It's a death curse, the woman beside him declares, her voice laced with dread. Jaizong Cheon stiffens, the words echoing the chilling truth he already felt. A chilling realization washes over her as the name echoes in her mind, Justin Lee. Among the three who could sense the death curse, she knows Hoam investments must be cut off immediately. They have crossed an unforgivable line. Her teeth grit in frustration, realizing she needs to rid herself of this unprofitable eyesore. Instead, her focus sharpens, knowing she must keep Jaizong Cheon alive until they arrive. Meanwhile, in a different location, Cheolgon confronts Justin Lee, demanding to know what is wrong with him and if he forgot something in the office. As Cheolgon's hand clamps down on his shoulder, a stern voice commands Justin Lee to halt, not to move a muscle. Justin Lee pauses, his gaze flicking back over his shoulder, a soft thud marking his sudden stop. The metallic structures around them began to groan and clunk, a deep creaking sound echoing through the space, as more bars twisted and snapped under an unseen force. Followed by the violent snapping of thick, braided cables. A high-pitched screech accompanied the tearing metal. As the entire structure gave way, collapsing into a deep chasm below, sending glowing debris scattering through the air. Amidst the chaos, the unnamed female associate looked down at Jaizong Cheon, who lay prone on the ground, a silent warning hanging in the air. Anything he did could lead to instant death, so he must stay still. Meanwhile, Justin Lee, confronted by Gwangjung Kim, called out to him and Cheolgon, a tense exchange unfolding as the dark-haired man declared that anything could happen at this very moment. Cheolgon, now with Jaizong Cheon, urged him to stay close, his voice firm with protective intent. As the environment around them continued its violent collapse, a colossal, rock-like entity plummeted from above, impacting the water below with a deafening crack and a massive, churning splash, sending ripples of destruction through the air. Seeing the imminent danger, the unnamed female associate quickly produced a small bottle, knowing that while she possessed a powerful talisman from monk Sangmyong for emergencies, this small bottle would have to suffice. With a desperate plea, she unleashed its contents, which erupted in a blinding blaze of spiritual energy. But the force was too great, and a single, stunned thought echoed through the chaos. What? The associate could only watch as dark particles swirled around her, realizing with a grim certainty that the creature's spiritual power had completely overwhelmed the meager defense of her talisman. The protective barrier, now compromised, began to crack under the immense pressure. With a violent shatter, the barrier exploded inward, leaving Jaizong Cheon exposed and reeling from the shock. As he tumbled through the fragmented glass and debris, Cheolgon lunged forward, reaching out to grasp him. Still plummeting through the air, he falls alongside the female associate, the chaos of the shattered barrier echoing around them. But just as despair threatens to consume him, Cheolgon appears, catching him midair, while a small, grotesque rock creature hovers ominously above. His eyes, wide with a mix of shock and dawning horror, fixate on the strange entity. The creature grows, its stony form looming larger, its red eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. A chilling realization washes over him, the creature's presence triggering a memory, a voice echoing in his mind, and the blue bears the ghost of craving. He gasps, the words forming a dreadful question. Is this what I get? Blood trickles from his nose and mouth as the full weight of his past actions crashes down. For setting death curses on others? The creature's face, now a mask of silent judgment, seems to confirm his fears. Silent is the white. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he cries out in anguish. Silent is the night. No. As the unnamed female associate flees, a distant memory echoes, a voice from the past lamenting. I told them many times. The source of the current turmoil, a grotesque structure of antlers and branches, pulses with an eerie red glow, its form a stark reminder of forgotten warnings. In a vision of the past, the unnamed female associate kneels before a shaman elder, her head bowed in reverence or despair. Namjian, her expression etched with concern, recalls her earnest pleas. I told them many times, not to hurt each other with curses against each other. Her words echo with a profound truth. Hurting others will only turn this world into a battlefield where everyone kills each other. A sigh escapes her, a bitter realization of humanity's failings, but it would seem. Humans are forgetful creatures, Namjian. Back in the vision, the shaman elder raises a hand, a faint glow emanating from her palm, as if to raise something from the kneeling associate. A fist clenches tightly, a silent testament to resolve or suppressed pain. Returning to the present, Jaizong Qion remains on the ground, overwhelmed by his anguish, while two unfamiliar men, one with green hair and another with blonde, stand silently behind him. A dark, amorphous mass writhes, emanating an intense struggle. Watching the chaotic energy unfold, the unnamed female associate looks up, her expression unreadable. A thought echoes through the space, acknowledging that they got here in time. The unnamed female associate's face remains stoic as the identity of the newcomers is revealed, the Occult Information Squad of the Financial Regulatory Service. Their destination is clear, the imposing HoAM Investments building. With a soft chime, an elevator arrives. The doors slide open with a quiet whir, revealing the green-haired man and the blonde-haired man, among others, inside. A declaration rings out, announcing the presence of the Curse Regulation Division. With a decisive step, the green-haired man exits the elevator, ready to confront whatever lies within. Jaizong Qion strides forward, leading a procession of men in sharp suits through the polished halls of a corporate building, his expression resolute. The Occult Enforcement Squad of the Financial Supervisory Service, a specialized unit, was on the move. Their destination, the imposing HoAM Investments building, a towering structure of corporate power. Inside, an elevator door silently closed, carrying its occupants to their designated floor. With a soft whir, the doors parted once more, revealing a determined foot stepping out, as a voice declared their arrival. A group of agents, led by Jaizong Qion, emerged from the elevator, their presence commanding attention. Jaizong Qion, blindfolded and clad in a sharp blue suit, moved with an air of quiet authority, flanked by two other agents. For the Financial Supervisory Service acted as the ultimate watchdog, overseeing even the most clandestine operations. Their reach extended to powerful entities like Golden Cross Investments, another formidable corporate giant. The Curse Regulation Division, an affiliated body under the Financial Supervisory Service, was established in the early 2000s, a time when companies freely used death curses against each other without any restraint. This was the very heart of their operations, the Curse Regulation Bureau. The entire district of Uedo was plunged into chaos when death curse rituals first emerged in the corporate world, the sounds of their dark magic echoing through the city. Initially, these death curses were exclusively directed at rival corporations. Yet, the clanging of unseen forces continued, a constant reminder of the escalating spiritual conflict. However, the situation drastically worsened when shamans began targeting individual business owners and policymakers directly. A figure in traditional attire, a shaman, wielded a ritual dagger, their influence growing. The consequences were dire, as evidenced by the blood-splattered portrait of a prominent businessman. Soon, the unchecked use of death curses led to a devastating loss of lives and human capital, with news reports detailing tragic incidents like a plane crash involving a shipbuilding CEO and his family, and the mysterious deaths of prominent figures such as MP Byongjin Du and an executive director, hinting at a deeper, more sinister cause behind these calamities. The Financial Supervisory Service, grappling with the escalating crisis, considered outright banning death curse rituals through new ordinances or laws. But after much deliberation among its suited officials, they ultimately decided against such a measure. Instead, a new approach was taken, the establishment of the Curse Regulation Division, officially launched to manage the supernatural threats. To staff this crucial new division, they began recruiting, seeking out the most powerful shamans of the era with a singular, vital purpose, to ensure the shamans of Uedo would no longer cast death curses against the populace. One such shaman, a man with vibrant green hair, stood ready, his fist clenching with quiet resolve. A testament to the need to respect the ancient powers they now sought to control. The market's doom, though slow, intensifies rapidly when shamans cross the line, and Jaizong Qion stands amidst the corporate world, a silent observer. His hand grips the hilt of a sheathed blade, a dark, ominous aura swirling around it. He steps into a room consumed by that same dark energy, a faint red glow hinting at the malevolent presence within. Meanwhile, Gwangjung Kim, a victim of the death curse, clutches his chest, the dark aura visibly afflicting him. He collapses to his knees, groaning and retching, the curse forcing him to vomit uncontrollably. Justin Lee, the curse shaman, observes the scene with cold detachment, remarking that while the death curse itself is potent, The sheer contamination of the area is enough to tempt one to keep a starvation jar. Back in the corporate halls, an associate warns Jaizong Cheon, advising him to be extra careful. Ignoring the caution, Jaizong Cheon raises a small, ornate banner, declaring his intent to raise the war banners. With unwavering resolve, he vows to break through in one swift stroke and sever the divine tether. The war banners of the blue waters and red gates fluttered, their ancient call echoing through the ritual space. Two figures stood ready, their voices joining the chant, heeding the summons. From above, Jaizong Cheon descended, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he channeled immense spiritual energy. He moved with a sudden burst of speed. Entering a dark, confined space where a small talisman hung from a cord, the source of the curse's tether. Inside, Gwangjung Kim lay afflicted, shrouded in a noxious purple haze, as Jaizong Cheon confronted the curse's manifestation, his spiritual blade glowing with fierce resolve. He focused on the talisman, recognizing it as the shaman's ritual tool, the very cord binding the curse. With a swift, decisive motion, he brought his glowing blade down, severing the cord. The room immediately began to wobble and distort, pulsating with an angry red energy as the curse reacted violently to its severed tether. He struggles against the unseen force, his voice strained as he declares that the curse will not easily be rid of him, not after how long he fought to free himself from its trap. Blood begins to seep from his face as he reiterates his refusal to yield. Suddenly, with a violent wish, the curse erupts from Gwangjung Kim, his face contorting in agony as pulsating red energy bursts forth. The malevolent energy coalesces into a dark, swarming mass, taking the form of countless insect-like entities that fill the cursed space. Jaizong Cheon, clad in his shamanic attire, observes the terrifying manifestation with a resolute gaze, preparing for battle. One of the glowing insect-like entities darts forward with a sharp swing, its form shimmering with dark magic. Without hesitation, Jaizong Cheon unleashes his spiritual power, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he charges forward, his weapon glowing brightly. With a powerful slash, he cleaves through the attacking entity, blue spiritual energy tearing it apart. Radiant blue energy continues to surge from his form as he presses his assault against the remaining swarm. His face contorted with fierce resolve, he unleashes a torrent of spiritual energy, the blue aura shimmering around him as he condemns the curse, a sharp, metallic sound accompanying his words. His voice echoes with absolute authority, a command to the malevolent force to return to nothingness. With a swift, decisive motion, he draws his blade, the spiritual energy now coalescing around the weapon. The blue light intensifies, forming a shimmering grid that envelopes Gwangjung Kim, who lies prone on the ground, the full weight of the shaman's power bearing down. A sharp, cutting sound rips through the air. The spiritual blade completes its arc, leaving trails of brilliant blue light in its wake. Gwangjung Kim's body slumps further, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Beneath him, the very floor cracks and glows with residual blue energy, a testament to the force that just passed through. Moments later, Cheolgan and the unnamed female associate stand over the unconscious chairman, Cheolgan issuing urgent commands to his subordinates. Take the chairman to the emergency room to put him on life support. As for Jaizong Cheon, keep him cool, secure, and bring him to the headquarters. Cheolgan carefully examines a yellow envelope, kneeling beside the prone form of Jaizong Cheon, while his female associate stands watch. She observes Jaizong Cheon, now sitting upright with his hands bound, his gaze cast downwards. Suddenly, a wave of raw spiritual energy erupts, filling the space with an ethereal blue glow. The energy intensifies, swirling around Jaizong Cheon as his eyes begin to glow with an unnerving blue light. He stares down, the desperate cries of "Mommy, Mommy," echoing around him, seemingly from within the chaotic energy. A dark, jagged mass of energy begins to coalesce, a stark contrast to the vibrant blue. With a hungry growl, he consumes the encroaching darkness, which crumbles into dust beneath his power. Black particles dissipate from his form, leaving him momentarily still as his associate watches on, startled. Then, with a soft flop, he collapses to the ground, unconscious, prompting his associate to breathe a relieved, "We're saved." Her heels click sharply against the pavement as she steps over the prone form of Jaizong Cheon, who lets out a pained groan. He lies motionless on the ground, blood staining his clothes, as she kneels beside him, while Cheolgan and other men in suits look on. His eyes are wide, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, a silent curse escaping his lips. She quickly checks his vitals, noting his pulse and breathing are erratic, the attack having been swift and brutal. A deep concern etches itself onto her face. The spiritual power that struck him was immense, leaving him gurgling weakly. "Ambulance," she cries out, her voice filled with urgency. "Call an ambulance. Hurry," she shouts again, her desperation palpable. Soon, paramedics arrive, loading Jaizong Cheon onto a stretcher, and she turns to them, demanding to know, "Who's the guardian?" She watches over Jaizong Cheon as he is rushed through the hospital, his unconscious form still and unresponsive. Her heart aching, pleading for him not to break down this time. Despite the doctors finding no physical injuries on him. and confirming he was in surprisingly good health. A heavy truth remains. He hasn't regained consciousness since that day. Now, in the quiet hospital room, she stands, a fruit basket nearby, waiting for any sign of change. She listens intently as Cheolgon explains, I wanted to get some testimony about the starvation jar used by Hoam Investments. He continues, his gaze firm, but he seems to be in bad shape. And you are team lead of Golden Cross Investments, right? The associate replies, her expression weary. You might not remember this, but we've met before. Cheolgon considers this, a slight frown on his face. Have we? A faint rattle sounds as he shifts, and she explains, it was when my company's former CEO was being investigated for illegal activities against Master Kim. You were the corporate and clear things up. Later, by Jaisung Cheon's bedside, a monitor beeps softly as she laments. Having said that, I wanted to ask you something. She continues, her voice tinged with desperation. Didn't the cursed shaman who used the starvation jar know Hoam set the curse on Jaisung Cheon? Or did you just not care about the victims to let the cursed shaman off the hook? Cheolgon responds calmly, his expression unreadable. The Curse Regulation Division doesn't have any guidelines telling us what to do to death cursed shamans. With a soft clack of her heels, she walks away, the conversation leaving her with more questions than answers. She demands he repeat himself, insisting he look her in the eyes as he does. But, undeterred, he retorts, reminding her of the boy on the bed, and how her clairvoyance immediately showed her the ritual happening in Uedo. As if to illustrate his point, a shaman kneels in ritualistic prayer before an ornate altar. He presses on, asking if she means Jaisung Cheon, the unnamed shaman of Hoam Investments, currently in a coma, or perhaps a death-cursed shaman who has fallen into a coma himself. Cheolgon then firmly states that he does not support death-cursed shamans and their activities in Uedo, a realization dawning on her as he speaks. He continues, asserting his personal belief that no shaman should be allowed to set foot in Uedo. For him, stock prices should rise and fall based purely on a company's performance. To be precise, not by mysterious powers, which is what he truly believes in. The unnamed female associate stands by a window, a cigarette held loosely between her fingers. He continues, explaining that everyone would be surprised if things were to happen as he wished, and then they would all go back to being regular shamans, living out their lives as the bridge connecting the dead and the soul to the gods. But that, he gestures dismissively, is unlikely to happen anytime soon, since the death-cursed shamans who profited from chaos have already let their greed take hold. Until that day comes, people like him will continue to exist to have a minimum safety net, adding that it is unfortunate the young shaman was struck by a death curse. From now on, Cheolgon declares, shamans aren't allowed to set foot in Uedo, to make sure prohibited rituals don't take root in the area. The unnamed female associate drops to her knees. It was only a misunderstanding, she pleads. You don't have to punish him like this. Lying unconscious in a hospital bed, Jaisung Cheon remains unresponsive, despite thorough medical examinations revealing no physical issues. His stillness is unnerving, leaving his associate to conclude that it must be a spiritual affliction, though she has no idea what could be causing it. Cheolgon, however, reminds her that all shamans in Uedo live in fear of the Curse Regulation Division. His hand clenches as he adds, it is because of his presence that they fear. Kneeling before him, the unnamed female associate pleads desperately, begging for his help to get Jaisung Cheon back on his feet. In the bustling financial district, towering buildings like Nana Securities and Ubiquitous Bank dominate the skyline, where the people of Uedo never bow their heads to anyone. These are the individuals who navigate the complex world of high finance. And it's hardly a surprise, given how they control anything from billions to trillions of one at a time, even if the money itself actually belongs to their clients. With buy orders for hundreds of thousands, even millions of shares being executed daily. When one starts controlling money at that scale and earning commissions based on their performance, it's no wonder the daily average trading volume hit a record 16.6 trillion won in October 2025. It's a world where success is celebrated with champagne, marking the highest quarterly performance. In the heart of the financial district, a silent transaction unfolds as one hand offers a card and another accepts it. For those who operate at this level, people living on meager monthly salaries begin to appear pathetic. In their eyes, a casual adjustment of a tie can speak volumes. Cheolgon, moving through the office, barely registers the bump as he collides with a cleaning worker. The worker recoils, her face a mask of quiet distress. He simply brushes off his shoulder, a slight frown indicating his annoyance at the trivial interruption. This is because they fall into the strange delusion that they are above everyone else. At least, that's what the director of the Curse Regulation Division believes. Her stern gaze and composed demeanor reflect a woman who holds herself in high regard. She understood, perhaps better than anyone, just how rare it was to witness someone kneel in the cutthroat world of Uedo. A gesture of submission that went against every fiber of the district's arrogant elite. For someone to demand a shaman kneel was one thing, but for a person of her standing to actually do so, it was an act she believed she would never perform. Yet, she found herself on her knees, because in her world, tools were replaceable, but this young shaman was something far more. She had seen something in him, a power or a presence that transcended mere utility, something that commanded a respect she rarely offered. Just as the Financial Supervisory Service held the power to sanction firms or banks, the Curse Regulation Division operated with a similar, unyielding impartiality. They adhered strictly to their policy, remaining unbiased towards shamans and the powerful companies that supported them, a principle she now found herself upholding, even in this unexpected situation. Rising from her humbled position, she admitted, "I wasn't entirely prepared for this." Her gaze, though still stern, held a hint of grudging respect as she concluded, "I suppose we could help you a little." He looks down, a question forming on his lips. "Namsan?" She stands above him, her gaze unwavering as he remains seated on the steps. Her voice is calm, her bandaged eyes betraying nothing as she replies, "If that's what you wish." A wave of emotion washes over him, his hand rising to his forehead as he closes his eyes, processing her terms. Elsewhere, his associate nervously bites her nails, while Cheolgon watches on, a grim expression on his face. The director stands by a hospital bed, her gaze fixed on a small, bandaged child. Cheolgon's voice breaks the silence, his concern evident as he asks, "How is the boy?" His eye, wide with distress, reflects the gravity of the situation. He is completely hollow inside, a stark contrast to how most are born. Normally, people born with an angel for a god, or any other divine entity, are filled with a profound spiritual power. Whether it be their spiritual essence or the very form of their deity, they are imbued with something sacred. But within this boy, a different truth emerged. Instead of divine presence, I found nothing but an overwhelming amount of Yin energy. This dark, swirling force completely consumed his inner being. It was a profound emptiness, filled only by this chaotic essence. The sheer volume of it was staggering, a turbulent sea within him. Therefore, it's not the death curse that has the boy bedridden, but this unique and overwhelming internal state. As the truth of the boy's condition settles, a flicker of surprise crosses her features, her eyes widening slightly in realization. The previous diagnosis of a death curse, a dark, swirling energy, was merely a symptom, a superficial manifestation of a deeper, more profound imbalance. The real tragedy, the true horror, lay in the boy's very essence, a vessel not blessed with spiritual power or a deity's form, but instead, hollow. He was filled with an overwhelming, raging Yin energy, a force he could not control because no master worthy of such power had ever guided him. The director of the Curse Regulation Division considers this, her expression thoughtful, as Cheolgon asks if such a condition is even treatable. She explains that the boy's body, having absorbed so much Yin energy, has become a vessel, a form of spiritual power itself, and as such, it could be regulated. However, the brief moment of relief at this possibility quickly dissipates, replaced by a new set of worries about the immense challenge ahead. Cheolgon voices the critical question, wondering who could possibly possess the skill to perform such a delicate and powerful ritual. The answer lies in a Narim Gut ritual, a sacred ceremony where a shaman accepts a deity as their vessel, implying the sheer level of spiritual power required. The director's voice continues, explaining that even without the ritual, the boy's immense spiritual power is already on display. If he can truly harness that much spiritual power and Yin energy, then without a patron deity to guide it, it would be uncontrollable. It would take an overwhelming deity to possess him, and while finding the right one is a challenge on its own, that's not the only problem. They would also need a shaman capable of performing a Narim Gut for a deity of that caliber. Jaizong meditates, his form radiating with a potent, dark aura, two ethereal swords hovering behind him, a testament to the power they seek to control. The Narim Gut is normally performed by an experienced shaman whose spiritual power far exceeds that of the shaman in question, but the people in this field who can perform that ritual for Jaizong are all his competitors. Jaizong and Cheolgon stand among a gathering of powerful figures, each one a potential solution, yet also a formidable obstacle. The search for a suitable shaman continues, with the realization that the only one who isn't a competitor for Jaizong's power is met with a firm refusal from a white-robed figure who simply states, "I won't." Meanwhile, Cheolgon faces another shaman, a woman with striking white streaks in her hair, as a subtle metallic sound fills the air between them. She clarifies her position, explaining that to be precise, she cannot perform the ritual because she serves an earth god. Back with Jaizong, the white-robed shaman reiterates their refusal, explaining that a Narim Gut requires a heavenly deity, and earth deities are entirely different vessels. Cheolgon, still trying to persuade the streaked-haired shaman, reminds her of their previous conversations, saying, "Besides, as I've repeatedly reminded you." He implores her, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, "Please, you're saving a life here." The shaman with the streaked hair, however, remains resolute, stating her only motivation is that Jaizong would wake up from his rest, and she's not doing this for anything else. Her voice trails off, leaving the unspoken implication hanging in the air. Or anything like that. As the difficult negotiations continue, Jaizong, still unconscious, lets out a soft sigh. The search for a suitable shaman continues, with a new prospect on the horizon, as someone suggests, "Let me introduce you to someone." This individual is described as one of the top talents outside Uedo, whose deity recently descended upon her. As they walk along a mountain path, Jaizong is escorted by a woman with long, dark hair streaked with white. though a warning is issued. Don't get your hopes up too high. Her deity is notoriously tricky to work with. They arrive at a mountain shrine, bustling with activity. A vibrant crowd gathered around the sacred grounds. Observing the scene, Shilgon remarks that she must possess considerable talent, given the sheer number of people at the shrine, despite its remote mountain location. The woman with the white-streaked hair looks on. As Shilgon clarifies, the number of people isn't the key here, Shilgon. What truly matters is the kind of people gathered. Among the throng, he notices a common thread, a certain happiness in their faces, as if they were all recently married, and none of them seemed too young either. From this observation, he deduces the identity of the deity the shaman serves. It is Granny Samsen. Grandmother Samsen, the goddess of fate and childbirth in Korean mythology. Stepping into the traditional room, Jaizung enters the shaman's inner sanctum. A flicker of worry crosses his face. Deities tend to call for the grandmother, and while she might sound like a minor figure, Granny Samsen is actually one of the 3 most important deities in Korean shamanism. In terms of her role, she's equivalent to the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, also known as the Jade Emperor. Still reeling from the revelation, he is supported by Chilgon, who believes the shaman can heal him. As they arrive at the traditional house, a man opens the door, inviting them inside. Chilgon carefully lays Jaizung down on the floor, while the green-haired shaman kneels beside him, her hands already moving to assess his condition. Explaining their predicament, Chilgon informs her that the director of the Curse Regulation Division referred them, seeking a Narim gut ritual. The room is filled with an array of shamanic tools and offerings, creating an atmosphere thick with spiritual energy. The shaman begins to speak, preparing to elaborate on the situation. But Jaizung, now conscious and reaching for a ritual object, interrupts her. You don't really have to tell me, he states, his voice strained. His gaze fixed on a painting of a deity, he adds, the granny told me everything. The shaman pauses, her ritual bell jingling softly as she looks at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. He continues, asking if he can inquire about her contact, as the shaman, holding a set of jingling bells, seems hesitant. He then adds, with a hint of shyness, that he's just a little bit shy. The green-haired shaman listens intently, her expression unreadable as the bells in her hand continue to jingle softly. And he thinks to himself that he was feeling intimidated by her presence. But this girl can hardly even speak properly. The bells continue their soft, rhythmic sound. A subtle smirk plays on her lips, the bells still jingling. Her eyes narrow slightly, the sound of the bells echoing the shift in her demeanor. Then, with a sudden, sharp movement, she throws the bells, the sound of their impact cutting through the air. Her voice, now firm and commanding, rings out, addressing him as a naughty little alley cat, and challenging his audacity to dare her vessel. Her expression hardens, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. And Jaizung, still kneeling, notes the drastic change in her tone. As the shaman visibly bristles with irritation, she rises, her steps deliberate, moving to stand directly over Jaizung, who is now prostrate on the floor. Her voice rings with authority, reminding him, I believe my vessel told you not to make eye contact, didn't she? Jaizung bows his head, internally observing a distinct difference in her spiritual power. Even as he defiantly thinks she cannot harm him, the shaman presses him, demanding to know, so you came to help me, or to harm me? Which one is correct? A serene, traditional painting adorns the wall, depicting a tranquil landscape, before the scene shifts back to the shaman. Still asserting her dominance, she leans forward, a challenging glint in her eye, offering a direct, unconventional path to power. Her voice dripping with confidence, she declares herself overflowing with heavenly yang energy, capable of joining bodies with him. A beat of silence hangs in the air as she concludes her provocative offer, her gaze unwavering as she awaits his response. A vast, dark expanse of water stretches out, its surface churning with an unsettling, rhythmic motion. The turbulent currents seem to pull at nothing, yet their power is palpable. Before a figure suddenly plunges into its depths, sending sprays of water high into the air. Moments later, Jaizung Cheon sits submerged, the water swirling around him as he slowly regains his senses. A chilling realization dawning on him. He thinks to himself that this must be instant death, yet he feels as though he's been stuck here for an eternity. His gaze drifts upward, a flicker of confusion in his sharp eyes as he muses, this can't be the afterlife. Clenching his hand, he confirms the sensation, his body still reacting to external stimuli. A new question forms in his mind, his brow furrowing in concentration. How is he supposed to break out of this place? Is he meant to simply jump into the water? Standing in the mysterious, dark water, he feels a profound sense of disbelief, a quiet groan escaping him. A thought echoes in his mind, questioning if he can truly rely on someone else forever. He resolves that he should at least be able to overcome his own troubles, his feet rising slightly from the water as if to emphasize his resolve. With a soft splash, he steps further into the unknown depths. This, he believes, is how he will become a true partner, and so, Jaizung commits to his decision. He had walked toward the water, intending to save his own vessel, now fully submerged and beginning to sink. A decision he would come to regret very soon. He plummets deeper into the dark, silent void, small bubbles trailing in his wake. The powerful energy he was born with. had created a huge mess within his vessel, pulling him deeper into the swirling abyss. His hands flailed uselessly as he sank, the dark water enveloping him completely, leaving him suspended in the murky depths. His vision blurred, and consciousness began to fade. The chaos within was powerful enough to swallow the vessel itself. Then, a voice echoed through the void. I came to rescue you after you fell unconscious. But what was this? The clueless fool had managed to fall unconscious without losing consciousness, his eyes still twitching as he continued to flail. He plummeted through a blinding white expanse, his body a dark silhouette against the sudden light. His eyes snap open, a sudden rush of sensation as he is jolted awake. A dizzying blur of motion surrounds him, the world spinning in a chaotic vortex. He finds himself emerging from a liquid surface, held within an impossibly vast hand. Coughing, he struggles to regain his bearings, the immense palm dwarfing his entire body. The colossal hand gently lifts him higher, a tiny speck within its grasp. A voice echoes, resonating from the giant figure, asking if he feels awake now, ready to talk. The voice then dismisses him as a clueless fool. As if in response to the voice's pronouncement, a woman with long green hair and a serene expression appears, her gaze direct. Jaizong Qion stares back, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. He remains in the strange, dark void, the colossal hand now gone, but the unsettling feeling of being observed lingers. Then, a voice, soft yet piercing, asks, "Do you understand what happened to you?" The green-haired woman, her form shimmering with faint light, continues, "You were given a choice, and you chose to accept it." Jaizong Qion bites his lip, the words echoing in his mind, as the woman adds, "You managed to break through because you haven't given up." He looks down, contemplating her meaning, as she offers him a path forward. And if you want to accept a rest through death, you can return to live a normal life again. Her hand extends, a gesture of finality, as she asks, "Is that what you're saying?" The green-haired woman nods, her expression serene, awaiting his decision. After a moment of profound silence, he finally speaks. Looking up with renewed determination, Jaizong Qion declares, "Please do the one thing for me. I plan to keep living this nightmare." He reflects on his decision, accepting that he won't have any regrets, even if it means remaining a shaman for the rest of his life. He knows he won't be lonely, since he'll always have his colleagues and his son by his side, a comforting thought in the face of an uncertain future. A soft chuckle escapes the green-haired woman, her expression unreadable as she considers his resolve. "I don't know whether you're bold or simply arrogant." She muses, her gaze sharp. "Look, clueless fool." Her tone shifts, becoming more direct as she explains, "I have no reason or duty to perform any ritual for you." As her hands begin to glow with a soft, ethereal light, she continues, "As a heavenly deity, it's already a blessing for me to help one accept their death. It wouldn't look nice at all." The light intensifies around her palms, especially since you're one of those shamans in Yuso who only uses their powers to make money. Her glowing hands are held out, almost in an offering. "You come into my consciousness and save me." She pauses, the light from her hands shimmering. "Perhaps I was feeling whimsical, or wanted to test a human shaman out of personal curiosity." Her voice, sharp and probing, cuts through the silence, demanding to know why he would choose to become a shaman. She presses further, questioning his choice of power, especially when it had only brought him disgust and pain from the stench of death. His gaze falls, a silent acknowledgement of a life filled with abnormalities, a past he can't escape. He finally responds, a quiet resolve in his voice, explaining that this is the only thing he can do to make the people around him happy. A flashback reveals a younger Chilgon, axe in hand, as Jaizong Qion recalls this was the only way he could ever be accepted, the only way he could finally be himself. He recalls fragmented moments from his past, a collage of experiences that shaped his journey. Each image a piece of the puzzle, leading him to this very moment. He sees the faces, the places, the decisions that defined him. A life lived in pursuit of something more, a purpose he desperately sought. Among these memories, a younger Jaizong Qion clasps hands with Chilgon, a significant encounter from his past. His expression darkens as he reflects on the path he chose, the idea of cursing someone for profit and sharing that money with someone else. His hands clench, a silent testament to his internal struggle, acknowledging the darkness of that choice, and yet, kneeling, his gaze fixed downwards, he admits that it got rid of the emptiness he couldn't share with others. Gesturing with an open hand, Jaizong Qion declares that honestly, he doesn't really care about money or fame. He remembers a time when his only desire was to use his abilities to bring happiness to those around him. A deep longing to find true contentment for himself as well, a yearning to be truly happy. A desperate plea escaped him, a silent cry for assistance. "So please, help me." He bowed low, begging for the Namsangut ritual to be performed for him, addressing the entity as Samson. A faint grin touched the shaman's lips, as they mused that he might become a vessel even more terrible than the most malevolent deities. Indeed, it wasn't just evil deities who brought chaos into the world. Chaos often arose when shamans, even those serving a deity, succumbed to their own greed. The shaman scoffed, dismissing him as a mere brat. "Humph, you little brat." Yet, after a moment, they conceded, agreeing to help him. As if emerging from a deep, otherworldly trance, a hand reaches out from a swirling void, pulling away from the ethereal realm. A soft thud echoes as the last vestiges of the spiritual journey fade. He stirs, his eyes fluttering open to the rustle of sheets, a familiar voice greeting him. Welcome back to the living world, little shaman. Lying beside him, the green-haired shaman watches him with a gentle expression. Her hand rests lightly on his back, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she remarks, "It feels like all I ever do is wake you up." A sudden realization dawns on her, her eyes widening in surprise as she utters, Huh. He, too, feels a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, his own face contorting in a bewildered what? With a sharp jolt, he sits upright, the blankets flapping around him in his sudden movement. He staggers back, his mind reeling from the sudden realization, wondering aloud what exactly is happening. Beside him, the shaman's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice laced with a similar shock as she questions if this impossible situation is truly what she thinks it is. She then turns away, a hint of awkwardness in her tone, muttering that she wouldn't know what he's thinking. A deep blush spreads across his face, the implications of their shared predicament sinking in. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a grand, traditional building, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. Inside, Chiogon explains the dire situation, emphasizing the need to address the energy leaking from the Narum gut, warning that without a new gong, a coma is inevitable. He assures his listeners that they will do their utmost to prepare the Narum gut as swiftly as possible. With his words delivered, Chiogon turns and walks away, leaving the weight of his pronouncements to settle. Back in the room, the shaman, still looking down, adds one more crucial instruction, asking him to try not to make eye contact with her if possible. Still reeling from the unexpected intimacy, the shaman quickly dismisses the moment, telling him not to get the wrong idea. She insists he shouldn't say things like that, especially to her. And Jaizong, equally flustered, quickly agrees, explaining that he was the one who transferred some of his energy, and that was all there was to it. An awkward silence hangs between them. The shaman's expression turns serious. She firmly states that they can move on, her hand squeezing a small cup. Meanwhile, Chiogon, in a different location, contemplates the situation, wondering how they plan to deal with the Narum gut. He muses that considering the size of Jaizong's vessel, finding the ritual should be easy. He recalls being told that all kinds of sinister beings, like ghosts and goblins, are drawn when a Narum gut is held for a large vessel. His thoughts drift to the shaman, who remains focused on her task. He concludes that the real guest, who is supposed to occupy the vessel, only shows up much later, implying a waiting game until their arrival. The shaman's voice echoes with unwavering conviction, assuring him, "My deity, my lord, my master, and I will keep Jaizong safe." She continues, urging him not to worry about trivial matters, but to focus solely on his hands. Her instructions grow more profound, guiding him to prepare for a presence within, to hold someone other than himself inside. A cup of verdant liquid, perhaps a ritualistic brew, sits ready. While Jaizong sits amidst towering stacks of books, a silent scholar in a room overflowing with ancient knowledge. The sheer volume of text suggests a desperate search for answers. For Samson's followers were known to be faithful and exceptionally professional, their guidance rarely failing. And that meant Jaizong was rapidly running out of time, with little left to prepare himself. His gaze, sharp and intense, reflected the weight of the impending ritual. The shaman's voice carries a solemn weight, instructing Jaizong to prepare himself to accept a presence within, to hold someone other than himself inside. Her finger gently taps the rim of a cup, emphasizing the delicate balance of the impending ritual. As Jaizong looks on, she clarifies the nature of this entity, a deity within him. He turns away, gazing out at a serene, traditional landscape, the weight of her words settling upon him. The shaman's gaze sharpens, asking if he's having second thoughts as the ritual draws near. He admits he has no other options. She calls his name, her expression unyielding. Her voice softens slightly, explaining that she's simply trying to understand his feelings. She warns him that once he receives a deity, there's no turning back to an ordinary life, a truth illustrated by a glimpse of two figures in traditional attire. Jaizong reflects on his grandmother, who underwent a similar ritual to become a shaman, understanding that her unwavering demeanor comes from her desire for him to be tough. He feels a profound sense of guilt, knowing that if he hadn't brought the shaman to Yudo, she might never have been targeted with a death curse. The shaman, Manager Me, looks at him with a knowing gaze, reminding him that he might have been forced to accept the deity into his life regardless. But Jaizong simply replies to Manager Me that he chose this path himself. He recalls asking Granny Samson to perform the Narum gut for him, a ritual he willingly sought out. Kneeling in the ritual space, his hands clasped in acceptance. Manager Me confirms his memory, stating that she was indeed the one he approached. He reflects on her words, "You told me to choose," and his own desperate decision. "I chose death. I chose to be with you and die with you." He chose to remain in this dream, accepting it as the life he selected for himself. Yet, a flicker of apprehension crosses his face as he admits, he is scared, knowing that a being other than himself will soon reside within him. As he grapples with his fear, a gentle voice encourages him, telling him not to apologize, but simply to move forward. With a determined gesture, he affirms that he can indeed overcome his fear. His hand extends, a silent promise of acceptance. From Du's perspective, the young man before her seemed remarkably mature. A small cup slides across the surface, a quiet exchange between them. Indeed, she found herself thinking he was quite cool. Their faces draw close, eyes meeting in a moment of shared understanding. Before she leans in, pressing a soft kiss to his cheek. Later, bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun, they sit together, sharing a quiet, peaceful moment. If one is to be possessed by a deity, it is only natural to seek out the most supreme being available. Within a traditionally adorned chamber, the shaman scout stands before an altar, her form cloaked in white and red robes, while 3 figures kneel in silent reverence behind her. Her head is tilted back, eyes closed, as if in deep communion, her arms raised in a gesture of invocation. Meanwhile, Jaizong Qion sits in a formal, meditative posture, clad in a deep red and black traditional robe, his expression serene amidst the ritual's intensity.